Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of Newbie Cup. Number 9, actually. It's going for a while. That's crazy. I am back in the booth with Eki and siyo on production, and we are going to get into the playoff stage today, starting off on a little bit of process. How you feeling about today's match, Eki?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, from what we were talking about earlier, you seem to know a little bit about one of these teams here. You
I
seem to have
might.
bullied them and beaten some information into them, and
Could be the
made sure
case.
that they really know what they're doing. And I think if we're going to be playing process of all things, it's really going to try their knowledge here. So, I mean, if it goes really fast, I guess it'll just be a testament to how well you've drilled all the knowledge and whatever they need to know into their head, and just drilled like tech into them, I suppose. I guess we won't say anything specific, but these guys are doing things that people in the newbie cup usually don't do. So we'll see some of that hopefully during this match. But I mean, it is also process, so could it be a very even matchup regardless of what all your team here knows? Just
Mm-hmm.
because it's one of those maps where even if a team isn't great DM wise, if they have good fundamentals, they can still have a very strong chance of winning or at least tying up a match.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be obviously the coaching that goes into it, but a lot more of the mechanical skill is really going to come to matter at this point of like the tournament, right? I mean, from the day when we kind of got the nerves out, these players have gotten used to playing in these more tense situations where there's probably a lot more holds than stalemates and stuff like that. So, still should be a pretty exciting match, though. I know both of these teams were very explosive in their day ones. But yeah, before we get too far into things, I think we should go over rosters real quick. And I'm just gonna claim Elysium as
Mm-hmm.
my own. This is the team that I've been helping out coach. Not to discredit the original coach Minaj, who has been away for some personal things for a while, so I ended up taking over. But yeah, Minaj has been helping out with them. I know Moose has been putting a hand in it as well. Running down that roster on our roamer soldier is actually a ringer from Team Can of Worms, and that is what's his name? His name is actually Happy Avocado, but we all know him as Amster Wuge, the goat. On Flank Scout, we have KC Fraud. Pocket Soldier is going to be Jonical. On Pocket Scout is going to be Rebecca Simp. Demo is going to be NG World. And on Medic, we have Medic TF2 _ PP.
Interesting. And I
I
think
know.
the creatures over here, these guys are. Who is your team coached by again? Did you say it was
Yeah.
Minaj and
Minaj
Binky
originally.
Boingo?
Yeah.
That's a powerful name, Binky Boingo.
Yeah, guy's a
Um,
beast.
on the creatures for Team 2 here, we have Mobe and Hammy as the coaches. So two very well-known TF2 players, I would say.
The homies.
Yeah, homies, if you will. Your med for the creatures. The whole lineup for the creatures. Your med here is going to be Bit. Your demo is going to be Cerebellum. I don't know. Correct me if you are watching. But Cerebellum. Pocket Scout is going to be Sea Scoop Vivo. Your Pocket Soldier is going to be Blinky Quadruple 7. Your Flank Scout is going to be Weird Twinkie. And your Roamer is going to be Smurfy. So I don't know any of the players on either team here. Hopefully, hopefully they're both going to be able to put on a show. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not too sure what to expect. I mean, all the newbie cups I've casted, we've kind of learned to expect the unexpected and
100%.
never have any expectations really right at the beginning. You have to let the game play itself out before you start having expectations of anything to happen, especially for a newbie cup, because these guys might invent some new tech right off the rip. You never know.
You truly never know. I mean, and then also the fact that we haven't got to cast either of these teams as well. I mean, obviously it's hyped just to get these guys covered who haven't been covered yet, but um, you know, I don't know how this is really going to go. Obviously, the this was originally Elysium's map pick as well. They chose this map because it was their choice. Um, and they feel very confident on it. I think it was unanimous in their team server for just, hey, we want to play process. None of these other maps. I know they feel a little bit worse on their goalie wash. So if they're going to show something, it's going to be now. But you know, again, it's process. We mentioned it before. This is the map you've drilled into your head over and over and over, right? So this is the time to show some stuff if you're a fan.
Absolutely. And I guess going right off into this, we're just kind of waiting for these teams to ready up
Yeah, hundred
because
percent.
they've got six on either team in the server, and it's kind of up to them at this point to really decide whether or not they want to go ahead and play, or they need a little bit more time to figure out their strategies. Maybe they're taking a little bit of an extra minute or two, a little bit of a breather, if you will, to like figure out their strategies, really make sure they have their defaults down and memorized, maybe. Uh,
Yeah, definitely.
you
And
know,
there's probably some ringers afoot as well. I know there's one ringer
mhm.
on the side of Elysium. I'm not too sure about the creatures, but you just want to make sure everybody's on the same page, 100% of the time. What are you really looking for this match as well? I mean, we've gone over process before on day one. We were kind of just highlighting stuff more on the mid, and then obviously like into that second transition. That I believe on the first match that we were watching, a big sticking point was how people were struggling with keeping up pressure into second. Is there anything else that you're really trying to focus on right now that you think might just be a linchpin in this match?
Mm. I'm not too sure. I definitely think the teams that we watched yesterday, we needed to see some different last hold attempts from them. Or I guess the team we saw yesterday on process, we needed to see a little bit of a different hold from them. Maybe some more NG, maybe some more pick attempts as well. You can definitely run a spy on process last. It's not out of the question. I've done it before. Everybody's done it before. And as you can see on screen, there's a nice unassuming maze here. I sure do hope nothing happens
Mm.
when we reach the end of it. It would really suck if we got jump scared. But I do think these last holds are going to be one of the more determining factors. Obviously it's a determining factor because if you fail your last hold, you lose the round. But it's also that kind of thing where it has just as much as importance, if not more importance than a mid. If you can bait the other team in to a really horrible position on a last and just wipe them, you can easily steamroll your way straight into mid.
Yeah,
So
100%.
experimenting with pick classes and trying to get those openings, probing a little bit to get in 2 second, or even just fully deny the other team an attempt to push into last. Park the bus a little bit. Those are definitely things I hope to see a little bit more of. But I guess time will tell what these teams decide they want to do on these lasts.
100%. I don't know though. We'll have to see. Obviously, it's all just kind of up to the players. I think there's a little bit of server issue going on right now, if I'm not mistaken. So there might be a little bit more of a delay in us waffling if you guys don't hit our voices too much. But um, yeah, I mean, for just to refresh everybody, how this is going to work is from this point on, there's 8 teams left in the bracket. We're going to start off with the best of one for all of these teams, and then how it's chosen for the map is the highest seed actually gets to choose the map, I believe. Um, and then from there, after this round, we're going to be going into best of threes for the semifinals. And then for the grand finals and the third place match, which are going to take place at the same time, also another best of three. Yeah, as you can see, there's also the bracket in chat if you guys just want to take a look at that as it's going on. We'll also probably be bouncing around if matches start taking a little bit longer or shorter than we expected. If there's other matches still going on, then we'll hop over to that and try to get some more coverage for you guys. But yeah,
Yeah. Uh, I know something we did the last couple newbie cups. You almost always have a drip contest. Are you
mm-hmm.
doing that again this cup, or has that been put on the wayside? Has that been
Hey, not
shelved for this
officially,
cup?
but I think that the server might be crashing, but I don't know on production side. But I believe that we can go over some of the drip that's going on right now. Is there anybody popping out to you right now? Because I always love looking at the NC drip.
Mm. I mean, Cerebellum has some good drip here as an RGL metal. Actually, what is this? What div is this? What div is this metal here?
An art in Wait. Newcomer participant in season 11. Okay, okay, okay. I
Who
was worried
started
for
the
a
same
second.
time I
I
did.
was worried for a second that we had someone with a little bit too much experience here, but no, I mean that's totally allowed. But
Yeah, no, definitely allowed.
I am
Um,
liking the fit though. It's looking pretty snazzy.
yeah, the unusual effect is very, very nice. I saw on
Mm.
stream earlier we had a what how up on the stream with his park ranger fit.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, it's solid.
looks like he's ready to scream at some kids for not putting out a fire properly.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, enforce the law of the forest. I haven't really had a lot of time to check out the drip from other people. I guess Jonical above mid here with the purple painted. What is that? The veterans attire, I think it's called.
Yeah, I believe
I
so.
think.
I mean, the eagle is
Um,
just classic.
yeah,
Like, I
the
mean,
eagle, of course,
it's
soaring
goaded.
in.
It's so goaded. One I want to highlight though, sitting in spawn right now, we got the banana fit coming out from Scooper.
Ooh, hold on,
Take a
banana
look here
fit.
with the matching unusual to boot as well. So obviously flexing the
Ooh,
money on that, and I'm looking at his inventory. Also has a strange winger as well. So a little bit of a flexer. I don't know if
my
you want to be flexing
goodness.
this hard in newbie cup, but you know what? Respect to you nonetheless. Run the banana hat with the yellow gloves and flip flops to match. I mean,
The matching unusual too, I think, just ties it all together. I mean,
yeah,
you
that's a
can have the
solid
flip
one.
flops and the gloves and the and everything there, and it'll be nice. It'll be okay. But then you have the unusual, and it's just like you're making a fashion statement more than anything. Even if
Puts it all
you,
together, yeah.
yeah, even if you lose like a DM fight, you still win the you still win the drip off. You
Yeah,
know.
and just the aura up as well. I mean, if you get killed by a 200-mile-per-hour banana, that's on you, bro. I don't know
Yeah.
what to say.
Nothing more to say if you get killed by a 200-mile-an-hour moving banana.
Yeah, yeah,
But
for real.
KC Fraud also has some respectable drip here. Got the nice floral shirt on. Kind of hard to
Hmm.
see what his cosmetics are, at least in my config. You know, we got Jameer Billy Bobby Sr. the seventh healing him up right now. So it is a little bit hard for me to tell, but he does have the nice floral shirt. Got some I can't tell what foot cosmetic he has on because he's swimming in the air right now. He is taking a swim in the air. But I would say it's a pretty respectable bit of drip. And I guess while we're here, we turn a little bit to the right behind KC Fraud. We have the one and only Jameer Billy Bobby Sr. the seventh
Now, medic
on
drip is
beam.
always hard for me because I feel like it's relatively limited. You have a few themes, right? You have like the normal doctor. There's the winter, and then you have like plague doctor fits. This is kind of just going for more of like the normal doctor, with just a little bit of souped up.
Mm-hmm.
But I still feel like it synergizes pretty well, right? I mean, usually what I notice from a lot of the medic outfits and stuff is like they'll usually go for like a time period, like maybe like a World War II medic or something, or like more of a current combat medic that you would see in like some current conflicts and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like this is kind of all around like the same time period, just in terms of style and stuff. Like this is sort of like that 60s, 70s sort of vibe going on, and I'm liking it.
You know, I feel like if you removed the like beret, this just looks like your primary care doctor on a cold winter's day.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just this is just who you go to get your physical done, get a little checkup.
Yeah.
As soon as you remove that beret, it's just he's just a regular guy, and then you put it on, and it kind of ties it all together. It does
Hmm.
kind of change the whole like I can't think of the word, but it changes the whole flow of the outfit, I suppose. And wait a minute, I'm just realizing. Hold on, Weird Twinkie
Hmm.
and Cirebellum. Who else had the Vive la France on their person on the creature team? Was it
Oh,
only
let me
these
see
two?
here.
I think it was
Oh,
just those two.
okay, yeah. Because if they had the synergy going on, I remember before there was one of the winners of my drip contest was one guy who had like a pretty simple camo fit, but then they had like a matching team cosmetic to go along with it. I think it was like the frog that sits on your shoulder or something. I'm a
Hmm.
big fan of the team matching cosmetics. I think they go hard.
Yeah. If you can get your whole team to coordinate a cosmetic, even if it's just like a meme, even if you all coordinate to wear like the party hat or something, that's like plus points.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
I think a couple of times I've had I've been convinced by my teammates, and I've also convinced teammates to just wear like the Ellis cap or
Hmm.
some really baseline free hat that everyone has. I'm pretty sure I have a bulb bonnet from a time period long since past where me and my teammates would all wear the bulb bonnet during matches, and we would just run it.
You know what? But nothing really does beat the mythical beige or like the skin tone or yellow colored gibbous. I mean, there's you know the
Hmm.
history, you know the players. You can picture them in your head.
Yeah,
It's completely legendary. So that you always have to give that a shout out when you're talking about like coordinated items and stuff like that.
yeah. I don't know though. I can't really say for certain that anyone here has kind of piqued my interest. I mean, we do see the Wicked Witch of the West on screen right now as the medic is riding that broom through the choke. The medic for creature bit here has I mean they got some spells going on, that's for sure. As they move through this, they actually have a medal. Hold on, what's on this
What
medal?
do we got? What do we got?
Hard to tell. His hands in the way. What's on this here medal? I actually have no idea. This is a car. This is a car on the metal.
It's a little
This is a
cat face. It
car
looks
right
like
there. Little car. Little
little
car on
car.
the metal.
My car.
My car. My new car.
Yeah, sorry for the delay again, guys. I think there's just some server malfunctions going on here. Yeah, we got some tech issues going on right now, so bear with us, but we'll get it going soon. I think we should. I think I think what we might do is we might while this is getting set up, we're just gonna maybe hop over to a different match, maybe take a little bit of a break. Hard to say right now, but yeah, we just want to get you
Yeah.
guys some entertainment going on, so you're not just listening to us babble the whole time. So yeah, we'll be back in just a little bit with just a small break, and then once this match is underway or starting, then we will return with some process action for the first match of Newbie Cup number 9. We'll see you guys then.
On its block, block the light when I'm losing this life. It's a photo load of night that guides off. To find a buster when you find behind that man, you. There's something that moves. Look at me, I'm coming back again. Got a basic of love and a still forward. Need to know what I'm supposed to stand there. Just stay away. Talking all about it, and a better than me. Looking like a ghost of love, like a man. The whole day, and all this time. But the best of my life will let me on my mind. I'm so glad, I'm so glad. Today the ball to win. Coming down the road, leaving me up there. Meant to be, or meant to come me down. And if the love of your still turn this beat down by now. No, I'm it's better than I ever did. Looking at the ghost of love, feeling up the beat. Oh, instead of half the folks love. No, the best is of my life, and I'm on my mind. I'm still standing.
We're back, guys. We're going to be casting a different match in the meantime while they figure out that technicality stuff. But we're going to be hopping over to Bagel for Cabot's versus Fortress, I believe.
All right.
Yeah, we're back on the mid-round of Bagel. It looks like it's just pretty even right now, just in terms of map score. I mean, we have 1-1 going on right now. Pretty even map time. Red team sort of down a little bit of players, but just sort of still staying into mid, not really trying to go too much space. It looks like this is a pretty close round overall. Obviously, more time advantage for the red team right now as they're just trying to make a little bit more space towards the point, but the blue team Cabots, they already have control of point. They're not really trying to go too deep, not really risking anything major, but still trying to get some work done. We'll have to see what they want to do here. As there is a shove through right house, they're going to get Foxer Boxer from Silverman, and the scout runs through as well. Teddy Roosevelt is able to get that force onto
Mr.
Striders.
President, no.
Mr. President himself, the manliest president that's ever lived, is able to get that force all by himself. Dies for it, but that's exactly what you want right now. So big full ad for Fortress.
Yeah, full ad here for Fortress is going to make a pretty big dent in the hole that Cabots has right now. And when you're sitting on that 20-second ad, or time ad rather, it is dwindling a little bit as they struggle to get out from concrete. The Demo's bombs do get a little beef from splash damage. Knocks the stickies away, but they are going to pop pretty late into that push. They are going to section off that med, and that med is going to get taken down. Now it's going to be Torque getting taken down as well. Fortress here getting a very nice push, but there are still two players alive on top of the point from the side of Cabots. It is a soldier who is going to get downward directed from Aurelia here, is going to find Sergeant Splash, and Silverman is going to get taken down as well. That is essentially a wipe for the side of Cabots here, and I think it's not set in stone yet. Cabots does still have the opportunity to push out from concrete here. They don't have to try too hard to get out. Neither team has Uber, so realistically, Fortress can't forward hold too aggressively, or I guess too well, as they immediately
caught alone, though.
Ooh, yeah.
Curvebiter. Yeah, he's already just completely alone, but there's a Putis
with the
point.
Putis on the point.
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt is up on Putis.
Yeah, great Teddy Roosevelt. He's holding it down, holding down. They're able to find that demo pick early on, but oh my gosh, Angel doing so much work on the soldier is able to rain down directs onto the soldier, gets the scout as well in the meantime. Just massive picks right now. Here is the bomb from Marulio, though. Strider so low, not really going to be threatened, though, except for the spam. Is actually going to get taken down a little bit too aggressive from the medic there, and they're going to pop the Uber on the side of Fortress just immediately. And now they have this complete Uber to play with. They get Torque in the end of it, and it looks like Moki Man might be in a little bit of trouble, has his players to protect him, and they're just duking it on point now. This is overtime, so if they're able to hold off all of these spawners for just a little bit longer, this might be a 2-round advantage just early on into this.
Maybe. It is 3 players alive now, 1 spawning in. Sergeant Flash tries to jump towards the point, but does get taken down by Aurelia, getting themselves a 7-kill streak here. They're going to be bombing forward again, trying to land on a Torque. Doesn't do all too much damage now. Curbiter's going to get taken down here. They find the beam on the side of Fortress. So what was looking pretty strong for the side of Fortress has now turned completely on its head. They were holding with player advantage. You know, all they had to do was wait for those players that were already overextended to come in, and they didn't let that happen. They tried to take the fight into them, and that's a bit unfortunate. But now we have 3 spawners coming out from the side of Fortress trying to bomb forward. There's going to be Foxer, Boxer, and Kit getting taken down. No kills are being found. Aurelia and the man whose name I cannot read has been taken down. They've all died. Curbiter at the very last second tries so hard, tries his damnedest to make something happen, but you just can't do very much as a 1v6 situation there. So that is going to make the scoreline 2-1 in favor of Cabots here on Bagel, and that'll transition us into what is pretty much match point here, as the rounds only go up to 3 in the newbie cup here. So
it was looking so good for them early on, though, on the side of Fortress, right? I mean, they had it in overtime with over 20 seconds of time advantage, while it was ticking down for them, and they were getting picks, but they just kind of crumbled. It all sort of bunched on point, really just allowed themselves to get caught, and there's so much red HP coming out from the side of Fortress. That's 2 really early picks down on the side of Aurelia and Teddy Roosevelt, so not able to hold much more. And then the demo going down as well just means that there's really no way to hold down this space on point. Losing Fox or Boxer means that, yes, now it's time for the medic to run out, have to reevaluate, get together as a team, and just choose where we're going to push out. And they have to figure this out quickly. You have to remember, this is single elimination. This round is their last chance to make it to the next round of Newbie Cup. So they need to figure something out and quick. No more feeds, no more funny stuff. They just need to get together as a team. Let's choose a doorway. Let's get out together, and let's make sure that we're not trying to pop our Uber too early unless the medic is super close or anything like that.
Definitely. I think right now, Fortress has to kind of, they have to lock in, you know. They can afford to make a couple mistakes here, you know, they do have that time on their hands, but, you know, each mistake is going to add up, even the minor ones, so they need to make a decision on where they're going to go out fast. They do have a pretty good opportunity as Teddy Roosevelt finds the pick onto Strider here. That's going to be that med going down. That's a full drop as well, and that Uber did come out from the side of Fortress.
So many players behind, though. Silverman is going to be on the demo.
It's Silverman on that point. He is fighting a 1v5 at this point, but he's getting a lot of damage out, and now it's going to be Sergeant Splash trying to bomb forward, but it is a little bit of a beef, and is going to get taken down, but not before he finds Foxer Boxer for his troubles.
Nice pick to have. I mean, especially with the fact that you have such a longer, shorter spawn timer than that person that you do kills. I mean, that's actually completely worth to go for. Would have been better, obviously, if you got the medic in that. I mean, didn't have an Uber to really protect himself, but still not the worst case scenario if you're on their side right now. So, you know, the Foxer Boxer is going to be rolling out to mid, and with everybody still just sort of chilling in lobby on the side of Cabots, it's going to be a little bit harder for them to actually punish that. And then a nice little deck kill from Curbiter means that's another little
Sergeant Splash dead in left house.
Oh yeah, and there's so much damage there too, and they're gonna have to completely back up Silverman and Torque. Completely backing out, choosing to reassess. I mean, it's completely even Ubers at this point. I mean, just about, well, only 10% add or so, but that's really negligible on Bagel, really. So, you know, it's just going to be up to them to figure out where they want to go. No real forward hold coming, though. They have the 2 soldiers on right side, but they're not really buffed, and I think Boxer is in risk of dying here, is able to get away on such low HP, but actually Kit, able to get one, able to find the scout in the midst of the Uber as well, looking for more, and gets the kill on the Magical Girl. Really nice pick. We have Aurelia and Teddy Roosevelt going in super deep. They find Strider, but Torque able to get that pipe off when he needs to. Now back on the point right now, it's Sergeant Splash looking for the medic. He gets a lot of damage on different players, is able to find Kit and all of that, but no medic to speak of. So now it's going to be some actual major add there for the side of Fortress, and they're going to be able to do what they want with this. They have already whittled down a minute from that first loss that they had. So it's kind of up to them how they want to set the pace of this right now. More just choosing to chill on point for right now, though.
Yeah, I think Fortress here needs to really change up their momentum, and I think that's what they've decided they want to do. They want to take a couple more aggressive fights, and as we say that, it's going to be Silverman going way too far forward for the rest of his team to really support them, and they are going to die on top of that point. Now Sergeant Splash going to be taken out inside of the left house as the entirety, it seems, of Cabots tries to push up through the left lane from their side of the map. They do get pretty shoved out. That is going to be 1 player add for the side of Fortress as we wait for 2 players on Cabots to respawn. They are trying to edge away that cap time, but it's not going to work out too well as Magical Girl takes a bunch of damage on top of the point, and I believe we're witnessing a pause, and I think given the amount of time that has elapsed, I think it's possible that Fortress has taken home the dubski on this here round, and we might be seeing a 2-2 game.
Tactical, right? I mean, could. I think we're gonna cut this one short though, and we'll leave it up to what we figure out after. But we're gonna swap back to our original match that we wanted to cast it, as that is now going underway. If you guys bear with us for just a moment, we're gonna figure that out, and then we'll be right back live on that process match that we were gonna start with.
Alert. The control point is being contested.
Man, I am really, I'm kind of bummed that we don't get to see the rest of that bagel match, though. That was getting pretty hype there, especially going down to a 2-2. But yeah, we'll be able to see where that goes in the results of it. But going back to this process match right now, we are only 2 minutes in, 0-0, so nothing too much is taking place, except for the fact that Elysium has control of second right now. They are disad on second, and they're going to be having a few players getting caught right here, but still looks pretty dominant for them. There's the big Uber ad. Oh my gosh, a nuke coming out from Cyrebellum. Yeah. Finds one super early on, gets a little bit of damage onto KC Fraud. The Uber is back in advantage of Elysium right now. It looks like creatures might have an opportunity to push into mid if they want to. They do have Smeefy over in IT area, not really looking to push or anything, but now it's kind of back in a position where you really don't want to be, where you have Uber add into second. You really got to be posturing for this, and I don't like where Bit is standing right now, just way too far on point.
Yeah, this is
it's sketchy.
Yeah, this is sketchy. It's scary, and it does look like we're about to see Elysium get through this choke here. I think they want to take this Uber. They maybe want to take second without using, but no, they're going to pop as soon as they get through that choke. I don't know how necessary that is, but they are going to be able to take home second, so I guess it works out for them, but they are down by about 50% on this Uber now.
Smurfy,
maybe
though,
could have held on to it. They do have, Smurfy here inside of IT. He's hit. No one knows he's there. He could very easily try and find some kind of
Jonicle is in last, going
pinching.
for the world, though, and not able to find anything. But here's the counter bomb out from Smurfy, completely unspotted, and he's gonna get the kill on the medic. They had no idea that he bided his time for so long to not drive any suspicion towards himself. That is just an absolute money play if you're a flank player, right? That's exactly what you want to be doing. So now back in the favor of creatures here. They're probably gonna get it second completely for free. Only NG World just chilling and choke, maybe looking for a deck kill or something like that. Not gonna be able to find anything, but sort of just chilling right now. Big major ad though for a bit, and if they're going to take this quickly, this would be the time to do so. I mean, Cyrebellum with that NC metal, he has to know what's going on, right? He has to know that this is probably a great time to use the Uber if we just want to walk it through. They're not going to use immediately though, just trying to walk and drive without using this Uber. It's going to be a bomb from Jonicle looking for creature, going to force him super low and does get the force out. Amazing rockets from him from long distance are able to find something. It's probably going to be Ari and Jonicle caught out here, but that's completely fine if you're just going to get the Uber out. So now it's going to be...
Smurfy died though. That is
he
going
got a kill.
Yeah, they were able to get a trade. So it's not the end of the world for Elysium here. They're not going to get mid to lasted. But it is going to be a little bit challenging for them to hold on to this point. Unless, I mean, you have decided, or you have kind of put it into their mind that they should take these advantages. And I think... blue team here, creatures are going to be playing pretty far back. I mean, they're at their choke, they're building it out, and I think Elysium now is starting to spot, they're realizing this. It looks like they're getting themselves ready to push through the choke. A little bit of spam coming through and bullying Jameer Billy Bobby Senior the 7th, but, not preventing them from going through, but they've waited a little too long, and their ad has perished. They no longer have any more ads, so they don't have that opportunity to get through and try and take it. They don't have that opportunity to try and get through and take out Bit on the side of blue, but they do find Weird Twinkie here. Not sure where he was taken out, but they did get taken down, and that is going to give them a little bit of player ad. They might be able to find someone through the choke or even through IT and try to get some kind of sack. Not sure what the plan from Elysium is here, but hopefully they'll be able to make something work, and they won't be stuck in this kind of unending stalemate for too long.
Yeah, too long, hopefully. I mean, this is what we've seen before with process. This is a hard thing to figure out if you don't really have a consistent sack. And right now, if you're especially the person looking from mid into second, right? I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces here, so definitely a little bit of fear, a little bit of carefulness, but they're soon going to have to figure out how they want to do this sack, right? I mean, it's got to happen at some point. We can't just have this match end in a 0-0.
Yeah, I mean, even if the match did end in a 0-0, I mean, I know they don't do
still got to get one
for groups.
Right? Yeah,
but
We are
it's
counting
playoffs now, so it might just happen. And we do have Crimson trying to get through, making a little bit of space for his team. Is going to get counter jumped by Jonical here and does take a lot of damage. Now Demo's landing a lot of pipes on him. Demo does come through. Now they're running forward. A pan kill comes out from NG World as they find Crimson. Now Smurfy going to go down. Now Weird Twinkie as well. It's a massacre for the creatures here, but that is their 4-man attempt. They did try and go for something. It didn't work out for them, but they did at least try and make something happen here. They are going to lose mid for it, but their beam is going to live, and they might just get all of their spawners and forwards. Yes, they will.
Yeah, so they're going to be way better to hold second here. Still, they're trying to look for something through second here, actually calling off.
I don't know if you saw, but Jonical got in through IT. Does get spotted, though.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, he tried to get out, but not fast enough, so they kind of recognize that, hey, everybody's still here. This maybe isn't the freest second in the world, but actually, wow, gets the kill back. Nice little consolation prize for him. Means that really the counter-sack attempt shouldn't necessarily come out from the creatures. Still, you have to worry about it, but there's a less likely chance that they're going to be going for anything, so you can probably just reset, look for your sack plan, something like that. Would love to see them figure out what they want to do, hopefully doing something like either a fade into a bomb or just sending someone really, really fast through choke. We'll have to see what their plan is here, just giving up us at the moment. But you got to figure out something quick. You don't want to be letting this time go down if you know that you can get some points on the board, which for an aggressive team like Elysium, from what I've seen in their scrims, they just want to hold forward if possible and just rack up these points as soon as possible.
Yeah, you need to... I mean, if you're Elysium here, again, you've told me about how you are kind of you kind of drilled that they should be pressing the advantage as much as they often can.
Oh, definitely.
We haven't seen that just yet. Not to say they won't ever do it, but we haven't seen it just yet. Hopefully they'll be able to find something here through this choke. We need to see. I think something that has been lacking recently is the pressure for sacks, and that's just something I've noticed across the board. Is that
yeah, definitely.
When you think of sack pressure, you imagine baiting the eyes for your sacker to actually get in, or maybe even getting a pick if you're really lucky, getting that pressure. But we're not seeing a lot of that. We're not seeing eyes get drawn away from where a sacker tries to get through. We're not seeing any pressure really for these sacks. We're just kind of seeing them go dry. And, sometimes you can have a dry sack that does work, but in a situation like this, you need that pressure. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to get in. You're not going to be able to make anything happen unless you have a kind of pick to make things work. And as we see right now, Ari tries to go in through IT, and this is what I'm talking about. You don't have that pressure, and they're getting met by 2 players inside of IT. They're just going to get taken down there, and that's your sack attempt. You no longer have that window to try and get through. And you're actually going to start getting pinched from choke as the demo does get isolated, but Cyberbellum is able to find NG World, and now it's going to be How getting segmented off at the same time.
Casey
it might be a force here from the side of Elysium.
They're looking for that pick on the creature, but they're going to get it. They're going to get the force and just try to run with Jameer, just get him all the way out. It's going to be a hard challenge right now as Weird Twinkie is through the left corner. So they're going to get the medic pick super late there, but no real pressure onto Vit in that post because they had to take that Uber so aggressively just into him, and that Uber is going to last for a minute now. So now we have big Uber advantage with the creatures in control. They sort of squandered this Uber before, but hopefully they're going to be pressing on the gas now. A little bit of a demo bomb forward, just trying to get some space as the rest of his team's following. Crimson jumps down onto How, able to find a little bit of damage with a nice pipe out from Cyberbellum. A little bit of a snap from the lock and load. I mean, a little bit of an unfair weapon, but still commendable nonetheless. Means that's another pick that they could possibly use to work into last, and that's a free second for them.
Yeah, creatures are definitely having some major success right now. They had a pretty good, just isolating those players as soon as they got that one pick on the scout. They realized they had that advantage, and they saw that their players were a little too aggro on the side of Elysium, so they started pushing through that choke. Almost ended up badly for him. If Elysium was a little bit more coordinated and saw that demo, was pretty much in on his own, a soldier could have jumped him and absolutely obliterated him, and that would have ruined the chances for the creatures to actually get in. But the force does come out from the side of the creatures as they come in through door 5. They're going to be able to take down that gun. No stickies are cleared off the point just yet, though, as a soldier has not yet bombed. They are looking to get into right side heaven. They do beef the jump, but it doesn't really matter at the same time. 3 players are down for the side of the creatures, and that is the end of the push pretty much, unless the scouts and the demo can manage to get a bunch of cap time. They managed to find 2 players. The
early Yeti time!
The early Yeti time!
What is happening? And he gets it still!
Can't find anyone. Cyberbellum gets the sticky kill and manages to secure that round for the creatures, making the scoreline 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0 right now. Definitely just off of the back of that really bad Uber exchange that they forced the rest of Elysium into. This will be the first mid that we've really gotten to check out what's going on here. From just how it looked originally, it looked like Elysium had the mid win early on, so I'd love to see how they can replicate that right now.
Going into this mid here, I'm hoping to see maybe some kind of double bomb really from either team at this point. There's a lot of great damage coming out from the side of Elysium. If they can just get a bomb onto all, or sorry, a lot of great damage coming out from the creatures.
They're
If they
all
can get
bunched up.
a
Look
bunch
how
of good damage, but
creatures are right now.
you just
They're all
need
sitting
a
on top of
good
each other.
bomb coming out. That is a soldier jumping up onto Blue Crate here. It is going to be Jonical trying to contest the height, but does beat some of those rockets. Oh, Jameer Billy Bobby Sr. the 7th is going to get taken down by Smurfy here, but is going to get cheered up by KC Fraud. Now it's going to be salvage o'clock for the side of Elysium. They have to try and land onto Bit here, and it might be what KC Fraud is able to do as he is on rock, but he chickens out. He decides it's not worth it, and he is going to be running back all the way to second. So the creatures are going to be sitting pretty with full Uber ad as they walk into second, likely going to get this for free, not even going to have to think about using as NG World gets taken down from the pipes by Sire Bellum. They're not even going to attempt to hold on to second here, and I think that's the best decision they can possibly make at this point. But the Uber does get forced out from the side of the creatures.
A little bit of a saving grace, yeah.
Yeah, it does give Elysium at least a little bit of a chance to hold on to last. They can afford to set up that gun and build out some of the Uber while it gets set up, because you know the creatures are not going to take lobby space while they're sitting down at this bad of disad. I think they are miscalculating the disad, actually.
Yeah.
With how far back
really far back. You are correct. It's a little bit of misrecognition, but still better safe than sorry if you're not entirely sure. Maybe a few players poking into lobby, but just having the med build back, just make sure that no disasters are going to happen. And when you might not completely trust the in a mean way the ability of the rest of your team, you just want to make sure that there's absolutely nothing that could possibly happen to your poor medical man.
I mean, yeah, you have to minimize all of the potential risks that could come in the path of your medicine friend here. If he goes down, you pretty much lose any attempts of, getting able to, or being able to get into lobby or even last. We do have Pyro up on the side of Elysium, which, with your gun already set up at level 3, I would argue Pyro maybe not necessary, but maybe this guy's goated at Pyro. I mean, time will tell. They are going to be able to run forward. They are stuffing that Uber like crazy. So I'm eating my own words here. They die for it, but that Uber has practically been wasted. Now the counterpop comes out from Elysium here. All they have to do is find some picks. They do have 2 players down, but they have the Putus on top of the point. A lot of damage coming out from upper heaven, though. The medicine friend, the scout, the soldier in heaven. Oh, it's brutal as Elysium wipes here. The creatures are going to be able to make that score line 2-0 just from a great push. Despite the fact that they got their Uber stuff, they were able to find 2 of those picks early on, and it just kind of set the round in stone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also just the fact that they had that set up just to do that recollapse on us is just, it's completely what you want to see if you're going for this sort of aggressive Uber, right? They got 2 picks really early on. They were like, hey, we are totally fine just chilling right now. We'll just wait until we'll wait this Uber out and then pounce on it. A lot of early height pressure coming on early enough though from How and Jonical. Nobody really from the creatures is choosing to take height early on, but they've been content with this before and it's been working out for them. Lots of rockets and spam going down though, so they definitely have to worry about their HP right now though, but still getting a reasonable
damage on the Bit.
Coach. Yeah,
the beam for the side of creatures is already in sewer. He's out pretty much. Creatures can't hold on to this mid. They have to re-aggress through that sewer if they want to. And that's going to be a prime bomb target for their soldiers if they decide to go through. They're not going to go through with that, and they are going to go back pretty much holding evens on second. So I was going to comment earlier, Elysium was really split up on those mids. They had their demo and his scout over by left side looking at it from their choke, while the rest of their combo kind of went right side. They were a little split up, but I think they started to realize that. They started to try and move together. Demo started walking across the point as a lot of that damage started coming out. I was half expecting to see one of the soldiers from Elysium just land in the choke and obliterate everyone on the side of the creatures from behind because of how much damage was coming out, but didn't get to see that as there was so much damage from the demo and just soldier spam that Bit was forced to run away and concede that choke and concede mid in general. So Time will tell what the plan is from Elysium here now, as we do see the demo try and pressure through that choke, but no one is in a position to really sack. Maybe just spawning for some of that juicy info. Walks into a bunch of stickies though, which is very scary. Does bait out the debt. No sacks have come through just yet from either side.
They need to figure out how to sack. I don't know. This is the problem with Elysium. In their scrims, they were doing so much better with sacks and stuff like that, but now they just seem a little bit fearful. How is going to be going through, jumping through Al-Qaeda, not going to get in too deep, get some early damage off, but not able to find too much else. KC Fraud maybe caught in choke. Ari maybe looking for more as well, but a little bit overzealous right here as now is just the time to back up and expect a counter sack from the side of the creatures.
Donicle's pretty weak on top of Sewer here. Is going to have to drop down for that pack. I was pretty scared for Jameer Billy Bobby Sr. the 7th there while he was sitting inside of the choke. Took like 80 damage. I was expecting a bomb to come through that would just either get that force out or force out a drop or something. Does look like we have Smurfy inside of IT trying to, or sorry, not IT, Sewer. Trying to bully out anyone that's nearby. Maybe going to be able to find an opening sometime soon, as it looks like Elysium is kind of leaving it a little bit open from time to time. If they can line up that timing, it might be pretty big for them, as we do see a fight between Ari and Weird Twinkie inside of IT. Neither one of them is taken down. They both just back off from one another. A little bit of a skirmish, a slap fight, if you will. Neither team is sent to sack in, but it doesn't matter as KC Fraud gets taken down from a nice log pipe. And of course does come out from the side of the creatures though. What how bombing in, I guess lands some good damage. I'm not sure, but that is going to be Scooper bombing. What in the world? The scout is in deep on top of
so deep.
Oh my goodness.
Gets no damage onto the medics, so that's major, right? I mean, it's great to keep your med down, and they're not fear of having to force their Uber out too early. I mean, we have Creature in, but he's Crimson. I mean, he's completely spotted. So maybe they don't have to worry too hard. Smurfy or Smurfy already bombing in. Now he gets one rocket off, not going to force out Jameer. Jameer with balls of steel holding onto this Uber for dear life right now. And they have this still in their control. There's a minute remaining on the round timer, so they need to figure out what they want to do quick. KC Fraud going to be dueling and choke. Going to find Weird Twinkie. And this might just be the time to press in the gas right now and just use this Uber out if you have it.
Yeah, this is a pedal to the metal moment.
Yeah, they bait out the debt. There's a lot of red HP. So slowing down for a little bit. Ari going in super deep with a little bit of a feed right now. But here comes the Uber. And there's no Uber to contend with for a few more seconds. Bit about to get in just a few seconds. He has it 100%, but he has to force in one. Here comes the counter Uber through one. It's just going to be one scout right now looking for the demo.
They do bombing onto the point. One nice rocket onto Jameer Billy Bobby Sr. the 7th. Doesn't quite land the kill onto him. They do find What How and NG World for him there, but it is not looking good for either team here. We might be seeing a mid-reset as neither team has capped the point. Maybe the creatures are going to commit to pushing through, but with Smurfy taunting here on the fence, I think they're just going to commit to having the round flip over and waiting for another attempt on mid. There's a little bit of cap time coming out from the side of Elysium as they try and put the pedal to the metal and get in and maybe make something happen, but not quite anything able to be made there, as 11 minutes remain in the match. We still are on the scrim timer, so once those 30 minutes are up, it is donezo. Whoever has the most points is gonna move on to the next round of playoffs. Scoreline is 2-0 in favor of the creatures as we go into this next mid, where Sire Bellum is actually much quicker than the rest of either team, really. Does get fast rolled out on by Jonicle, but doesn't quite find the damage that they need to force the demo away, but it doesn't matter as NG World finds a nice Hail Mary pipe onto Sire Bellum. That's 2 players down now as Smurfy goes down on the side of the creatures. A high bomb coming in from Jonicle, lands on top of Sewer. Very nice spot to land on. Does almost catch out the beam there, but not quite. It is able to get away, but the players are jumping through the choke now. If they can get a high bomb off of the wall here, it looks like they might, but not quite, as What How is just a little bit too slow, but it doesn't matter really. I mean, they've got so much space here for absolutely free, essentially. They hardly dropped anyone, if anyone at all. And now all they have to do is set up some kind of sack. I mean, they're not going to have a gun set up in time on the side of the creatures, so it's really up to Elysium to decide what they want to do here. But
going to drop
KC Fraud.
And What How probably caught as well.
And What How too.
Yeah. It's a little bit too close to the doorway there. It means he get caught, so You know, that's the problem with being in lobby for too long. You're just really risking just being in harm's way, just being in that tight and close space. Those rockets just tear you to pieces, and that gives so much time for the rest of creatures to get a level 3 gun up, and they're going to get that gun on point. Settling in right now, Scooper actually on the sniper right now. Not sure what his plan is for peeking out aggressively. Looks like he's just holding 4 right now, waiting for a little overzealous player to peek their head in. But now it's up to Elysium to figure out what their plan is, sacking into last right now.
Yeah, Elysium has to find some way to peek in. They don't know about that sniper just yet, but I'm sure they'll find out relatively soon. Casey Fraud is going to be able to get revenge onto Smurfy here and take him down. They do drop Ari here. They found out they have a gun as Whathao tries to go in for a sack. The timing on that may have been a little off, but NG World finds Crimson here, so it does even out.
Scary.
No soldiers alive on the side of the creatures, but that sniper has such a good sight line. If the beam backs out or decides to come into lobby and backs out at the inopportune time, they walk onto the stairs. The Uber pops out early. They're going to come in through 3. They need to take down this gun very quickly. They managed to find it. No Putis swap just yet. Does look like Frontier Justice crits are going to come out from Weird Twinkie as they find Jonicle. Now the counter pop does come out from the side of the creatures, and they're just going to be able to wipe out the rest of Elysium here. Whathao in rollout, the last man standing essentially. But look, Ari is up in nest, tries to go for the back half, but does get spotted. Immediately tries to run away.
Ari, run! Get out of there!
Gets out through 1, is going to get spotted by the other soldier there, and is taken down by Smurfy.
Yeah, a little bit of an impossible escape route there, but you know, nice try nonetheless. Seems like the plan really was to just go for that Uber onto point, try to get some sort of recollapse after the Uber that they forced out, but they had a little bit of a hard time fighting the medic who was just inside of the dispenser on the ground there, so just meant that the Uber was so much better that there was really no chance for a possible recollapse either. So now somewhat even Ubers, about 10-20 ad to work with here if you're on the side of creatures, depending on how you build. They could figure out a way to get their way into mid right now, but probably just content with building it up, waiting for the enemy team to sack and just going from there, right? I mean, you already have 2 rounds in your favor if you're on their side right now.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, scrim config. So, I mean, there may be some people who aren't familiar with the scrim config. I guess, you know, maybe they just don't think about it all too often in a match kind of context. But you can really just park the bus here and get whatever you want done. That is going to be a demo bomb coming through from the side of the creatures. And they do section off a lot of the players from the side of Elysium, but there's not going to really be any picks coming out of it. Sire Melon does die for that bomb.
It's so low.
It's so low inside of the choke. Whathao is going to be able to section him off and find that pick. Now it's going to be Weird Twinkie and a soldier very low on the point. That's going to be Crimson going down at the same exact time. It's just Scooper on the side of the creatures living on mid.
2v1.
Might be able to find Whathao here. Maybe might be able to find Jonicle too. Does find him. Maybe going to be able to find both. Yes, he will.
Oh man, I would have taunted right there if I was
the
Scooper,
scout 1v1 from Ari coming in. Does manage to salvage it though and make sure mid stays in control of Elysium.
What a fight. Holy crap. That was just an absolute brawl right there.
Ari's going in.
Ari's going in. A little bit overzealous. Cyberbell able to clean Ari up with a few stickies, so she's going to have to maybe slow down just a tad bit after getting that 1 kill to avenge her team, but now back to kind of where we were before, even Ubers. Few people poking through these flanks though. That's the thing about creatures, is they're not content with just sitting on point. They have people in these flank routes right now communicating with their team what's going on. And I think that's kind of the major linchpin of what's setting them apart right now, is they're just way more willing to put pressure on other avenues right now, and they're getting a lot done from it.
Yeah, the creatures are definitely more focused on watching these flanks and making sure people can't get in at inopportune timings. You know, obviously they can't watch everything all at once. They're going to have to take, you know, time to get healed and buffed and whatever.
Oh my gosh, he almost gets NG down to 3 HP as he's cowering in the corner waiting for his bow right now.
Yeah, curled up in the fetal position, waiting for his med to give him an arrow.
Please, 1 bow, just 1 bow.
So many lock pipes coming through the choke. They hit Jameer, Billy Bobby Sr. the 7th, down to like 50 HP, almost kill him from that splash alone.
Almost gets a kill and almost gets killed himself. That was a really tight scenario there in that T area. Again, we need to see the sack out from Elysium. The time is ticking off, and you need to get around now if you're going to have any sort of contention in the rest of this game. They just got to send someone. Here comes Whathao, though. As soon as I say that, just looking for the sack. A double bomb coming in. Jonicle to follow. Whathao has still so much HP. He's going to be forcing Bit out super low. They are able to get Smurfy back. Rest of the players from Elysium are still pushing forward right now. Jonicle taking down the last stint, so now it's just Ari and Jameer looking for anything they can. Jameer running for his life right now. Cyberbellum hot on the trail right now as the soldiers do follow. So
Cyberbellum's bombing forward.
He's looking for it. They want this medic so badly. Ari's still in dueling though, getting
He can't get out of choke. He's stuck here.
Well,
Ari finally matches up with him.
how does Ari live that with Jameer as well? They're actually both able to get out. That's super surprising to me. I mean, they're going to lose the mid in return, but keeping themselves in this round is major. They have a lot of pressure and choke right now, maybe looking for somewhat of a refight, which is honestly not the worst idea. You have 4.5 minutes remaining. You got to go for something at this point.
Yeah, I mean, with
barreling. Oh my gosh. Ari is just pushing forward over and over and over again. Sometimes it's not working, but you know what? You gotta be fearful of it if you're on the side of the creatures.
Oh, there's a fight in IT here. Ari's taken down to basically 1 health. I thought they were going to crater there. I'm going to be so honest with you. I thought they had just fell from just high enough to get taken out by a crater, but no, they are going to survive on that 4 HP, and Ari is just really doing a lot of probing damage. I mean, they're just trying to get through. Whathow does try and get through, but the rest of his team is soon to follow. They might be giving up on this ambition to push through. No, they won't. They're going to be covering right side of Soldier Bomb does come out from Crimson. They are going to get that force out from the side of Elysium here. It is going to be Crimson trying to get away, and is going to be successful with it as well. Now the counter pop coming out from the side of the creatures. Not
Smurfy
not going to be able to find anything, but wait a minute, yeah, Smurfy being in here is going to find Jameer Billy Bobby Sr. the 7th, and that's going to be pretty detrimental for Elysium here. They might not be able to recover from this in a fast enough fashion. I don't know how possible it is to get,
it's gotta be a force or a med kill or something like right about now.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to get something done instantly. I mean, you have to be ready to get that instant response back, but they just don't have it, and that's going to be
almost gets it.
Casey Fraud and Whathow going down. NG World now, Jonical as well. Both players there, or all 4 players there, are going to be dying. It's 2 separate spawn waves here, as there's only 2 men standing to hold on to last here. Ari on the Pudis could maybe mount a last stand if Creature is able to get in really quick, but it does look like it's just going to be Cyrebellum and Bit peeking in through 1. They don't have Uber just yet, but it won't really matter at the end of the day when they get it. Elysium's not going to be able to get it in time to really contest. The Sentry does get taken down twice. They're not really able to get up those defenses, so time will tell on what the creatures are going to do here. Realistically speaking, they could just park the bus. That is going to be a very fast demo bomb through 1 here, but not a lot of damage coming out. The stickies haven't been cleared off the point. It is going to be Smurfy trying to get in through right side, but is going to get met by Whathow. They are going to trade on top of the point here. 2 players down on the side of Elysium. Now 2 players down on the side of Creature as well. And now KC Fraud going down at the last moment. This could be pretty bad for the side of Elysium. They lose their heavy. Ari has died. The Uber does come out from the side of Elysium as they stand on top of the point
versus
here.
The world right now. It's dire.
Cyrebellum getting in with stickies all over the point. Now it's going to be a Weird Twinkie getting a lot of cap time. Cyrebellum going to be able to find Jonical. It's just 2 players standing with no health on top of the point. The demonstrators are going for the pan. The scout, Casey Fraud, is trying to get in there at the very last moment. Hits and gets air shot by Smurfy, and that is pretty much the final round here. I mean, it is possible to get a mid to last in a minute 50, but there's no way for Elysium to claw back 3 rounds at this point. As my best friend would say, it is Jove. It is Jover for them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a. I mean, obviously.
Whoa, fast roll coming in from Whale, landing on top of Cyrebellum. Does a lot of damage, but it's probably going to get taken out for it.
Yeah, it's
and the counter jump from Smurfy. Oh, it's just not. I mean, if Whathow was able to get that fast roll out in the last round and take down Cyrebellum, I think that could have worked out pretty well at the same exact time, but I don't know. They do find Crimson here inside of the choke, which is pretty helpful. They do still have a minute to try and get a mid to last done here. This is absolutely possible to at least make the scoreline 3-1 here. You know, it ain't over till the fat lady sings, so you just have to try and make your way through choke and get onto that last as soon as possible. This is definitely a leave one and go moment as Ari is getting a lot of space forward, but does get cut off by Scooper, and now the counter push, I think, is about to come out from the side of the creatures. It does look like we have Jonical inside of lobby, is going to get the air shot onto Smurfy, but not before getting traded out at the very last moment. 30 seconds remain on the clock. Whathow going to be taken out inside of rollout. Now both of the Ubers are going to get popped on top of the point. It's looking so much better for the side of Elysium. They're going to be able to find Scooper here. It is Cyrebellum on top of the point, and now NG World going for the pan. At the very last moment. He's a man with a pan. He's got a plan too. He's looking for anything and everything. It's Jameer Billy Bobby Sr. the 7th getting bullied on the point all on his lonesome. And 10 seconds left on the clock. A bomb coming in from Whathow going for a garden now, jumping towards one, going to be able to land on
this is a
top of the
spoon!
beam. Bit doesn't go down to the spoon, but does go down to the final rocket, and the
That's
final
GG.
kill of the game is going to be Smurfy onto NG World as we wrap this process match up 3-0 in favor of the creatures, and GG's all around. Genuinely, what a great match.
Yeah, it was a banger to say the least. That did feel rough, right? But not the worst thing that you could have hoped for, right? I mean, they were still able to get a lot of work done when it came to the mids and stuff like that. If you're on the side of Elysium, but creatures, I mean, their coordination and their willingness to play in these flanks and just be fluid as they need to be, it really just shows how adept that they are. I don't know if there's a lot of experience in these players or just their coach who's just been doing good. I know it is Mob and Hami, who are two very seasoned players in their own division themselves. So I imagine they probably had a big hand in making sure that all these players were whipped into proper shape.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I do have the logs here, which I can give
Ooh, I would
in
love to
our
see.
super secret, super awesome secretive underground casters chat right here. And I mean, of course, you got to filter it by that DPM, and we see Sire Bellum here I mean, oh my goodness,
Oh my
actually,
gosh. Yeah, 23-5 is absolutely
23,
absurd.
9 and 5, 378 DPM.
Woo!
To put that into context here, they have almost double the damage of Jonicle, who has 6,688. Sire Bellum has 11,092 damage total for that entire game. So they're definitely doing a lot of logs padding.
Yeah, definitely.
They're bullying a lot. They're getting a lot of that zoning damage as well. Just absolutely obliterating and really defining, who controls what point. Sire Bellum was able to get a lot of bombs off that probably shouldn't have been able to get through, but he was able to get through with them nonetheless. And I think something else to point out is Jameer Billy Bobby Sr. the seventh died 10 times that game compared to Bit, who died twice. So the scouts being able to deny those bombs and having their eye on the sky is definitely something that is much stronger in favor of the creatures this time around. But I do think that Elysium has a strong chance to improve and drastically turn things around if they were to go for an actual RGL season of Newcomer. I don't think they would be pretty bad
talking to these
at
guys.
all.
They want to keep their whole stack and just go to Newcomer straight after this. So yeah,
That's the
I'm really
drive you like to see.
Yeah, I love to see it as well. And it just kind of shows their motivation as well. Obviously, it sucks that they didn't show up today, but making it to playoffs itself is already an achievement in itself. You have to play for such a long time on day one and just keep your consistency high. And they were able to make it to when they needed to. So, big shout out to them. Very happy I got to coach these guys. But again, creatures, hope to see these guys almost in the finals. I mean, these guys are playing hot right now.
Yeah, I mean, the creatures I think are going to have a pretty clean path through to potentially the finals here, as their next matchup is going to be up against Fortress, who we briefly covered on Bagel a little bit earlier. And looking at the match, I don't know if we looked at either of these guys earlier or we plan to at some point, but Billy's $9 and Girardi Drinkers are going to be facing one another. Not sure on which map. But yeah, up in those semis, whenever we get that match information, whenever we get sent over there, those two teams are going to be duking it out in the semifinals. And it will determine who moves on to that bronze match and who is going to be knocked out of the bracket for good. So
yeah, 100%. And I mean, you have to remember that we're going into best of threes now, Eki. This is when the pedal goes to the metal in terms of these matches. We're going to be getting to really know these going on inside their brains. Just possibly going and doing the Tour de France on all three of the Newbie Cup matches. So, very very excited to see.
yeah,
But yeah, I think we're gonna wait for just a little bit longer. Just so we can get all the matches set up, get the connects and all that jazz. But before we go on a break or anything, I just wanted to let you guys know about our sponsor. That is liquid.tf. Premier marketplace for buying cheap unusuals. These guys have supported us. They're actually making it possible for all of these players to receive medals for the first time ever for Newbie Cup. So that's going to be sick just to show off in game. I wish I had a Newbie Cup medal when I participated, like I said before,
Me
but
too, man.
these guys rock. And if you guys are ever looking for a unusual at a cheaper price, almost 80% off of the market price on backpack, um, they are able to provide. So highly recommend if you're in the market. Regardless, if you guys just wanted to support us and show them a little love, you could just do us a favor by clicking on the link in the message as well. But yeah, I think we're gonna take a very short break. We already have some stuff coming up, but we'll just be back in maybe like 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll catch you guys in the best of 3 rounds and semifinals of Newbie Cup 9. So we will see you guys then.
I see through the bricks to the sea, crumbling castle. Waters rising up, thick and green, crumbling castle. Inching closer each century, crumbling castle. Are we safe in our citadel? Look upon our condition, crumbling castle. You would not believe where I'm from, crumbling castle. We wait for the death that does not come, crumbling castle. Dug over hole in God's acre, crumbling castle. We have even said our last rites.
We are back, everybody. Back to the best of 3 stage. I told you guys we wouldn't be long, but we're going to be underway with our first best of 3. I'm very excited. This is really when the pedal hits the metal in terms of Newbie Cup, and we get to see probably some of the best matches. I don't know. There's something special about a best of 3. Just seeing teams adapt, seeing new strats come out. Some of the more bottom of the barrel strategies. If you're a little bit of a gimmicky player, stuff like that. But yeah, we're going to be going live here in just a minute. But this is going to be Billy's $9 versus the Girardi Drinkers. That team name cracks me up every single time. But 2 teams that we've gotten to cover so far on their respective matches. So I'm actually very excited to see how this plays out, how they've developed since day one. But yeah, I think that this will be very interesting. In terms of map pick order, we are going from process into goalie, and then if we go to a map 3, then it's going to be bagel.
Yeah, I do believe that is the correct order, and I'm gonna keep saying it. It's a damn shame that these teams don't pick Bagel as one of their first two guaranteed maps. I am a little sad that we haven't seen much Bagel love in terms of playing it as one of your guaranteeds in a best of
Mm-hmm.
three. It is just the decider. It's relegated to that kind of position, but I understand it. It's a little weird to transition from like a 5 CP mindset into a cough mindset or vice versa, especially if you have to play them back to back to back.
Yeah,
And it's
definitely.
definitely really taxing on like your mental, and it can be pretty taxing on the voice as well. You've got to Koth is a little bit more chaotic, especially in those lower divisions, as you see, a little bit more chaos is rampant. You have a lot more open areas that you can just kind of waddle in through a lot of the time. So it is definitely. I completely understand why teams put it as their decider, but just do it for the vine. Put it in as one of your
Mm-hmm.
guaranteed maps. Come on now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe it's the one that you always have to imagine, but um, yeah, this should be still be a banger. I don't. I think we're going to see some Bagel. I
Oh
think
yeah.
that I don't know. I'm just getting a sneaking premonition that I think this first match might go to a map 3. I don't know why I'm thinking this or why I'm feeling this, but something is telling me.
I have a good feeling. I have a strong feeling that we are going to see a map three as well. I just think that these two teams are very strong in their own right. And to assume that we wouldn't have a map three, regardless of who you are, would be a little silly. I think both of these teams, they know each other's weaknesses most likely, and they're from what we've seen. In either day we've covered both of these teams, they're both pretty strong. They have strong
Mm-hmm.
mechanics. They have a strong understanding of the game. Time will tell. We do have production gambling on Girardi, so maybe Siyo curse kicks in and they lose. But
Yeah,
who
just anything
knows?
to
As we
speak
see
of.
Orange Panda going in onto D very fast, but a counter
Oh
jump
my
comes
gosh,
out from
Bunsey.
Bonesy, and that's immediately a player down for the side of Girardi Drinkers. They're not going to be able to do much on this mid unless they can maybe pick up Mung on the far right side. Katrina maybe dying here, as well as a pipe comes in from the top rope as D takes down Katrina there. That's going to be two players down for the side of Girardi Drinkers, as we now have $9 with an open season. Very, very easy way to push in through that choke. They're not going to have those spawners there in time, even if Orange Panda could get there. They still have that player ad. They could very easily waddle through and try and take that player advantage exchange and then just duke it out for last. But D's already got the right idea, trying to get some pipe spam through onto the point, bully whoever he can,
Oh, here's
keep
the
those
bomb
traps
though.
up. Yeah, the sack
Bonesy in
does
with
come
one.
through. Bonesy,
Looking for
one
Gummy.
rocket.
Oh, he gets
Oh
denied
my
though.
goodness, Gummy gets out fully into
Amazing
lobby here.
serve, yeah. Yeah, Gummy
With Gummy
definitely a
out
seasoned
all the
medic.
way into lobby there, though, that could have been a good time, even if you lose your soldier there, to try and get in and do a little bit more damage through the choke. Since their beam is going to be so far away, their players are isolated, they don't have those heals for that combat. But you know what? It doesn't matter. As we transition into this mid-fight, Bonesy and Serious Burb are both dead. So, they're down a lot of potential damage and saving graces. D does crater here, and so does Sant Bowser. So another two players down for the side of $9. Counterbomb does come in from Bonesy, lands onto Rayo here, but now Bonesy's caught inside a sewer, is going to get taken down by securities fraud. They're going to have to cling desperately onto, well, actually, maybe not, as Mung is able to
Yeah,
find
Mung's
securities
bossing
fraud
up
and
right now.
equalize that player count. So, little boss up from Mung there, as you would say, and that definitely makes it a little bit easier for $9 to hold on to second here. And I think we're going to see a situation that we're all too familiar with, where it's sack o'clock and we have to wait for these two teams to make something happen.
Yeah, they got to figure it out quick. Again, we don't want to see a repeat of last where nobody really figures out how to sack into second. But unless it's specifically Bonesy, this guy knows for sure. But they're going to have to figure out something quick. They already have the pressure into sewer, which I love to see. I love to see teams in sewer poking and just getting a bomb through choke. And here comes the bomb. Orange Panda doing a little bit of a weaker bomb, not able to find too much, so it's probably going to call off the attempts now for the rest of Girardi Drinkers. We still have some players poking through Al-Qaeda. Securities fraud taking super, super low is going to grab the pack on the way out. But now it's just kind of up to You know, $9 if they want to do a counter sack back almost instantly. They're sort of just chilling though. Maybe just didn't have the HP to do it as soon as they wanted to. So slowing down to a little bit of an even spot.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Bonesy's going in deep. Lands on top of the beam. 2 rockets.
Oh, get the force.
Get the force out. I thought they didn't get it, but they were able to get it out. They're going to have to send in their
Austin,
demo.
though. Austin in the skybox looking for more, but here comes the instant fear pop from the side of $9. They don't want any. But D already caught through choke, is going to get caught out himself, and there's a bomb in along with a scout onto the blue medic. Katrina able to find the medic in the back end though, so that's medic for medic. Gummy down, Bobman
Austin's
also
probably
down.
going to get taken down by Serious Burb inside of his own choke here. Is zoning him off pretty well though, and does manage to get him back away. Bonesy jumps in and doesn't even have to move too much.
Trade after trade after trade, here they come.
It's just so many trades back and forth.
On top of him.
They won't stop.
It.
The violence never ends.
I can't believe it.
It does look like Gummy has both of their scouts up on second, though, so they are going to be able to hold on to it, at least for a little bit, if not, you know, indefinitely. I do think they have some spawners up. It is 5 players on second. Orange Panda is going to have to roll out all the way from last, but I do think at the end of the day it won't really matter. I do think that Girardi Drinkers is going to be able to hold on to second here, and we're going to see pretty much a mirror of what we just witnessed, where now it's up on $9's shoulders to try and get a sack in and force their way through that choke. And as we say that, it's going to be Bonesy going in. 1 nice rocket onto the beam, 2 nice rockets onto the beam, but not quite able to get Gummy.
Yeah,
D trades out with Rayo though, so the players are even. So yeah, I think that was an instant counter sack attempt coming out from Rayo, as you know, as should be. You know, that sack came through, they got the pick, and immediately as soon as that pick came through, it was just full send mode, and I admire that. I admire the.
You gotta be pressing your advantage if you have the opportunity to. But you know, amazing lift from Gummy again. They're just showing a lot on the ability to just serve out and just be where they need to. You know, absorb their the cushion of their team to be able to keep themselves safe. So now it's kind of back to the even situation. All eyes are on Bonesy right now as he's looking for the bomb attempt. Kind of messes up the bomb through choke right now, but this you can tell. Just from how he's playing, this is the roamer soldier, and a good roamer soldier at that. Is now he has catapulted himself through choke, all the way high in the air, looking for Gummy. Gummy surfs way up to upper IT, but Bonesy's still alive, able to get the force on Gummy super late. Ooh. Nobody's really able to deny Bonesy out of the air, and so he just gets that completely for free. So now giant Uber ad. Uber popped out immediately though.
He's sent up into the atmosphere. Does manage to find Austin as he goes through, and now going to be able to jump up to pipe. Doesn't know about Orange Panda behind
Katrina in behind as well too, looking for the medic and the demo,
know.
and there's so many fights happening across the board right now. Rayo gets that 1 kill. Oof. Katrina not able to find another, so Rayo still in behind, and Rayo gets a second as well. Serious Burb cleaned up on the rollout. So 2 picks now. It is going to be a little bit of Uber ad for the side of Girardi Drinkers actually, because they were able to force the Uber out from Bobman immediately after Gummy was forced in IT. I wasn't able to catch it on my screen, but I believe Rayo just immediately saw the bomb in and bombed him himself, and Rayo finally going to go down after getting 2. Still a valiant effort and able to do what he needs to do when it comes to it. So, you know, they're going to be able to get the Uber on last if you're on the side of Girardi Drinkers, but not without a little bit of trouble. And obviously being on your last, it's a little bit scarier than being on second, just by virtue of the fact that, you know, 1 more point cap means that there's a round against you. And with such a low scoring game to this point, every single point does matter. Nice little trap kill coming up from Austin though.
Yeah, Mung getting taken down there is definitely not what you want to see if you are on the side of $9, and that Uber is going to come out from the side of Girardi Drinkers as they rush through. It's going to be Bobman getting taken down there, so the beam for the side of $9 has been taken down. Girardi Drinkers has effectively secured second for themselves with minimal effort there, and they're going to have Uber still in their back pocket. They're going to be able to hold on to 2 here. They do have Rayo capping as the rest of their combo waddles forward. Mung tries to get the pick onto the beam. Nice. Uber does come out, a little bit of a fear pop, maybe trying to save some of their players, not too sure, but they are going to be able to section off Bobman.
Help Bobman!
Someone help this man!
What a surf from him.
Nice surf nonetheless, but Rayo does find Bobman at the end of the day. Orange Panda going to be able to find D now. Sirius Burb going to be trading out with Orange Panda, and they are going to be able to find Sirius Burb right at the tail end of that fight as well. So it is pretty much over here, this mid fight, as they have 3 players down again. Bobman dying a second time. This is going to give Gummy about 50% Uber ad, maybe a little bit over, maybe just a hair over. Not too sure what that will shake out to be, but it looks like it'll be about 50%. And we're just going to have to wait to see what they want to do. Hopefully they realize this is huge, gigantic, ginormous, jamina ad as they walk on in through that choke. That's the ideal situation here, but maybe they do a slight miscalculation. But no. They know what they want to do. They have that plan up in their heads already. They're already through that choke. Now just waiting for Bonesy to come in. Gets denied by Gummy with an arrow. But wait a minute. They don't know about Sandbowser in behind them.
Oh, trade slow with Rayo. That's
Rayo.
actually major. You don't want to let that happen. They're going to use the...
They use that Uber, but they drop 3 players in the meantime as well.
I mean, I guess he gets second, but now you have to really worry about this Uber being used back into you. I mean, positioning on this point for this long, honestly, even right now, is just a bit scary. So I would love to see them sort of chill and choke. Make sure that nothing catastrophic can happen, especially since they have so many players rolling out. I mean, here comes 3 players, and 2 of them had to get denied onto second. So it's going to be a little bit until everybody's here, but now we see on the other side $9. They have pretty much the entire gang up in 2. 6 whole hot, sweaty men all the way up in 2 right now, and they're going to use that immediately. But a nice kill from Austin means that they're not going to have much. But on the back end of things, Rayo and on West is going to be dealing with Mung. Oh, but Mung on the heavy. Is he able to hold though? Barely able to on 25 HP. Is going to get that back cap attempt sealed away. So super close attempt with maybe just a 1 more direct rocket onto his face would have been a little bit more scary, but still good nonetheless. And also Gumby was able to get out of as well, just by virtue of Austin being able to find that trap kill. I love what I'm seeing right now from them. They're not giving them a complete inch right now, at least without a counter punch in return. Bonesy going to be going in super deep, finds Rayo. Rayo maybe splatting, does splat on the red box, but here comes the Uber from red team is right now. Dry drinkers are going to be looking forward, not able to find too much, and down 3 players means that Gummy is in
Sandbowser bombs in from behind, lands a nice rocket onto Gummy. Gummy's able to surf it out, though. They pick up the tiny pack, they're in sewer, and they get taken down. Sandbowser by Orange Panda. Let's get traded out by D here, but now
Katrina!
Oh my goodness, Katrina bossing up like a madman here is going to be able to save Gummy for, like, I don't even know how many times that is now. It's like the 4th, 5th, maybe 6th.
Yeah, I know, they are dynamic right now, those 2. You can tell that the Pockets Got synergy is really coming in clutch right now.
Oh my goodness.
Gummy staying alive despite the odds yet again, just an amazing meta play and just great recognition with the surf and stuff like that. Means that they have a little bit of ground to stand on. This isn't going to be as dire as it would be with that bad of a situation, being down 3 and being forced to use your Uber, not really finding much for it, but now they're just sort of chilling right now. Just
Bonesy's looking to get through, going for the high bomb, does beef it a little bit, but does land on top of the point. That's 1 nice rocket onto Gummy, but Gummy lands the crazy surf yet again. Bonesy's gonna get taken down. The Uber does come out from the side of $9, and it doesn't look like Gummy's gonna be able to use in time. They're at 95, I believe. Oh no.
Oh, and a major wipe with 4 players up on the side of $9 means that this one sends someone into last. They have people on the point already, and the cap is going to go through no spawns for 2 seconds, so that's going to be round 1 for $9.
Yeah, round 1 going into their hands like that. I mean, dude, that is so unfortunate. I mean, even $9 there, Bombman says, Gummy, I saw you on 95. That's so unlucky. And I mean, there's no other way to phrase it. Maybe tragic is another word that you can use to describe that unfortunate series of events for poor Gummy there. You know, all that work to survive these crazy surfs throughout that entire round.
Yeah, just to not get the Uber in time. It's tragic, really.
Just an unfortunate series of events, but if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. In that round looked pretty destined to go into the hands of $9. So, you know, now new round, new you get to turn this round into a win for yourselves. Maybe if you're on the side of Girardi Drinkers as Bonesy goes in for the high bomb, lands into the sad corner, tries to land on top of Gummy, does get a nice rocket, and now it's going to be Sirius Burb getting in on behind Gummy. Now Rayo going to be able to find Sirius Burb. Katrina going to be able to find Sirius.
Austin gets
coming out from Austin, but D gets 3.
Oh my God, what a noob.
As well. We could go band for band on the nukes here happening from either team. I mean, goodness gracious.
It was just also amazing that, you know, Austin was just able to get that 1 sticky onto the medic, dead it as soon as the pipe hit as well.
He dies, that's too late on the rollout trap.
Mong surfed in as well, hit by the rocket, is going to be able to clean up Orange Panda. kiting around a little bit. He's going to back up
Wow.
into IT, possibly get out right now. Looks like he's able to. But a little bit of an overheat for D, missing that debt. But can't forget about how much D is doing on these mids as well. That was just an absolute dominant play from him.
Yeah, I mean, D securing second for $9 there just by absolutely obliterating that mid. Insane play. You got to put that one in the montage. Get the clip from the stream, get the cast reaction and everything like that. Put that inside of your frag montage for the year. But we do have a pause coming out as we see the rest of $9 gearing up to maybe start sending themselves through to second. Neither team has Uber here, so they could try and take the dry fight, which I'm assuming they may do once D gets through choke and gets healed up and everyone's buffed. I think they may just take it, but also, who's to say that it's not a crazy push? They completely wipe Girardi here, and they end up taking home a point, and Girardi has to, take attack.
Yeah, this actually isn't the worst time for attack as well. I generally prefer doing attack early into the game, just so you can ice out what you've seen as well. Usually teams are going to show their hand by the 10 minutes of gameplay. So if you're going to attack by then, you're usually going to get a pretty good idea of what is generally going to happen, and what you actually just need to adjust as well. I mean, there's been things that have been happening on mid that are definitely not ideal, especially what happened to Gummy and just how they were sort of shoved in the corner. Maybe just want to clean up that position, figure out what they want to do differently on mid. If this is an attack, though, which honestly, we kind of like metagaming a little bit, me and you trying to figure out if it's attack or attack. This one is kind of hard to figure out necessarily. This could easily be more of a technical pause right now where one player disconnects and they just have to wait until it gets back on the server or something. Not too sure, though, so it could really be either one. But yeah, we'll have to generally see in the next few minutes of gameplay once this unpause does come into effect where this really came from. Is it just another round conversion from $9? Is this more of just this could even be a pause from $9? Maybe just really botched a second push and just completely wiped, and they're just like, okay, what the hell happened? Maybe some people are screaming in comms and they're like, okay, let's cool off for a second, figure out what the hell went wrong. Who are we really to say what's going to happen here?
Yeah. I mean, we're no oracles. We don't know everything for sure. We don't have access to the script. We're just the casters. So
It's true. It's true.
we're not cut in on that part of it. If we were, they'd probably pay us to keep it a little hush hush. But
we get paid. Wait.
Well, I mean, are you? I'm not getting paid to. I'm not getting paid to keep hush hush about a script.
Man, I wish. Maybe if you guys keep priming or something, then they'll consider giving us some lunch money.
Give us a lunch money. We'll get bullied. Someone will take it away from us in the hallway.
Man, you're giving me flashbacks right now. I don't want to think. Oh, jeez. But we'll have to see what this pause is. This game overall, though, I feel like this is definitely the highest quality TF2 gameplay that we've seen, just in terms of coordination, just the mechanical skill as well. Highlights right now, Bonesy just on the soldiers, just doing so much work. This guy is in when he needs to be. Definitely has played a few jump maps prior to joining the Newbie Cup. Genuinely crazy to see is like how many people have been entrenched in the TF2 community that are just trying out comp for the first time, that really maybe never had the chance to before. We're not able to really fully commit to a full season or anything like that, but now they're able to show up, show their skills, show how much they've been grinding, doing their own jumps, doing their own things like that. But yeah, a big highlight to them. Gummy as well, prior Newbie Cup participant, has been just showing so much prowess and knowledge in the game as well, with the ability to serve, with the positioning as well. Looking great overall. Anyone else that you really want to highlight, just in terms of what you're seeing? But I don't think we're actually.
I don't think we have the time for it. But yeah, this match is going to get on pause. Bonesy goes in for that sack attempt. Is going to land a nice rocket and realizes the movement from Gummy is really, really good. Tries to get that counter jump. It doesn't quite work out. And now we have Rayo swimming towards that choke. Love the pause movement, Bugs, as they try and get some forward, info. Trying to get anything really, as they don't have that counter sack ready to send through. They're not getting buffed here because Gummy had to jump so far away. But they will be able to set something up relatively soon, I feel, as we sit back and watch the rest of Girardi Drinkers try and get something through. Rayo does go through, does get that force out, and the Uber does come out from the side of $9. They do manage to find securities fraud right at the tail end of their Uber, but that counter pop coming out may be able to net them some kills, but maybe not, as Austin is beefing some stickies. Now D is getting arrow tanked like crazy by his beam. Oh my goodness, Bob man is just surviving way too long.
Katrina!
Get the bottle kill onto Katrina. D lives way too long there, just absolutely getting bullied.
Orange Panda on such low HP, looking for the bomb. This is gonna splat and choke. Unfortunate, real. But on the last, it's gonna be Serious Bird barreling his way into last.
Bonzi's up in upper heaven here. Maybe able to find some good spam. Rail's 1 HP on the point. Can't get saved by Gummy here. Gummy's the last one able to defend the point, and they're going to die for it, making the scoreline 2-0 in $9 favor.
Yeah, this is probably where the pause came out as well, right? I mean, 2 rounds. You definitely just want to figure out what was going on, and yeah, that was definitely where the pause was. Just trying to assess what's going on. Again, I just love the 2-round pause. You don't want to be too late when you're trying to figure this stuff out, right? You want to definitely give yourself a chance to make the adjustments that you need to, and being able to as well. Austin and D also just showing up to mid extremely early. Really solid demo rollouts right now. Bonesy looking for that early spam, not able to find too much, but they're still in death corner again for the side of Girardi Drinkers. This is definitely scary for them. Serious Burb is just having free reign right now, going on height. Not without Orange Panda saying anything, is able to get the crater onto him, but that with so many picks down and so much damage dealt. That means
Mung is flanking the rest of the combo. They're able to get through onto Gummy for free. 2 shots, no meat shots yet. Is going to get taken down by security. Bonesy bombing in towards the choke, maybe trying to fade for his demo to jump in behind him. Does manage to find Gummy, though regardless gets the pack, is getting ganged on by 2 different scouts here. Katrina and Securities Fraud are both going to be able to take down Bonesy. You know, they have to take that 2v1 into him as soon as their beam dies. That's really all they can do. It's not like they can get through the choke or anything to get onto Bobman here, but I don't really think it matters all that much at the end of the day. If you are Girardi Drinkers here, you should be building up by rollout. You know, there's nothing you can really wait for in this situation. You just have to be ready for them to push into second, maybe have a soldier by choke trying to force them in early or something, but you can't really afford to hold second in the traditional sense that you know. But I guess $9 taking it really slow. That as soon as I say that, though, D's going to be bombing forward, landing on a rollout, going to be able to trap out one of the scouts, but not quite able to be caught.
Here's Bonesy with the alley-oop.
Yeah, Bonesy with the alley-oop is getting so much damage for free. Bobman is going to be able to find the arrow onto Orange Panda, and that's going to be, I think, the first med kill of the game, as Bonesy maybe dying inside of rollout, not quite, barely manages to get out of there. Some kind of Houdini, I guess.
That's the jumper prowess right there, you know. It shows, really. Able to get out when he needs to, able to be in when he needs to as well. Also, just the recognition just to go for the follow-up when D is going so deep on that just means that they're going to have a clean second and a little bit of disside to work with. We'll have to see if Girardi chooses to, make something happen here, but might just be content with sitting on last. They are getting the NG, so I'm imagining that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I do think Girardi Drinkers here doesn't want to take that risk. They probably know that Billy's $9 already has built out their next Uber, and I wouldn't be surprised if they had just decided they wanted to commit to holding on to last anyway, regardless of if they had known that or not, especially with, you know, how hard it can be to push out of process. But it does look like Serious Burb and D are going to be able to find D here, or are going to be able to find Rayo here, actually, as Bonesy is coming out to spam the sentry. It does get taken down here. Securities Fraud on that stock shotgun, doesn't even have revenge crits ready, and it looks like the entire team on the side of $9 is going to come out. That Uber does come out as well, as D tries to push forward. The Uber does come out from the side of Girardi Drinkers as well, both popping at about the same exact time. Bobman's Uber now fading. The Uber fading now for the side of Girardi Drinkers. They do know that all the players are pretty much in heaven. It is going to be Rayo jumping up there, trying to deny some of those players. Gummy going to get taken down by Bonesy here, but it is still the last man standing on the side of $9. Serious Burb going to get taken down by Katrina. Full wipe, don't need to clear anything. Just get out onto second and try and cap it. Prevent anyone else from getting into second, and make sure you have a strong foothold here while your med is still getting up.
No, this is still definitely winnable for the side of Girardi Drinkers, right? I mean, from what we saw last match to now, they still have 12 minutes remaining, pushing out on second, and Girardi Drinkers has not looked really to do any of these pushes that they really want to. Is definitely a little bit more proactiveness from Bonesy on these bombs on the side of $9. Definitely not slouches themselves on the soldier Panda. I imagine that once they have the opportunity to try to get their way onto mid, that they will definitely take it. So I don't think this match is any bit more than just up in the air right now, despite the two maps right now. Here comes the bomb though. Bonesy in super high, looking for the medic. Is going to find a scout instead, but on the opposite side, I think Austin does find a little pick onto. Well, actually, no, he just cleans up Bonesy. But security fraud going down means that this could be a chance for a possible second sack right now if Sam Bowser wants to go for something. But Austin
Mung
says
getting taken
no.
down here by Austin.
Ooh,
this is the
Katrina.
opportunity for Katrina to get in, but does get taken down by D there, unfortunately. So only one player down for the side of Girardi Drinkers. Maybe could have sent someone in on that off timing while $9 still had one player in that respawn queue, but looks like they're just going to wait it out, try and get some of their players up, and just try to have some kind of stalwart defense on second, I suppose, as they really want to bait in $9. They don't want to have to take any of that risk, and to be honest, they don't really have to. They can just sit here and chill, but that is going to be a high bomb coming in from Bonesy. In when it needs to be, out when it needs to be. Gummy is 1 HP, almost walks into a bunch of spam. The scouts are Mr. President, and Gummy gets the drop! The thread, the needle has been thread. Sam Bowser finds Gummy a full drop. That is coming through IT. Bobman is coming through the Uber, gets popped out very, very early here. That force is crucial for the side of Girardi Drinkers, but I don't really think it matters at the end of the day. They're going to be running through one. It's going to be, Austin tries to circle back. Maybe spot one is going to get taken down for it, and now Sirius Burr bullying players on top of last, but is going to get taken down as the rest of his team is just trying to cap two and stabilize. Ubers have evened out, regardless of Gummy dropping there or not. They're going to be able to hold last here, whether $9 likes it or not.
Yeah, 100%. And, it's still definitely possible. It's definitely a lot harder now. That whole on second being lost like that means that if $9 just slow down a little bit, it could be their way out and find some points on this match.
Yeah, I do think that this is looking a little hard for Girardi Drinkers, but they do still have 9 minutes 40 to make some kind of comeback. Sant Bowser is going to get taken down. And one thing I want to commend these players for, especially Bonesy, is the fact that they're not afraid to just throw themselves in and try and go for a sack. I mean, look at Rayo right here. Knows it's probably going to fail. Those are all on top of the point. Goes in anyway. They're not afraid to make a sack.
They're coming through too. They used the Uber, I believe. They had to.
Yeah, I think they got forced there from
just trying to get their way
Rayo.
through too, not able to get too much done, and they're choosing just to back out. But yeah, instant pop back out. Gummy gets jugged up, so they're not gonna be able to take that Uber in too far. But Sam Bowser gonna be the sacrificial lamb to slow down the Super, make sure that nothing could possibly happen to his own medic. So now a little bit of Uber ad for the side of $9 could possibly be useful if they choose to build this up right now. But they already have people in IT. Bobman up with D and Bonesy up in IT. They're looking for as much as possible. Here comes the bomb from Bonesy. They're looking super deep on one. It's going to be cleaned up by security fraud, but that's going to give all the space in the world for Sirius Burb to look for more. Sirius Burb is going to find, I believe, one, but going to get traded out immediately by Austin. That's going to force the rest of Girardi Drinkers out onto last. So a little bit of an unconventional push, and usually not what you expect to see if you don't have the Uber just pushing through IT like that. But if it works, it works, right? I mean, if you're able to force the enemy medic out and then just have people flood in afterwards, then I don't see why not.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have Bobman here with that 40% Uber ad, so they need to make their way into lobby very, very quickly if they want to try and push off of this ad. But it has pretty much dwindled out of the way now, only about 15% ad. Not quite able to take anything in off of this, but maybe they'll go for the last exchange. I mean, last exchange on Process in the Newbie Cup is definitely something we don't see very often, but could happen here. I mean, would like to see some different gameplay coming out from either of these teams here. Maybe they decide they just want to go ahead and do it. They do know that Katrina is up on Putis on top of that point, so they know where their spam needs to be directed. There is there's no sentry gun set up, but I mean, I don't know. They are down Orange Panda on the side of Girardi Drinkers, so $9 could definitely take this exchange in just based off that player ad alone. They do send Bonesy up into top right heaven. No one sees him. He's getting a lot of spam. So much spam, in fact, that Katrina gets taken down. Sam Bowser going to be able to find securities fraud at the same exact time. Gummy standing still on top of that point with the Uber, as should be done. It does look like Orange Panda is going to spawn up in time. Both soldiers on the side of $9 are taken down here. So there isn't a lot that they can do in terms of
the damage
pushing,
from the blue team.
No.
The collapse coming in, just going to be Austin, and now just a soldier on point. They have a scout, a heavy coming. Katrina able to get on that point and able to get the ups
The
actually is
last
going to be them
moment.
holding on by the skin of their teeth right now. Now Bobman dueling out on such low HP is going to get cleaned up from the rocket from Orange Panda. Bonzi able to clean up security's fraud on the back of it as well, though. So now a little bit of a fight going on. Orange Panda does kill himself in lobby, but now with the medic pick, this could possibly be a push out once you have these spawners, but there's still fights going on in lobby area. Katrina and Sirius Burb getting a little bit of aggression going on. Not too much coming from that, but a lot of people still poking on lobby, but they're going to have to be careful now with the fact that their medic is just eventually coming into second now for the side of $9.
Yeah, their $9 here has a pretty hefty ask here to hold on to this. I do think Girardi Drinkers has a very, very big window to try and push out and make something happen and get on to second. They really need to think about what their strategy is in these next 6 minutes.
Yeah.
As the timer is running out. They've not got a lot of time left to make something happen. They need to start pushing now if they want any chance of turning the score around, potentially going golden cap or even going 3-2.
Austin in the skybox.
It is very deep from Austin here. Lands on bridge, does fall down to lower valley. Gummy gets taken down there. There's 3 players down for the side of Girardi Drinkers. It's just Katrina on top of the point. There's nothing that they can realistically do to try and defend it. It's Austin trying to get the stickies up on the point, but the soldier knocks a sticky into him and kills his own teammate pretty much.
No, tragedy.
And $9 is able to take home that third round, going to make the scoreline 3-0. And it is still possible to get 3 rounds in 5 minutes if you mid to last every single one of these. So Girardi Drinkers needs to lock in if they want any hope of advancing into that grand final, or, you know, they're going to be sent down into that lower bracket. Or I guess not lower bracket, they're going to get sent down into the bronze match. The time will tell them, but they'll be able to lock in as Bonesy gets taken down to 2 HP, is going to crater and does trade out with Katrina here. A lot of damage coming out from the scouts on the side of $9. It does look like D's going to get knocked up into the air. Does look like health is pretty bad as well for the side of Girardi Drinkers, but they don't care. Austin's going to be able to hit the Hail Mary pipe on a Sant Bowser, and now the entirety of $9 is going to be walking out of a choke here. Sirius Burb going to be caught out there and is taken down. They are going to leave one and go on the point as they are just flooding into second here on the side of Girardi Drinkers, forcing them out all the way to last. But look at this, Mung coming in from lower IT. Hasn't been spotted yet. 1 shot onto Gummy, 2 shots onto Gummy. Is he going to be able to find the pick? No, he won't, as he just beefs the last one. Comes in again, tries his absolute hardest, but not quite able to find anything. Finally, the mid cap gets started. Katrina is on that. Ubers have evened out, so if $9 wants to wait for their players to get up, they could definitely try and send something out. I'm not sure what they want to do. Actually, no, they probably shouldn't go for something pushing out. Maybe a sack can work if you know it's really early on. You want to try and bully out their med here. But at this point, with that point now being capped, you just kind of have to commit to the last hold. You have that Uber, so you get a pyro, get an NG, set up that gun, and try as hard as you can to get this set up. But Girardi Drinkers has to think fast. They need to go very, very quickly. Because they only have
Sant Bowser all the way in the upper lobby.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even notice.
He's drawing a lot of eyes. Yeah, but on the other side of things, Orange Panda go. And not able to thing.
Sant Bowser's in. He finds securities fraud.
He does find it, but they're gonna. There's gonna be another sack out from Rayo. So that's 3 dead now for the side of Girardi Drinkers.
I think Bonesy's about to come in through rollout.
Oh yeah, and if he does, this guy knows how to bomb, and we can see him goes extremely.
Austin's getting bullied by Sirius Burb. He was so focused on Bonesy, he was just able to get in for free and take down Austin.
And now they have to completely give up second. I mean, it was still.
Bonesy's going deep. One rocket on the
gosh, it's a force!
Oh my god, it is not looking good for Girardi Drinkers here, but they are going to take that force and they're going to turn it into some kind of aggression. They are going to be able to force the counter pop out from $9, but they only have 2 minutes 45 left on that clock to make something happen. They're going to be losing security fraud here in the choke. It's going to be Austin able to find D here, but not before
Bomb gets traded out.
Bowser dies. Ooh, Gummy's going to get taken down there. It's 4 players down on the side of $9. Both meds trading their Sirius Burb dying. It does look like Girardi Drinkers is going to have a free pass on a second. But wait a minute, Bonesy's here. Gets spotted by Rayo on the pipe. Nice downward direct is going to take him down. Now Mung getting deleted at the same time. That's 2 players on.
This is some momentum. This is possible to push with Rayo looking for 1 right now. I might be able to walk through it like cleanly as well. We have Mung. He's still in the respawn. Bonesy could be spawning a little bit sooner, but there's still a possibility for Jiraiya drinkers to be able to get something done here. It's a little bit hard with only 2 minutes remaining on this match to actually possibly conceive getting up to 3 rounds right now. But, definitely something possible right now. Just in terms of 1 round, you have to remember though, this is a best of 3. This isn't the end of the world if you lose this process match. You still just want to keep your head high, keep your momentum going, show the plays that you can have. You want to keep your mental good as well.
Absolutely. Even if you lose process, don't get too discouraged. You still have Gully Wash and potentially even Bagel to make something happen on it. Even if you can squeeze out a round right at the end, that'll give you a nice little morale boost. But Orange Panda, unfortunately, is not going to be able to get in off of that player pick that they had. It does look like they want to use this Uber. They're going to use it really late, and they're going to be able to take down Sirius Bird before they actually do it. The stickies haven't been cleared off the point yet. A soldier needs to get on that. Looks like a little bit of lag coming in. It is going to be Rayo getting taken down on the far right side. A lot of cap time on for the side of Girardi drinkers though, but all the players on $9 are able to jump onto the point and defend it. Gummy trying their hardest to get some arrows off and maybe do some damage, help his teammates out, but they're not allowed to they're not able really to get anything out of it. It is 50 seconds.
Yeah, and with Gummy dead
now
too, there's not really any chance of a. So this might just be a little garbage time for the next 50 seconds or so.
Once he gets taken down.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't wait for STV.
Yeah, they did not wait for STV. So that is going to be round or map 1 actually confirmed for Billy's $9. Yeah, we got to let them know about not ending the match that early so we can see the end of it. But regardless, still a super dominant showing for them. Highlight players for me right now that I just want to keep looking at. We said it on day 1 when we got to watch him as well. Bonesy, this guy, what is going on? What are they putting in the water for these kids nowadays? Are they just all tier 5, tier 6 jumpers that are coming in and playing comp now? Like how have you not been playing comp since like 2016 when you're jumping like this, man? I truly don't get it.
I don't know, man. These movement players, they discovered sixes and they're like, hey, I can do that. And they see that they can play roamer and they're like, wait a minute. So you're telling me
I get to jump around?
I get to be in the back line, bully people, jump into them and away from them, and that's like my whole job.
Yeah. That's your whole job, by the way. And you get to do that freely as well. You have off the leash, just go feed, get in there, buck. Looking at these logs real quick though, highlight though for me, and I felt like the big reason why this match wasn't a big blowout, Austin. This guy on demo dropping 23 kills, 14 deaths, 270 DPM. It's a sight to see, man. This guy is putting in the work right now on these mids, on these pushes as well. This is the guy that they're sending into the skybox on these Ubers. He has no fear when it comes to being launched in as well. D close behind as well, and D looking amazing on these rollouts as well, doing the Cadus rollout, I believe. He's just obviously very, very skilled in his own right and very practiced as well. Another player that I could just easily see that has been grinding and practicing just a bunch of different TF2 mechanics without ever playing comp. It's just so wild to me that these people are brand new to competitive TF2 and have only started playing within the last month or two.
Yeah, it's kind of scary that these are the new people that
Fighting
we
at our
end
ankles.
up seeing. Yeah, I mean, these are going to be the people you see in newcomer. I mean, some of them might even skip newcomer. Some of them might even go up into amateur, just right off the bat if they decide they want to stick together and go into a full season of RGL. It's absolutely a possibility that some of that could happen. I do think that newcomer, if these guys decide to stick with it, they're going to be forced to be reckoned with. That is for certainty.
Oh, yeah.
They're probably going to be in that top half of newcomer if they decide to go and stick through with it. As we move into Gully Wash, second map of this best of 3, could potentially be the final one if $9 is able to squeeze out another round. I'm not sure if do we know who picked which map?
I'm not sure if we know the pick order, but you would have to imagine or just guess at least that you would hope at least that this was $9 map choice for process, and that this is something that dry drinkers feels a little bit more comfortable on. If not, this is definitely going to feel a little bit more dire if this is not their map pick. But I feel like the gameplay will almost tell that for us.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be able to find out whose map pick it is at the end of the day. But I don't know. I mean, Girardi Drinkers has Gummy. You know, they seem pretty decent as Beam here. They know what they're doing, at least in these few instances where we've seen them. You know, a lot of the times they're forced to kind of fend for themselves here. Really, their only tool is their ability to surf because they're getting bombed a whole lot, and I think that's something we need to keep an eye out for, especially on Gully Wash, is that Gummy is kind of vulnerable a lot of the time as she's getting bombed a whole lot, and it doesn't seem like the scouts on Girardi Drinkers are too keen on taking down those soldiers, especially Bonesy as he's in the air. You know, he's going high. He doesn't have that much speed. You know, you could hit him with maybe a couple pellets, one or two, and you could pretty much completely eat all of his momentum as long as you're, keeping an eye up on your up in the sky. I mean, I try not to.
That's going to matter so much too.
I try to say that for something like this, the role should be a little bit more defined. Having your flank scout and your pocket scout should definitely be a little bit more defined, and it should be a little bit more of a hard divide. But I don't know. I'm starting to lean into the camp of, at least for your scouts, you probably could just get away with doing double pocket all of the time, or at least having your flank scout play a little bit more pockety, because I think if Girardi Drinkers were to make that substitution, make that little swap, they might have a higher chance of keeping their players alive in general. It's not just Gummy who's getting messed up in these bombs coming from Bonesy and coming from Sant Bowser. It's not just Gummy that's getting bullied. It's the rest of their team. There's so much damage coming out from these bombs that it takes them a solid 10 seconds, maybe sometimes even 15, I feel, to actually get everybody healed up and rebuffed so they're able to take that fight in. And by the time they're already buffed and ready to go, $9 has their spawners, or they have people rebuffed as well, just instantaneously ready to take that fight that Girardi Drinkers wants to bring into them.
Oh, 100%. I don't know. I think it's going to be a little bit of a Gully Wash, though. I mean, this map being so tight and close as we are going live right now just means that you have to be so cognizant of anything that could possibly go wrong and how to adjust, in turn for it. I'm just really hoping that we can see some players go for drop-down plays and what the adjustment is going to look like if people are doing that, or just bombing onto your own team's side, trying to threaten your demo or your medic.
Yeah, and right away we have a lot of early height control coming out from the side of $9 as they are able to section off Orange Panda, but in the chaos, it is going to be Sant Bowser and Bonesy going down, so no soldiers alive.
No soldiers
on the side of $9.
Wow.
Mung going to have to back out through Big Door as well, so it's effectively a 3v5 on mid here now, 3v4 pretty much, as the scout is now sectioned off. I would say that demo counts as pretty much two players are just able to do so much, and despite the explosive start, being able to section off those players, they lost too many players in they grouped up and just took way too much damage. So unfortunately for Girardi Drinkers, they are going to have to back all the way out onto second, and that is going to, it won't spell the end, but it is definitely spelling a bit of a sour story for the side of Girardi Drinkers on Gully Wash here, but hopefully they'll be able to turn something around as these Ubers do even out. It is going to be sack o'clock from $9, so Gummy's going to get to show off the surf skills again.
Yeah, 100%, especially on Gully Wash second as well, when you play back on further on the point, that you just have to freely surf too. But here is the bomb from Bonesy, and like you said, the scout denial needs to come through, and there it does. Security's fraud just completely shuts down Bonesy. I mean, Gully Wash second, such a hard point to sack into generally. It's every doorway that you possibly can go through is going to be extremely telegraphed unless you're really trying to set up something like a scout running behind and then you're sacking in, stuff like that. But even then, you have maybe two tight doorways that you can sack through it. So a lot of denials that we're probably going to see, maybe some soldiers struggling to really get their feet on the ground, or the rockets on the medic that they possibly need.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty hard for the side of $9 to actually get in. Part of me thinks that at some point they're just going to have to forego the sack attempt and maybe go for some kind of exchange. If they have to sit here for maybe another 40 seconds, maybe minute or so, they're just going to have to try and take that exchange. But yeah, Bonesy getting into the baby door. D coming out to support him as well. They are going to be able to land in, but no force comes out. No damage finds its way onto Gummy. Almost walks onto a bunch of stickies on the shutter, but manages to back away just in time. That was pretty scary. But I don't know. We'll have to see what the next plan of action is from $9 as pretty much if you're Jarate drinkers here, you just have to chill out. You just have to sit on the height and relax. Orange Panda is going to get taken down by a trap from D. Goes a little too aggro and pushes out. Rayo gets taken down by Serious Burb as it looks like $9 wants to push off this player ad. The Uber does come out from the side of Jarate drinkers as they waddle forward into that choke. They see that $9 has used here.
Katrina gets dropped at the Uber though.
So
that's
much better. Katrina dying. Now Gummy dying in the post as well. And probably Securities Fraud getting taken down in that tail end of the fight as well. Austin forced to back out from that river. It is just not looking good
for Jarate
drinkers right now.
Yeah, they're already in as well. I mean, just the fact that they took down both of those soldiers on second just means that second is broken open completely, and finding the medic to be able to force that Uber out means that they can just keep this pressure up on last. Not able to fully convert into a round right now. Definitely now have some ad to work with, but they're going to get the build started now on the side of $9. So I would imagine that in the near future we're going to see some sort of an Uber ad push. We're just curious to see where they choose to take it, possibly through Shutter, where they're positioning right now. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what their plan of action is going to be here. I mean, they know that NG has a gun set up for certain. They know for a fact that gun is going to be there. It's going to be an obstacle for them, and they are going to have to try and spam that out. Hopefully they know they can spam it out from up here in Launchpad, or even potentially out through main or Shutter if that's what they want to do. But oh, they don't clear the locker trap. Austin and D. This opens up an insane window for them to be able to push out. Orange Panda 6 is going to be able to trade out with Sant Bowser, but unfortunately for the side of $9, it's not going to be enough for them to be able to hold. And they realize that they're going to be holding S all the way out to their mid, and that's going to be a free retake onto second for Jarate drinkers without having to use that Uber at all.
Yeah, I mean that's what you really want to hold. Real clear ticket to be able to push out into second. Like getting out of goalie wash is such a difficult task if there's any sort of people contesting, but you know, with that god gifted sticky bomb trap that just cleans up so many players, now they're kind of back to a familiar spot, just holding down the second right now. They just really need to make sure that they can't make the same mistake again of just allowing both of their soldiers to die or just be caught like that. Really just blew up in the round for them and almost cost them a round for the side of Jarate drink. Bonesy going down though, and Rayo getting that pick early on means that there's possibly a sack attempt. Orange Panda does go down, drop down, immediately spotted though, so everybody's going to know about it. They have 4 people looking down on the ground right now. But here comes Rayo as well through the drop down, causing some more chaos right now. Austin also pushing up through big door, so this is very coordinated right now. You know, usually what you see when people go for this drop down play is just one person trying it, everybody else sort of conceding, but they're not selling with that. They're going to go forward to get the force onto Bobman and backing out with it as well. Gummy holding onto the Uber, going to finally use it out, save both of their combo players on top of it.
Ammo. He's got the skill stick.
Oh no, Bonesy on the ground right now. They're gonna have to keep track of this right now. Bonesy's gonna go drop down. Oh, this is scary.
Coming in through choke right now. I'm watching this with a keen eye. Gummy does spot him, and now it's going to be Securities Fraud going back. He's on half HP here. Bonesy is going to have to cut through elbow here, but it doesn't really matter. Securities Fraud, and now Katrina and
Sant Bowser
going to get taken down. Sant Bowser is just cleaning house right now.
Great rockets from Sant Bowser. That was just really perfect placement on the rocket onto the medic. Just able to catch out the medic, just barely trying to round that corner. So now they are breathing down the neck of Jarate drinkers. Only 2 up right now with a lot of spawners coming, but still, that's no one really watching doorways.
Water falling. They don't care. They take down that sentry earlier. A lot of damage coming out. It is Bobman pretty weak inside of the river, so they're not going to be able to really push. I don't think they know about D being in secret here on the side of Jarate drinkers, though.
They definitely do not.
This is not the position I think D wants to be in, but it's a position they found themselves in nonetheless. They might be able to get some stickies up on the point and, you know, bully out Rayo and Katrina. Maybe go for some super obscure back cap.
They're looking for Bobman in the back of it. Able to find Bobman with the last move of the pistol. Securities Fraud gets what he to. makes it happen, and that is pretty much going to save the round for them entirely. I mean, with Gumby dead, that was looking so dire, but just in the last-ditch effort. Now, the only thing that could possibly go wrong here is D is still just sat in secret, all alone. Not the most amount of HP, only 80 right now, but could possibly work something if he gets the timing right on the last point. I mean, maybe Katrina walks off point while they start capping, and maybe D is able to get on it, lay some sticky traps on his feet.
Austin gets taken down.
But here goes Katrina at the point. If D is able to recognize this right now, this might just be the timing. Sees nobody on the point, looking for it possibly, but here comes the fight on the second right now. He doesn't get spotted. There's still a fight going on in second. There's so much space being made, but D is playing the time.
Wait, I think Katrina knows. Katrina's up on NG now. They lost so many players on second, it beefed the ability to go for the back cap, and I think they still don't know.
D is just a spy right now.
Is this Highlander? What is this guy?
What is happening?
Active camo? What is going on?
He's been here for like almost a minute straight right now. And now, I mean, it is dis-ad for the side of $9 as they're getting close to getting their Uber and giving this out. But, you know, if they do, you know, neglect something and go for a push right now, this could be finally be the chance for D to get active. Rayo gets a kill in lobby along with
D, you gotta do something, man.
Oh my gosh, gets 2 as well. Sirius and Sam Bowser. Here's the push though. D still on the secret. You gotta do something, homie. Your DPM is going down by the second as there's a big fight going on in second right now. We're gonna flash over to that right now. Just peeking out through the shutter area. They're sort of poking and prodding. There is a gun on last, so they have to worry about that. Anybody's gonna go back, but Bonesy.
Easy with a counter jump.
Yeah, he gets it as well. Orange Panda down. I don't know if they're gonna be able to clean up Bonesy. Bonesy has to dodge out of the way of the bow. Oh, the second bonuses as well, and Bonesy has to jump into the air. He's gonna splat down. But D on the back end of things!
Yes!
The longest game that has ever been played for a flanking demo man, and it works. It freaking works. I can't
the Roamer
believe it.
demo tech is real, family. Take notes. Take notes. The newbies are reinventing the meta here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there is no God when D is on the scene, man. This guy plays the game his own way.
D plays however D wants to play, all right? He decided he wanted to wait there for 2 minutes, and that's what he did. Orange Panda is going to be able to find both soldiers on the side of $9,
yeah,
so they're going to have to back out
immediately.
instantaneously. There's absolutely nothing they can do without their soldiers there, and with no space on the point at whatsoever. Maybe if you had like a little bit of space, maybe a couple players forward, maybe your demos like fighting the point, you can maybe stay committed, but it doesn't really matter. Mung getting pushed out of choke here is going to have to give up all of that space as well. A lot of stickies getting thrown through the shutter. It's Bobman with no heal target, is probably going to be able to get that Uber if they just run out to last here, but no one is with him. Does get met by Sirius Burb, and now it's Mung on second. They know he's up above that point. He's going to have to try and get in onto Gummy, and he beats the jump, I fear, and is taken down by Austin. So that's a pretty late respawn. That's 18 seconds.
Push? Oh, this is the instant Uber coming out. Yeah, Austin in immediately. They're going to pop the Uber like right after as well. So many players on the ground right now for the side of $9, and they have 2 spawners right now. Big counter punch right now coming from D, but on the point really late. Katrina just able to play back onto the point, so that's going to be a round back immediately for Girardi drinkers. It really did not look like anybody was getting on that point super early on, but I guess the recognition just not come out to stand on that point right there, so that's going to be 1-1 just out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, having this go 1-1 right off the bat, immediately responding to that back cap attempt from $9, like, hey, you can't disrespect me like that. Don't even try it. They got that round that they kind of needed to regain momentum, but right off the bat, Rayo's going to be able to find Sant Bowser here. Not a lot of momentum here for $9 regardless, as they're backed all the way into their choke yet again, but neither team has really taken the space that is there. They do have to turn around and deal with Mung. Austin does find that pick, but that's 2 players down for the side of $9 as they finally on the ground. Back out. Wait, Katrina, and he's still on the ground. Is in lower, is going to go to drop down here. They know he's going to come here, though. He's immediately spotted, gets dropped down on by Orange Panda. 28 HP. Is going to meet D face-to-face. It is doing a lot of damage to him, but gets way too aggro.
This guy's hungry. Here comes Security Squad, possibly looking for more. Is going to get met with so much spam. It's going to get taken down by the rocket from Sant. Yeah. Man, but it's still a really... Though, I mean, this is a complete reverse of what we saw from the first round, right? I mean, Girardi Drinkers is looking really solid, and they're keeping track of Bonesy really well on this, which I was originally fearing that was going to be the big problem going into this as well.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty rough to try and get in through for $9. It does look like they're going to send Bonesy through lower. No one has the slightest idea. He is up. He's going to be landing on top of the point, looking for Gummy. Doesn't quite find him and is going to go for the picks instead. Gets a lot of damage. Is able to find Austin here with Mung coming up from Banana here. Is going to get a lot more damage as Sand Bowser comes in from lower. Finds Gummy. Decides to waddle instead of trying to pinch as Mung comes up from above and is able to take him down. Gummy goes for that kill bind. I mean, there's no way he can get out of that.
Yeah, for you newbies sitting here, sometimes that it's better to just die really early on and just make sure that you can be in with your team when you need it. But the players coming out of forwards, they just drop an absolute nuke onto Bobman's forehead and kill 2 others on top of it as well. So, a little bit of an advantage that they had for just a second for $9, but not really accounting for the fact that people were going to be coming out of second with them capping mid. It's just an absolute nuke, so a complete 180 of the momentum right now. Oh my god, what a nuke.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely huge for them. They're going to be able to reap a lot of reward for that absolutely gargantuan nuke there, but it does look like both teams just going to be equalizing on top of this mid here. They're going to be looking for something. It does look like Girardi Drinkers is going to be holding onto that Uber. They're just going to be... not holding onto it, but they're going to be building into that Uber. They're ready to get in, and it does look like we have Bonesy here going for the sack. He's going to be able to find that force, and now it's going to be Girardi Drinkers trying to come through the choke here.
They're going to be looking back though.
Yeah, they're gonna be looking for Bobman here, if not to get the force, then to at least drop him. Austin gonna be able to find Mung, absolutely huge, but the counter pop does come out from the side of $9. They are trapping pretty much everybody behind the point here. It is Austin with pretty much 1 HP, getting pushed by Sirius Burb, who's gonna be able to take him down with the winger here.
Oh my gosh, Rayo!
Panda. Rayo here though. Oh my goodness.
So close to getting that on Gummy as well. Oh my gosh. But now 5 players dead. This is the opportunity for Girardi to bring this map in their favor right now. They have this ad to work with. They can choose to slow down. They can choose to go fast again like they did last time as well. Bonesy is going to put a little bit of a problem with them right now, getting Rayo early on as well. I think a little bit of just overzealous push from Rayo just means that definitely in a little bit of harm's way right now. But Bonesy bombs all the way up the river and is able to get the kill onto Gummy. Absolutely major play, and is almost going to assuredly save the round for his team unless there's some sort of weird back.
Oh man, dies though, it's a trade!
Oh my god, this is a dream. This is a dream sequence that I'm watching right now, as it's just dueling going up over the river right now. Austin versus D, 1v1, Demo 1v1 going on river right now. Sam Bowser is going to get Rayo, but D is not able to find Austin. Austin just running away from the rest of this. Is able to scrape away with his life right now. And now we're just going back to more of a neutral position, drop after drop, and medkill after medkill right now. I just can't believe that Bobman died after all of that. That was such an amazing bomb out from, Bonesy that I really just thought they were going to have to take a second and chill and then just push out together, but a little bit of his overzealous nature means that they're able to push out to second, and Bonesy finds another as well to boot. Orange Panda going down, just looking for any sort of salvage possibly, but maybe just a little bit of feed by being in so late.
Yeah, I don't know. This isn't looking great as Bonesy wanted to go down into lower, but decided not to at the last second. Does jump back up into their choke. I think they're just waiting for these Ubers to kind of equalize, or maybe they're just going to hold on to second here as they are down by about 30%. They just kind of, they want to chill for the time being. They don't want to do anything insane. They just want to relax a little bit and, let the Girardi Drinkers come into them. The score is tied up right now. It's 47 seconds. Oh no, my HUD is broken. I thought it was 47 seconds left in the game. I was like, huh? Wait a minute.
Yeah, man, I don't know. This is one of the closest matches I think I've seen all outside of that 3v that we had on day 2, but this is just neck and neck right now with kill after kill after kill. This is one of the most high kill games I've seen in a damn minute. Now the 2 kills coming out from the blue soldiers means that they're going to be able to push into mid almost assuredly. The rest of Jiraiya Drinkers is bunched up in choke right now with Austin the last one to leave, taking a little bit of damage on the way out, but possibly able to keep his life. It looks like these soldiers are possibly going to get their forward spawns, but now they have to contend with the bomb from Bonesy looking in, but security squad says, nah, Buster, that's my medic staying alive this time. He says no in chat as well. He is tired of it, man. He saw what happened in River, and he is not letting it happen again. Well, that's hilarious.
And that's something I mentioned before this, is that Girardi Drinkers really needs to step up their game in protecting their beam. I mean, they've been able to get Bonesy and Sant through onto Gummy far too many times, and it's about time these scouts start being the anti-air that they need to be. Because with Gummy getting jumped so many times, all of the damage that is being received by these players, it is just absolutely impossible for Girardi Drinkers to really do anything because they're eating so much damage. They're just getting bullied in every single regard.
Pedal on the gas for Orange Panda right now, looking for Bomb Man. Not going to be able to get it though, but the rest of Red Team is going to be flooding into mid right now. They're going to pop the Uber, looking for this medic right now. They are going to find Bomb Man, who was forced to go down to the ground, and now they're probably going to try to find Mung right now. Caught in choke, but he's going to have the 1v1 with Austin. Able to get out with his life right now, but on the back end of things, Bonesy looking for something in Big Door is going to get spotted, so he has to back up. But this is major Uber ad for the side of Girardi Drinkers right now.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit better for the side of Girardi Drinkers as they sit on that full ad. They're going to be able to get through that choke. They don't clear those traps, though. Hopefully they don't fall to them, and that's exactly what they're not going to do. They're not going to fall. They do manage to lose Rayo somehow inside of that, but maybe they'll be able to find this pick onto Sant Bowser, who lives for far too long. Now it's going to be Bonesy bombing into the choke, getting a lot of damage. This is what I'm talking about. He just gets in for free. He gets a lot of damage.
Oh, and that's Bob caught as well again, so they had to use the Uber ad to get that second, but this is going to be another Uber ad situation for me. Never mind. There's D with the Tri-Cent lobby. Find them trying to get in. It's just, it looks good for a second, and then here comes the traps again.
Too.
Oh my gosh. And Security Squad does get one back onto D, but oh my gosh, it is so tragic. Every single time that it looks really, really good for Dry Drinkers, just the tragedy strikes yet again. Gummy, she's trying her best. She's grabbing many guns off the floor to make an artificial Uber ad and stuff like that. Just playing the best that she can right now, but again and again, tragedy keeps striking.
Yeah, this is just not looking great for Girardi Drinkers. I mean, they're struggling. They really, really are, and you can see it just on how their pushes are going. We do have Rayo sitting up on the lamp,
turret, the gargoyle even, but yeah, Bonesy on the ground. Bonesy on the ground, looking for Gummy. Gets one rocket, two rockets, three rockets on the Gummy.
All of the time. Where are Gummy's scouts?
They're off in La La Land right now, and Bonesy is still being a threat right now, looking for more, and actually gets another one as well on the security squad. And now this is gonna be free reign for the rest of the blue team to walk forward, except for the fact that Rayo and Austin are in second right now, just duking it out. They have a player on mid, but they have two players capping second. D is gonna come up into river right now as Serious Burb walks in, but Bob Man goes down to the traps. Serious Burb on the point on second, just looking for something, almost looks a little bit stun locked, just standing on point right now, just trying to stop that Cap right now. Cap is taking place from the one soldier being Bonesy, but he does die in the back end of things, so it's just med death for med death right now. And here comes D trying to look for something, gets Gummy down to such low HP, but Gummy able to kite away just a little bit, get some packs. Much needed HP for Gummy, who's had such a rough game just trying to keep themselves alive. And oh my gosh, it is just tense as all get out right now on 1-1. We still have 10 minutes remaining in this match. I feel like this one's been going on for 20 years almost, with just how much action has been happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been constant back and forth and back and forth. They are going to be able to pick off Sant Bowser, at least make it a trade. But look, Bonesy's up high, going for the high bomb, going to be curving in, landing on Gummy. He just gets in for free every time. He gets spotted.
That was a money bomb.
Shot.
That was money.
Oh my goodness.
The way that he jumped off that wall and just gave himself the perfect amount of horizontal momentum just to fly right onto Gummy's face. I mean, you can't even really blame the scouts for that. That guy was just moving like an intercontinental ballistic missile right there.
I mean, he was going so quick, but there is a certain degree of you can at least deny.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
I mean, especially because he got spotted super early.
He did. You're not wrong.
Had the opportunity to look up. I mean, I don't know. It's just not looking great for the side of Girardi Drinkers right now. But again, 1-1 with 9 minutes left on the clock. So, these mistakes at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter as long as the score is tied up or you are at that advantage and you are still able to kind of chillax with it. And that's exactly what Girardi Drinkers is doing right now. I guess their kind of strat is if Gummy dies, they just all in for Bob, and it has been working for them.
Here comes Bonesy yet again, the man of the hour. Bob's in through a drop down, is going to get spotted pretty early on, so not able to get on the medic or anything, but now it's going to slow down just a bit. This is almost dead even Ubers right now, so this might give a chance for possibly Girardi Drinkers to look for something right now, maybe a sack, maybe a fight and choke. we've seen a lot of these fights in choke actually play out pretty positively for the aggressing team from mid. So maybe this might be the avenue that they're really hoping for right now.
Yeah, if Girardi Drinkers is able to maybe just take this through Big Door even, they could have something huge turn out for him. But it does look like they're going to have Orange Panda fighting Big Door all on his lonesome. Almost gets taken down here as Katrina tries to come in, rotate over, and help the most they can. But it does look like it was going to be D backing off of Big Door there. And no one's really keeping a keen eye on it on either side. This is the opportune time to try and get through Big Door, and that's exactly what Girardi Drinkers is going to do. They recognize that it's open right now, and they hesitate just a little too much trying to get in, and now the whole combo is rotated over. But look at this. It's going to be Rayo coming in through the choke, is now in on the rock, going up high, landing on top of Bobman. The force comes out. They lose Katrina and Rayo for it, but they hold on to that Uber. Now they're backing out all the way from Big Door. The counter pop does come out, and it's looking so much better for the side of Girardi Drinkers here, as it's going to be Austin and Securities Fraud being able to find Serious Burb here, but
wait, here's
not
the
going
back
to be
cap.
able to out cap second.
No,
they're
they don't
going to
get
be
there.
able to cap mid a lot quicker here, and now that's the entire combo of Girardi Drinkers stuck on blue second as $9 makes their way in onto 2. But wait, Bobman almost gets taken down by Katrina. Bobman is like 1 HP. If Rayo could maybe land one good rocket, but not the priority target.
Here comes the
for
combo,
him.
though. Here comes the back
Here
capping
comes
combo.
everyone. It's nuclear from Austin. He finds Mug and Bobman. Will they be able to find
Oh my
Bugsy? Yes, they
God,
will.
Austin!
And they find Serious Burb at the tail end of it as well. Security's Fraud on that nice 6-kill streak, just barely able to keep Gummy alive there. Thankfully, people are starting to lock in. They all walk with the stickies. People clear your corners.
Guys, these sticky traps are just finding so much from D. You gotta learn eventually, right? But I mean, thank goodness it wasn't Gummy this time. And thank goodness that the backcapping combo from the side of Dry Drinkers was able to make it a second in time. That almost looked so scary for a moment that was going to be converted to a round. Now they have add in their advantage again. They could possibly work something through choke here if they really want to right now. The Uber is finally achieved for Gummy, so possibly looking for something through choke right now. I would imagine that they want to as soon as possible. They don't just really want to give this up, as being even on Void Wash second just leaves so much more room for error for you than you do for trying to do counter bombs or counter sacks or something like that. There's a lot of pressure coming through. The Uber is slowly being achieved right now. Bobman on 80%, but here comes the Uber. Not gotten quick enough from Bobman. He's going to be only at 85, and he has to retreat, but there's still a lot of players in mid right now who can contend, looking for Gummy's life right now. Here comes the bomb from Bonesy, and the scout runs in as well. Mung tries to get more, but here comes the Uber finally. Going to be Gummy and Security's Fraud. Gummy's calling the wall just a little bit. Is that going to spell doom for the medic here? Taking a little bit low, but not the kills that you want to see.
Gummy is somehow managing to survive. A lot of beef coming out from Security's Burb right now. One good shot is all it takes, and Security's Fraud just barely able to keep Gummy alive there.
Oh my gosh,
the sheer beefage of Serious Burb. Luckily for Gummy, they're not going to have to watch the respawn clock again, but it is a bomb coming in from Bonesy. Both scouts trying to deny him, and he lives for so long, man. He's on the ground right there. You guys gotta shoot him a little bit faster. I know you just got away from, dealing with your med. You're like, all right, you're gonna like sit everybody down, go, all right, what is going on?
Orange Panda lands on the 4 stickies. Yikes.
Orange Panda, that's just unfortunate, really.
But they are going to come back in Sand Bowser, and they're going to be using no real chance of the counter Uru being able to be popped out from Bobman. I mean, it's definitely an advantage now. They're able to get second off of it, but here comes the counter sacks and stuff. Bonesy does get it again. I don't know how many med kills he has this game, but it's definitely considerable.
It's just, I mean, that one, I don't really know if you can blame that on the scouts. It was definitely a very, very weird bomb from Bonesy there. They did recognize the fact that they were all just bunched up in one tiny little area, the demo and the beam. So he probably just jumped down expecting to get a lot of damage, and had that med drop just kind of line up for him. But it does look like the entire team of $9 is up on second, and they are going to be doing the leave one and go strat. They are, I mean, they probably should have started climbing a little bit earlier, but I don't really think it matters all too much for them, as they are they have that Uber ad. I mean, it doesn't really matter as long as they build this out properly. They will be chilling as they walk into that last. But time will tell. Will they beef the song? will they beef the song? Sorry, reading Twitch chat. Will they beef the push, or will it work out for him as Bobby gets taken down to a pretty low HP? They are able to find D there, I guess, with locker traps, and now it's going to be. I mean, it's not a beefed push. They have a lot of cap time. Wow, they just full stacked it.
The 6-man on point with the med as well. I mean, that does work, right? If you know that they're all in spawn, you can just all run on point like that and just immediately force that cap time. So after such a long stalemate, that brings $9 up to 2-1 right now. And this could spell a disaster for Dry Drinkers. They were holding up for so well this game, like for so long, I mean. And just losing that round is so late into this match means that they need to figure something out, and quick with that as well. Here comes the high bomb in from Sam Bowser. Gonna get Orange Panda down super low, and the spam as well from Bonesy is gonna find a lot, but here comes Sam Bowser up, drop down. I don't know if he spotted or anything. Fails one rocket up, but he's gonna find one rocket on the two rocket.
Gummy so low, they don't know about Sam Bowser behind. No one knows.
Getting absolutely mulched in this choke. It's a tragedy.
On Bones, he's up on top of Austin inside a second as well. Getting countered to Rayo, but he recognizes it and owns him. Oh my goodness. Is this man really a newbie? What are we witnessing right now?
I don't believe it, Eki. I just, maybe we gotta do our vetting just a little bit better.
Maybe we gotta up the security for
Egan, get to work, here. Man. Egan, get to work. Here comes the Uber, though, the big add Uber push, and they're going to go immediately on the ground right now, looking for everything that they can. Gummy's super low, going to be taken down, and now it's just everybody struggling to the standpoint. There are traps on point. They are dead now from Austin. Here comes the melee out from Bombman, able to find the demo down, and that's going to spell pretty much the end for this game. 1 minute 30 remaining means that there's really no chance for Girardi Drinkers to have any sort of say in this match anymore. So we're pretty much going to go to garbage time now. As we see a little bit more of a, hopefully some more goofy gameplay, some aggro mid, stuff like that. But I hate to call it too early, but this is just facts. $9 is going to be moving on.
Yeah, I mean, at least Girardi Drinkers will have an opportunity to claim third place as they move down into that third place match that will be happening at the same time we cover grand finals. But I mean, this is just not looking great for Girardi Drinkers. I mean, you can't really do anything with that minute left, so it is just kind of a pad the logs sort of situation. And I mean, it's the same issues we've been seeing throughout the entire game, where it's just been Gummy has no bodyguards pretty much. I mean, they just get jumped over and over and over again, and Bonesy is getting in for free, Santa's getting in for free. It's just it's situations that shouldn't be happening at all that are that the soldiers on $9 are getting away with. And hopefully the scouts on Girardi Drinkers are able to, maybe they're just a little nervous, they gotta shake the nerves off. I do think they're capable of taking third, but they just have to keep their eye on the sky a little bit more, you know, look around every once in a while when you're not in a fight, or if you come through a doorway, you know, just turn around, make sure you check those corners, make sure you're checking everything around you. You have to be aware of your surroundings at all times when you're playing a scout. You have to have your head on a swivel. So, I mean, yeah, I just, oof, it's rough.
It's a toughie, man. It's a toughie. I still think they're going to have a very, very big chance of taking away the third place, which at the end of the day, that's, I believe, the threshold of when you start keys back from Newbie Cup. I'm not too sure what the prize pool is looking at like this time, but yeah. We will have to see what takes place there. I imagine usually what happens is the third place match takes place at about the same time as finals do, which I am so excited to see. I don't believe the bracket has been updated to see who is going into the finals just yet. I think the match is still going on right now, so we will have to see what is happening there. We're gonna take a tiny little intermission before we go into the next map, just like 1 minute or two, but the second map is still going on, and then we'll just be right there real quick. So we're just gonna hop on break right now, be back in probably like 1 minute or 2 minutes or so. Catch you guys then.
Okay, this is the last time I'm doing this. Take 10 or something like that. If this doesn't work out, I'm just gonna run with this anyways. I might. Okay, this is the last time I'm doing this. Take 10 or something like that. If this doesn't work out, I'm just gonna run with this anyways. I might have to do another one at a different time with a different beat and a different line. AKA different line green color palette on my bean. Did you know on me when I rip into the mic when I get into the green? What's up in on green when I get 50 backs on the whole damn team? I'm betting on TF2 like I really got any betting problems. How about you? I'm a gambler, Brian. Fireside TF2, it's the best casters on the internet. I'm getting bored now. I don't want to make any more theme songs for anybody else, cause Fireside my favorite now. Nobody else on Twitch has a theme song like this, cause I really get that quick rich. I don't want to get a quick dick in my bitch. I don't want to say anything else, but I love Fireside casters and the casting team, the two casters, the guy that runs the stream, siyo, that's your name, right? You should really play this in the next stream or today, unless the stream's over already. By the time I get back to the stream, it's just gonna be a VOD, man. Wait, this might actually be the fucking. This might actually be the take I'm gonna use to send you guys in general now. Who do I have to ping for this to get this played on the stream as the official theme song? This is literally my official theme song. Never make anything else gonna be long. I don't want my dick any longer than it already is. Got a big dick, feel like Drake when I get that quick. I don't want a gummy slinging everything else, but I pack it up. When I pack up quick, when I get my TF2 com team by TF2 CC, get my com general when I'm really getting out.
All right, we are back. We are back with the second match that's going on right now. We have Fortress versus Creatures going on right now. I believe this is the second map that's taking place right now. We are on process. It is 1-0 in terms of the Creatures. Man, it looks like it's just a neck and neck battle right now. Only 10 minutes into this round, or this game, mind you. We'll have to see what takes place. We've already seen what the Creatures has up in store for us. They've been playing hot, especially on process right now. So if they can keep that going of what they did in their round one, I am expecting to see them just be extremely dominant right now. Though we have people busting their way up into the sewer area. Again, this sort of pressure that we've been talking about is just amazing right now. They're going to find a weird Twinkie over in IT, just going for some sort of a play by himself, and hopefully some sort of sack coming through now. I mean, they have so much pressure, and here comes Aurelia looking for that sack and gets one rocket off and is able to force the medic, I believe, on the beggars, if I heard that correctly.
I think so. I think that is a beggars gameplay moment where we get that crazy force. I think Anthony has infiltrated his way into the newbie cup here. We see a bomb coming through from Foxer. They are going to be able to land a nice rocket onto Bit, and then landing that second one to clean it up at the last moment. Creatures here are looking, all right, sorry, I believe this is Fortress, is looking pretty strong, ready to walk that into last. They know they've got that player ad, they've got their heels up, they don't even need the Uber. If they go quick enough, they can get in before those spawners are there, and they still have players behind them, so once they can get that situated, it doesn't really look like Aurelia is going to be able to hold on in sewer. Is going to get taken down by Smurfy here, so that does kind of botch the plans for a Fortress push.
I'll say it. Anthony would have won that one, but you know what? You gotta try it with the beggars sometimes. So I can't hate on it too much. We'll have to see if they choose to spawn on that again. If that's the sack plan to last, and they are spawning on it again. So now still a formidable amount of Uber ad right now. Weird Twinkie on the sniper though could be a little bit of a thorn in their side.
Comes through from Smurfy, tries to land onto
the opening the door. They're looking for the blue medic right now. I'm not able to find it. It's a little bit rough right now, you know, now that they know about the sniper. Opens again for it, no shot ringing out. So now here's the Uber that's attained. They're going to make their way into lobby for the side of Fortress. They're all the way up in there. They're looking for 3, but that comes out from Cyberbellum.
Kit dying here might be pretty detrimental for the side of Fortress here, at least in their push, but Teddy Roosevelt, the man, the myth, the legend, tries to get in through one little sneaky, cheeky play, but can't find his way in, and the sentry does spot him, gives him away instantaneously. That beggar soldier still going strong, committing to the bit.
There's the
It does
headshot.
look like the shot has rang out. Weird Twinkie has taken down Curb Biter, so this will be pretty difficult for Fortress to push into. They do recognize the fact that it is a sniper, so they're going to have to play around these sight lines extremely carefully. And we already have the med on the side of Fortress, playing super passive. As soon as they heard that shot, they were just like, "Whoa, hold on, wait a minute, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right."
Something ain't right, man. That is exactly correct. But still, now the Ubers have evened out. They have to formulate somewhat of a play. Right? Otherwise, you're just gonna get slowly headshot by the sniper being in Weird Twinkie right now. But he is standing in the one doorway, a little bit of a sketchy spot to stand. As you can easily get peeked by a soldier right now. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. They're just gonna take that sniper down, who's just standing in the most odd spot possible, and now they might have something to work with. They have a soldier and Scott peeking through too. Teddy Roosevelt going for the hero run through right now is going to be met with a sentry on point immediately. Here comes the Uber though from the side of Fortress. They're going to get on the point really early on, pressing the issue.
That's so much
I love
cap
to see
time.
it. I love to see getting on the point early. That means
Smurfy gets taken down as well. The stickies have pretty much been cleared off of the point here. It doesn't look like
Bit hiding in the
Bit is hiding inside of the dispenser. The dispenser armor is
He's
doing work.
alive!
They're able to reach their Heavy just in time. Heavy comes out and cleans up 3 of them as they try and push in. This is unreal. This is insane behavior we're seeing. I think the team names are pretty accurate here. That's some creature behavior we saw from the beam.
behavior, and the Fortress is not able to hold. They are going to find Smurfy though in the lower lobby. At least get thing back, but now with the blue medic just rolling out into choke right now, that means that they have a lot more space to work with and a lot more heals to work with as well. Unless Aurelia has something to say with that, just landing on 2, just shooting 3 rockets, not getting the most amount of damage, but man, is that threatening. You definitely have to be worrying about that if you just were trying to walk through a doorway and you're met with 3 synced rockets to your forehead.
Ooh, Foxer and Crimson trade.
Yeah, that trade is pretty necessary at least. You need to get something to watch that one side, and if you have to get that trade, that's totally fine. A little bit of ad though on the side of the creatures right now, and Sire Bellum is able to find 2 with a block and load and the stickies as well to boot. So now pretty much a free lobby means that they're going to be able to probably push out here. Only 12 seconds remaining on this round timer, but they're looking for a second right now. Teddy Roosevelt, the late great Teddy Roosevelt, looking to try to get away, is limping away on only 17 HP, but now they're starting to cap on seconds, so this probably isn't going to be the round reset that we expected to see. As Bit is just chilling here, meeting up with the rest of the team, getting them all buffed up. Uber ad now for the creatures. They can choose to use this through choke if they want to, and they're walking to choke aggressively right now. We have a lot of players in IT. They're going to find Teddy Roosevelt just looking for something possibly, but not enough that you possibly need. There's traps everywhere in choke, though. They have to worry about these.
They don't want to waste this Uber ad. Barely able to escape those traps there, and the Beggar's Bomb does come through from Aurelia, does get that force out. It is going to be a no-pick force outside of, getting Aurelia, and it is going to be a second hold, potentially even a refight coming out from the side of Fortress here, as they're going to get their Uber soon, and we will be waiting to see what goes on. Smurfy is inside of Blue Sewer at the moment, so they may be able to spot early a push attempt coming out from the side of Fortress, maybe get some info on how they're set up. But I don't know. Now we're seeing an inverse situation where I don't think Creatures at the moment has the ability to sack in, and I don't think they're going to need to, as Curbiter is going to bomb forward with that Uber. Probably not going to be able to get caught. No, he definitely will. And I think we're actually going to be seeing some creature deaths here as, Curbiter almost dies there, but does manage to get out.
They do get Bit, though. The Devil Bomb gets all the way in and finds Bit. Milky Man is just able to keep himself alive. Not for long, though. If they're not able to kill the scout, Cooper in, and Crimson cleans it up!
Crimson!
Oh my gosh, 1-2 Rockets gets 1-2 kills for himself. Now on the opposite side of the map completely, on the enemy team's second right now, we have a duel going on from Smurfy, from whatever that fucking name is. On to Teddy Roosevelt. He can't find anything, so he just has to run for his life.
Huge boing from the side of Crimson there, and then a stark contrast from the side of Smurfy there. Unfortunately, being 100 HP, you jump into that scout, it is just a recipe for disaster. But Smurfy does survive.
Smurfy, thank you.
Smurfy does survive at the end of the day, and that's all that really matters. Now the same cannot be said for Weird Twinkie as they peek into IT and get taken down. And now it's going to be Crimson doing the exact same thing. Who's going to get taken down, but not before they trade out with Aurelia. But the beam is left wide open, and now it's going to be, I believe that was Teddy Roosevelt trying to get in onto Bit here, but
Smurfy
did get
in the
protected.
back.
Foxer Boxer is in on mid, getting a lot of spam, but is eating some in return himself. Is going to have to walk all the way out through choke. Now it's going to be Kit trying to bully the beam. Is going to get that small pack. Is playing right around the Rosie. It does get one shot off. Now another.
Oh,
he gets the final.
The
final lead shot.
The double loop-de-loop around the rock, and he's able to find it. That's absolutely. I'm gonna actually leave Foxer Boxer on 2 HP, and Weird Twinkie runs to his death. So a little bit rough right now, but. Oh man, now it's looking a little bit like more of an even situation. That bomb in early on that got Bit caught meant that, you know, if not Bit, if got Moki Man caught out, meant that, you know, hopefully they could have held it down a little bit harder and possibly use that Uber ad. But, you know, losing to the double loop-de-loop scout that just runs around the rock as many times as he wants to, and just meat-shotting your medic. Now we're back to sort of a you know, a sort of even situation where they just have to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, I mean, you're just clinging on to something here, and a little bit of a heads up here. Fortress is actually the team that's up a map here, so if Fortress is able to get 2 more rounds and is able to hold on to it, they might be able to take home the series. But yeah, that's not going to be anything at all from Teddy Roosevelt or Aurelia, as they are both met by Crimson. They are going to try and get that Uber used from the side of blue team, but it is not going to come out. Fortress is going to hold on to it for as long as humanly possible, and that is going to be the creatures are starting to back up. But never mind, they changed their mind as they realize they're about to get Uber. They don't need to back up for nothing right now. It's a mad crossbow from across the map onto Kit. I don't know if they were trying to heal someone or if they were going for the kill, but the medic violence has begun, and the med has tasted blood, so that bloodlust is going to be there for a little while. We're about to see some combat medic gameplay, I think, but Kit is, Bit is looking to hold on to the super for
Weird
as long as
Twinkie in
possible.
behind. Here comes Weird Twinkie from the enemy IT right now. He's going to be arriving on.
Oh, and the bomb from Crimson as well.
Has to force out the Uber to the scout from behind, but
Someone
the Uber
needs
is
to get
slightly
cap time.
better.
It's about to end.
Oh my gosh, it is. That is just, you know, it really did not feel like that was stale being for too long, because it was just everybody just fighting over and over and over again, right? But, you know, with just how even these fights have been, that's going to be a reset right now. So now we're back to another mid-fight right now. Have we gotten to see a mid-fight on this game? I don't believe we have.
No, I think we got here as soon as they had pretty much... I think that last round we ended up seeing a mid-fight. Kind of like a pseudo fight because they had to restart, but this is a fresh from the beginning mid fight, fresh out the oven. So hopefully this will give us some insight on how these teams play. And right off the bat, Kit is going to be eating a lot of damage here. It is going to be some early height control coming in from Crimson, but does have to give it up as their health is low. Foxer Boxer taken down to very low HP. It's going to be Weird Twinkie trying to go in with that Rap Assassin. A nice little nuke coming in from Aurelia, getting a lot of damage out here. But Teddy Roosevelt and Aurelia both going to be taken down here, as now it looks like Smurfy trying to go for the air shot, does bully them out through choke. It is just going to be brutal for Fortress here as they lose that mid pretty heavy-handedly. I think we can see who picked this map and who feels like they are more proficient on it as we watch the creatures get ready to start setting up for sacks.
Yeah, and it's about time, right? I mean, we haven't seen attempts, but excuse me. A lot of pressure coming in, definitely. I mean, they're building their way through choke. They've been getting into sewer pretty well. That is going to be Smurfy going down really early on, so possibly the counter-attack attempt. Here comes Foxer Boxer in onto Crimson, does get the kill, and the force coming out from just Sirebell being on such low HP. Teddy Roosevelt in the back, though, is going to be dueling it up with Weird Twinkie. A little bit of 1v1. Weird Twinkie does get that kill, though. Aurelia is getting the Beggar's Bomb in. Here's one pipe on the other side of things from Curvebiter. Is going to find Bit in the back end of that as well, so it's just going to be Scooper staying on point right now, looking for anything, not able to find it, not able to find the medic in the post. So now Bit down means that it's probably free real estate for the rest of Fortress to just get their way onto point right now.
Yeah, Fortress here has a pretty free open gateway into mid here. They don't have to work for anything. They can just take all that space all the way up to the choke for absolutely free. It is charity at that point, the amount of space they are able to take away, because creatures can't do anything. They're not able to hold on to it. If they were, they'd be feeding. I think they also had that one person spawning in as well, so they can't even really be as aggro as they are on second right now. I mean, we see Smurfy inside of sewer, maybe going to net them something. Maybe that's their player they're leaving to try and get the force as they come in, or get as many picks as humanly possible. You know, you don't want to be losing your last hold, but he peeks out pretty early, gives away his position, so they know he's in there. They do come through choke anyway. The med does get juggled up, so that is going to be a little bit of a disconnect, and that gives enough time for Curbiter to go down. And now it's going to be Scooper just in behind, manages to take the beam here. That's a 2K. Now it's going to be a bomb from Crimson, who finds Aurelia, and now finding Foxer at the same exact time.
Oh my
Kit
gosh,
is
what
going
a
to be
fight.
able to trade out with Smurfy. It's 2 players alive for each team, and the med is still alive on the side of the creature, so they can just wait for their players to come up, and they have a free window to get out into second.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, that is just such an important pick to get if you're just put into a corner like this. You have to get something in there, and you lose 4 for it. But you know what? If you get the med and you get some picks on top of it, that means that you're. It's very easy to just walk in and use your. They're able to move through for a little bit, which is obviously the best case scenario. Teddy Roosevelt looking for some sort of a back cap is going to be in the enemy team's lobby, but on the other side of things, Mookie Moo is taken down, and now Bit in trouble as well as Kit just runs him down completely. Kit's going to get taken down finally, but that's a med for med trade. It does give the space for the rest of creatures to work their way onto second, so it is a positive for them. Can't sleep on that for any bit right now, but man, it's a little scary right now. It's neck and neck, med death to med death, almost what we saw in the last game that we just watched, where everybody's just going for the enemy team's medic, and if everybody's going for it, then all meds are just going to end up dying at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is not looking great for these medics here as they just keep dying. They die, one dies and then the other dies immediately after. I mean, they're just it's kind of similar to what we saw in the previous matchup with Gummy dying, and then they would go in for Bobman, and he would die instantly. But that's Aurelia going in for the Becker's bomb, not going to be able to find anything.
Yeah,
it does land a couple rockets onto Bit, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. They're going to be down 3 players there, as Foxer also died in that fight. So that is going to be a free mid for the creatures as they barrel through the choke, and that's going to be a bomb coming forward from Crimson, getting a lot of damage and forcing them out early. Teddy Roosevelt going down to a Rap Assassin ball. I believe that damage from the choke combined with it just a little too much, and this is pretty much free for the creatures to try and take a player ad exchange into the choke if they really, really wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, you could also just turn this Teddy be spawning now because they kind of slept on the opportunity, but here and actually comes Smurfy looking for a Curbiter, is not able to get the damage that he needs, but Crimson comes through looking for anything possible, is going to get the demo super low, but he gets taken up by Mookie Moo.
Looks like they want to use that Uber does come out. That is going to be the rest of the red team barreling through the choke. It is very scary, but Curbiter does go down. Aurelia is going to be able to find that pick onto Scooper as now Aurelia jumping up onto the point.
It's a miracle Bit lives.
Bit is not going to survive this. No way they do, as they get pinched by Aurelia, and I believe that was Teddy Roosevelt, if I'm not mistaken. Could have been Kit, not sure which scout was there, but it was a scout that did end up bullying Bit there with the help of Aurelia. So unfortunately for the side of the creatures, they're not going to be able to hold on to that second. They're not going to be able to get in as fast as they possibly could. They didn't go in fast enough on that player ad, I feel, since that's what they wanted to go off of, especially because they lost their soldiers really, really early on. They didn't go in as soon as their soldier head went in as like a distraction. So a couple things that, meshed together to make an unfortunate series of events and put them back onto their second.
Yeah, and it's sort of evening out just now. I mean, there's a little bit of ad to play with if Curbiter just chooses to go for the super deep bomb right now. Otherwise, probably just going to be settling in to hold right now, but this is slowing down just a little bit. We do have the king of sewer right now, Smurfy. This guy loves playing in the sewer right now, and he's kind of just being a thorn in their side right now. If they're not looking for it, then he's just going to get through completely for free. They're not looking right now.
They have Sniper
my
up and
gosh.
Choke on the side of Fortress, actually. They do know it's Teddy Roosevelt up on it. The shot has rung out. He has been spotted, but Scooper gets taken down. The Uber does get popped out of fear. That's going to be a Kaitis bomb through the Choke here, trying to find anything they possibly can. The counter pop does come out from the side of Fortress. No picks are coming out yet until just now. Teddy Roosevelt going to get taken down, but Mookie, with the help of Kit, is going to be able to find a player as well. Bit is going to go down in that fight at the same time. Aurelia jumping forward, getting on top of that point. It is Smurfy through the Choke, going for a high bomb, landing on top of the point, getting a lot of damage. It's nuclear. Is the other soldier going to be able to get there in time to mop up? No, he's not. It's a beggar's air shot from Aurelia onto Crimson there. This could be the momentum shift that Fortress needs to get in onto last and add a round for themselves on the board. It's only 3 minutes 30 in match time. There's a lot of cap time on the point here. It's one scout doing it all, but now Mookie moves in on his own, gets baited by the rest of his team as they all go out through the left side. It's the demo walking in, getting some stickies onto the point, but no damage coming out whatsoever.
And the gun's back up. Here comes the heavy.
Yeah, he's all on his own here, and that is the most beefed, botched push I think I've seen in a little while from Fortress here. But hopefully they'll be able to maybe collapse on some of these incoming players. That's exactly what they do as Kit goes in, finds Bit. Now it's going to be Scooper finding Aurelia, but they are going to be able to wrap around and take second. Teddy Roosevelt wants to go for the back cap so bad.
He sees the heavy run to spawn. This is the timing. This is the timing. Oh, he doesn't go for it. He actually doesn't go for it.
He's stuck inside the spawn now. There's nothing he can do at this point. I think he's waiting for Bit to come up so he can get on him and get the free kill. That's exactly what he's doing. He's got two, he's got three, and now they're dead. This could be a very, very bad situation for the creatures here, as now Mookie Moo sitting it with about 50% ad, and they're going to have about, I would say, 60 or 70 by the time that Bit finds someone to actually heal. Looks like it's going to be on that lower end, probably 60. But 65% Uber ad is absolutely nothing to scoff at. You can definitely get into second and take that for free. There's no way that the creatures can hold on to that realistically. They just need to be playing by 1 and 2 and getting ready to leave second. They need to be able to give this so they can survive and have a chance of holding on to last. Because parking the bus here, there's no shame in doing it. You're up around. If you want to park the bus on your last and you know your last holds are better, then then your offense is worthwhile. But that Uber is going to come out from the side of Fortress, and they are going to be able to take down Aurelia here. It is going to be the demo bombing forward Foxer, the soldier bombing forward Foxer are going to be able to find
Scooper in, looking for the medic.
Sire Bellum. Scooper not quite able to find any picks here, is spotted, but look at this, it's going to be Weird Twinkie landing in behind. Not enough damage though. Now it's going to be Crimson bombing forward, does find Foxer, but not quite able to find anything else. Just yet one nice rocket onto the beam though. He finds the beam,
and Scooper able to clean it up. I mean, it's so right through Mookie Moo right now. Like, you have so many people just breathing down your neck, and you have to find a way to magically juke 3 separate players at once, and just not able to do it. And now with a minute remaining, a bit, almost having 75%, this might just be the game right here, unless something upsetting happens. It's it's gonna be so close to C right now. Though I do believe Fortress is up a map right now, so this would bring us to map 3.
That would bring us to map 3, which I believe would be Bagel. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we'll be seeing a Koth decider here, which is always fun to take a gander at. That Uber is going to come out from the side of the creatures as they waddle across the point. They're going to be able to find Mookie Moo now, going to be able to find Curbiter, now finding Aurelia as well. Scooper and Crimson doing God's work here. The back cap is coming out. They actually, I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here, though. No, I don't think they do.
It's close, but not close enough.
Yeah, close but no cigar. You know, it doesn't really count here in that circumstance. It is going to be Kit trying to defend their own second, but it doesn't really matter. Could we see a total reverse? Could we see the creatures take an extra round right at the very end of the game here?
Just send a message?
I mean, yeah, just send a message like, hey, this is my match. This is my, series. This is what we want to happen. And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see. The stickies haven't been cleared off the point yet, though. They only have 8 seconds left to get that cap if they want that extra round. It is a lot of players still up on the side of Fortress who are able to defend it, but they're all very weak. The medic isn't able to heal all of them at once, but it doesn't matter as Aurelia is able to find Weird Twinkie at the very tail end of that round. And it doesn't really matter if the creatures are able to squeeze out another round, as they take home Process 1-1, and that's going to move us into the 3rd map of the series.
Yeah, if our map source is correct, I think we're going to be going to Bagel. I'm not too sure. Goalie, actually.
Ooh,
I think Bagel was played first, so we're going to Goalie on Decider.
I was just talking earlier about how Bagel needs more love.
Yeah, I know. It's been unfortunate today.
Well, I mean, they played Bagel as one of their main or their first two maps. That's what I meant. It needs more love. So
It
like,
does. It does. I'm just sad we didn't get to cover it. Is all.
I know, it sucks. But hey, at least these teams they pick Bagel as one of their main maps, and if Fortress is able to do a lot of work on Bagel and take home the Dubsky there, I don't know what the score was for that map. I don't know if it was pretty heavy-handed or if it was like a slog that they had to fight through, but I think they can apply a lot of the stuff they do on Bagel mids and kind of apply that to Gully Wash and not everything, of course, but you can apply a little bit of the Bagel mid strategy. Put that on Gully just because it's the same kind of point structure. The lanes are really small. And of course, nuke everyone with your soldiers at the end of the day. It boils down to that. When in doubt, just nuke with your soldiers, really. But I guess time will tell what strategies they're going to employ for Gully Wash. And maybe creatures are able to respond back with another map win of their own, which will secure them a spot in the grand finals.
Hey man, nothing's impossible right now. Obviously, with this being a 1-1, this is going to be probably the closest match that we've seen almost all Newbie Cup. This is just, I just love that we do best of threes in this tournament as well. It just makes such. Yeah, I'm really really excited to see right now.
Yeah, I'm very, very, very excited to see what these guys are going to do on Gully Wash. It is just a matter of time until that map switches over and they ready up and they are prepped to go ahead and start that game. I do want to try and find the logs here so we can pull that John up and see what's going on here. If I'm not too late to the logs page to find it.
Yeah,
But,
I'm trying to look right now myself.
I have found it.
Oh
Let me
God,
post
bless
this in
you.
our super secret casters channel.
Yeah, taking a look right now. This is a pretty low DPM game. Nobody really getting close to that 3 DPM, except maybe 2 players I can see being Smurfy. But obviously shows just kind of how much of a slower pace this was, being a 0-1 with a lot of stalemates and stuff like that. But man, 93 kills to 78 kills is still a very high kill game overall. I think there was just so much action that was taking place, just despite the lack of rounds that really went through. I think it was just the fact that there were so many good last holds, really, that just nullified a lot of these pushes and hopes and dreams that these players had.
Yeah. Hopefully, Gully Wash will be able to spell a little bit of a different story and, maybe a little bit more explosive plays, a little bit more DPM will be able to come out from these teams. And it might not be a, full 30-minute game that we'll witness. I mean, there's definitely the opportunity for it, but
Yeah, definitely.
it's I mean, I don't know, man. It's gonna be a very sluggish game on Gully. I feel, regardless, we might see another 0-1 or 1-0 victory for either of these teams. And I mean, whoever wins it definitely deserves it because they fought hard. They went through all 3 maps in the series to go ahead and find themselves that easy. Or I guess I shouldn't say easy pass, but that free pass, I suppose, from winning that game, and they'll find themselves matched up against Billy's $9, and I guess whoever loses will find themselves matched up against Girardi Drinkers. So no matter who wins and loses, both of the matches are going to win. Or
Yeah,
I guess not win, but going to win in the sense that it'll be a really, really great match to be a part of.
Yeah, and definitely with that as well. I mean, players are going to be staying up late, no matter what. The absolute thick of it now, where you just have to stay a little bit hydrated, keep yourself awake, just stay dialed in for all of this. This might be, honestly, for even someone who's a bit of a seasoned player as well, this might be one of the longest nights of just consistent TF2 that these guys might ever play.
Mm-hmm. Unless they find themselves in those newcomer playoffs, which I think these couple, finalist teams are definitely going to be able to find themselves as players in those newcomer playoffs if they decide to stick together. RGL will make you play those best of 3s as well, and you're going to start way later in the night than actually, I think these guys technically started pretty close to RGL match time, no?
Mm-hmm.
They started Bagel, then they started Process, which went the full 30. We ended at 2200 for me, pretty much. Give it give or take 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, they're pretty much finishing at about the time you would finish like a standard match for RGL, but I don't know. It's gonna be a bit hard, especially because they'll be running that Banny config too in RGL.
Yeah,
So
that makes it a lot. It
it'll be a
definitely
little bit of
does.
a
So
transition as
I
well.
still
They
love it
can't
though.
park
I
the
love the
bus.
Benny comic. I think it's just cool that we get to like try to the last minute and the game doesn't
Hmm.
end until it makes it.
Yeah. Nobody ends until there is a definitive victor, which I
Yeah,
think is definitely very nice. But they have started changing the map over to Golly Wash, which
thank
means the
goodness.
match will start soon. But before these teams are up here, I just want to take a moment and thank the sponsor of the Newbie Cup, Liquid TF here, the premier marketplace for buying cheap, cheap, cheap unusuals. Get up to 80% off of market for those unusuals. I think if you are in the market for one, Liquid TF has got to be your go-to. Check out what they've got to offer there. And even if you don't like the prices, you can always check back later. It's there's really no point in not looking. If there's an unusual you've had on your mind, maybe your dream unusual's on there and you can get it for significantly cheaper. It doesn't hurt to have a little look-see, and thanks to Liquid TF for sponsoring the cup. Every player that's been here, casted or not, group stage pass or group stage loss, playoffs pass or playoffs loss, they're going to be getting a medal for participating in the Newbie Cup, which is something that is really, really new. This is the first time it's ever happened for a Newbie Cup. Usually it's only the first place team that gets a special little I think it's the Clan Pride cosmetic, the little medal that they got where they would have like the Newbie Cup logo for the season, or yeah, I guess the season on it. So it's it's a huge sponsorship, and of course they're covering the prize pool, or at least a portion of it. So big ups to Liquid TF, exclamation point Liquid TF in the chat to get some of that cheap unusual benefits.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, these guys have been great as well. We've had a lot of different sponsors come through, but this one has definitely stuck out to me as well. I mean, um, just offering a completely different service than just the normal trading platform as well, keeping stuff cheap and just allowing a lot of people to make their own listings and stuff like that. Just giving a voice to a lot of these people who are still modern day traders, where you don't have to deal with bots and stuff like that. It really just
Mm-hmm.
does mean so much. So yeah, again, shout out to them. Shout out to the fact that they're actually giving the players medals. It's such a motivator. I know for a lot of the people that I had on my team that I was coaching, that they were like, oh wait, we're getting medals. Okay, well I'm gonna stick this out and play these matches because I want a little bit of swag in game. So yeah,
Yeah, I
big shout out
mean,
to them.
everybody wants the medal, and I think our production is going to try and find the medal that they're going to get, and probably put it up on the screen for you
Yeah.
guys. And if you guys make enough of a ruckus, maybe we'll get a medal too. Be really angry at Liquid TF, and then just make them give us a
Please,
medal.
man, I don't even have my RGL medal.
Yeah, exactly. RGL still hasn't released their backlog. I still only have my season 11 medal. I need another one. I need another one. But
Oh
yeah, on the
man.
screen you can see the medal that these players are going to get. I believe that's it anyway. Um, Not too sure if that's accurate. Production
That's
does have
pretty
a lot of
fire.
stuff going on. If that is the right one, that one is going to be pretty awesome. But I mean, yeah, for a participation medal as well that everyone's going to get, that's a Flames medal.
And I
Oh, is that a
actually,
placement medal?
that's got to be the first place, right? I think that is so shiny.
I mean, yeah, it is
That is something to
gold and
work for.
shiny. If that's the medal you get for first place, oh my goodness gracious! I think whoever earns that is really gonna deserve it. I don't know if there'll be placement ones, but if there are placement ones, that'll be pretty cool. I guess the coaches are getting special medals, so if we don't get medals, I think that's a little bit of a robbery. But
Mm-hmm.
well, what can you do? What can you do? But yeah, both of these teams are loading into the server. There's just one player missing that we will likely go live sometime soon. So it is just soap DM hours and time for us to waffle and talk about random things until until the game gets itself underway. Well,
Yeah,
actually, I
well,
think we are going to go to a break so we can get you guys some music for the time being. So we will be right back relatively quickly, I think. Oh no, I guess they're waiting for us. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff going back and forth and back and forth. So I think we're going to commit to going to the break there. Once they go live, we will come back to you and we'll get straight into the TF2 action. I need a small break for my voice anyway. I don't know about you, Bone Gripper,
Oh, I'm
but
feeling you
we
on
will
that
be
one.
back in about 2 minutes.
This in the next stream. Okay, this is the last time I'm doing this. Take 10 or something like that. If this doesn't work out, I'm just gonna run with this anyways. I might have to do another one at a different time with a different beat and a different line. AKA different line green color palette on my beam. Did you know what I mean when I rip into the mic when I get into the green? Well, it's open on green when I get 50 backs on my whole damn team. I'm betting on TF2, but I really got any betting problems. How about you? I'm a gambler, Brian. 5-side TF2, it's the best casters on the internet. I'm getting bored now. I don't want to make any more theme songs for anybody else, cause 5-side my favorite now. Nobody else on Twitch has a theme song like this, cause I really get that quick rich. I don't want to get a quick dick in my bitch. I don't want to say anything else, but I love 5-side casters and the casting team and the 2 casters and the guy that runs the stream, siyo, that's your name, right? You should really play this in the next stream or today, unless the stream's over already. By the time I get back to the stream, it's just gonna be a VOD, man. Wait, this might actually be the this might actually be the take I'm gonna use to send you guys in general now. Who do I have to ping for this to get this played on the stream as the official theme song? This is literally my official theme song. Never make anything else gonna be long. I don't want my dick any longer than it already is. Got a big dick, feel like Drake when I get that quick. I don't want a gummy slinging everything else, but I'm pack up. When I pack up quick, when I get my TF2 com team by TF2 CC, get my com general. When I'm really getting out that back with a literal, I don't want to see anything but literally see. When I literally bring a beam, like a beamer on me, like a BMW, got my German and exotics on me. Wait, I might actually turn this thing into general. The song's over. Y'all should stop listening. This is literally a theme song, and I think it's really good. I think I'm gonna put this in. Y'all finna listen to this on stream. Every Saturday, Sunday, this is finna be played on the halftime show. Bye, guys. I might do a concert. Okay, this is the last time I'm doing this. Take 10 or something like that. If this doesn't work out, I'm just gonna run with this anyways. I might have to do another one at a different time with a different beat and a different line. AKA different line green color palette on my beam. Did you know what I mean when I rip into the mic when I get into the green? Well, it's open on green when I get 50 backs on the whole damn team. I'm betting on TF2, but I really got any betting problems. How about you? I'm a gambler, Brian. 5-side TF2, it's the best casters on the internet. I'm getting bored now. I don't want to make any more theme songs for anybody else, cause 5-side my favorite now. Nobody else on Twitch has a theme song like this, cause I really get that quick rich. I don't want to get a quick dick in my bitch. I don't want to say anything else, but I love 5-side casters and the casting team, the 2 casters, the guy that runs the stream, siyo, that's your name, right? Should really play this in the next stream or today, unless the stream's over already. By the time I get back to the stream, it's just gonna be a VOD, man.
All right, and we are going live. Welcome back, everybody, to Creatures vs. Fortress Map 3 onto Goalie Wash right now. We're going to be rolling out to mid about instantly now. We'll have to see who really sets the pace right now. Again, really matters just how fast you're getting to mid and what you're planning to do really early on. Aurelia, not on the beggars anymore, going to be trying to jump up early. We have 2 players on the ground, though, being Weird Twinkie and the other soldier as
going
well.
for the pick onto Aurelia, is going to find it. That's 1 player down very early on. Teddy Roosevelt is stuck inside of that elbow. The cap is already coming up. The drop from Smurfy. 3 players.
3K.
Oh my goodness. Almost gets the 4K
just Mookie
there
Man.
as well.
Mookie Man running for his life, gonna get chased down by Scooper all the way through Baby Door.
No.
Here he comes.
He can't
and
escape.
1, 2, dead.
Control point is
Oh no, poor Mookie Man there. I think we know who picked Gully Wash here.
Yeah, I might have an idea.
I think that's pretty set in stone. We do have Aurelia playing inside of Secret here, though. You usually don't see soldiers playing down here, so maybe they have some kind of tech that we are not yet aware of. That
Heavy
Uber is going to go beelining straight towards that point. That Heavy is going to get caught out inside of water. Needs more spam to come down onto him as Scooper comes up from below. Is going to have to finish him off. 2 players down for the side of the creatures as they walk into that point. It is going to be everybody wiping on top of it, though, as Foxer is the only one left alive, and they are not going to be able to jump onto that point in time.
Super quick round.
Minute 30 seconds for the first round to go in favor of the creatures.
Now, is this going to be a repeat of map 2 where they get this one round and then we're just sitting here for 28 minutes? I really hope not, but man, Smurfy went off in that first mid. Just going up the drop down, getting a 3K, the rest follow as well, just crunching people on that choke. That is the problem if you don't have someone playing on watching someone going up drop down or anything, is that you can just get completely caught out in the most tight little corridor.
Herbiter dies so early, he gets to mid with no HP. I'm going to have to analyze that rollout, see if he's getting healed properly, because there's no way he should be getting to choke with 30 health. I think something's going wrong.
And they just have to call it off because of that too. I mean, you lose your demo, you're just going to get walked at, and that means that you just get nuked if you're not going to just completely give it up. So actually very, very, very smart to cut your losses. Just chill right now. There's a lot of people bunching up towards choke right now. We'll have to see if that's where they want to take it, though. Foxter Boxer is in the power position, standing above choke. Gotta love to see it. I tell every single soldier that plays on Goalie Watch, you need to have someone right there because it is just so damn oppressive, and you have so many options as well.
Mm-hmm. You have so many opportunities to just spam anyone out that tries to come through, and it looks like that is what the creatures want to do. Foxer Boxer looks away at the exact time, though. Unlucky timing.
Here's the thing, though. When you're up there, you can go for bombs.
Yeah, he does land on top of the rock. That is going to be Cyrebellum finding Mookie Moo, Curbiter. Now Smurfy going to be able to find Teddy Roosevelt. Kit going to be able to trade out with Scooper, though. Bit is going to find the kill onto Kit there. Medic violence coming out as they just beeline it for last. It is going to be Bit trying to set up. It is just not looking great here. Smurfy just missed the arrow twice. It doesn't matter because Smurfy finds Mookie Moo and Curbiter at the last moment.
Smurfy, man, this is Smurfy's map right now. Oh my gosh, they need to fix this mid. I want to watch this demo roll out.
Yeah, we need to see what's going on with the heal situation. I think is the main predicament, and immediately we've got that pause. So this is as good a time as any to throw out attack pause if you are getting bullied really hard on this mid. You have to figure that out early on. You've already lost 2 rounds in the span of like 4 minutes. I think it's maybe even like 3.5. You've got to figure out what is going wrong in your holds. As we look at the screen here, we've got the inconspicuous maze game that has just faded away, and maybe production will put that back up on screen, live gameplay. No, Roamer GIF on screen here.
Please, I'm so... every time, you think you're safe, and then
you think you're safe, and you got soldiers bare.
Boom, soldiers ass.
Every time.
God. The fact that he's just running on just bare ground too, with bare feet as well, powerful as hell.
Do we have the other scary GIF of the car? Do you have that one on standby?
That's how Fortress is feeling right now, honestly.
I feel like the creatures feel like the Roamer GIF. They're just waddling in, getting stuff for free.
Man, that's just Smurfy right now, buck-ass naked, just walking into drop-down round after round.
I mean, yeah, I think, guys, look away from your monitor if you're easily scared.
Scared.
Guys, I wonder what could happen.
Knows.
Oh, I got a little scared there. Sorry, guys. That was a little scary. I think we are going to have the official Fireside theme song. The official one.
Okay, this is the last time. Something like that. If this doesn't work out, I'm just going to run with this anyways. Do another one at a different time with a different beat and a different rhyme. AKA different
Oh, man.
On my bean.
While the song plays in the background, though, what do you think the adjustments that can really be made for Fortress is right now? I mean, obviously the demo exploding early on is not ideal.
On TF2,
I don't know. I mean, the biggest adjustment they need to make is that demo. I haven't really been able to analyze anything beyond that, just because of the fact that their demo dies so early, or is just taken out of the fight so early because they don't have health. They can't get healed because they have to take that pack, and they're on half HP even with that pack. There's not a lot of leeway going in favor of Fortress right now. I mean, their demo isn't able to do any damage, and I think a lot of what we're seeing is summarized by the GIF we saw briefly on screen where it says Med took 6 damage, the roamer, and he just goes in. We're watching these soldiers get away with so much, especially Smurfy on the side of the creatures. They just go in and they're getting away with it, and I think I haven't been able to look at what the scouts are doing all too much on the side of Fortress, but it could definitely be a sort of scout problem where they're not expecting some of these bombs, or they're not looking, not ready for it to come out, as someone is getting speech bubble gift on the creatures.
I'd love to see it, man. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you kind of hit the nail on the head there with the adjustment. Obviously, I wanted to see more of a real mid. We really haven't seen times where just had the chance to figure stuff out. Just stay in one spot for one time and actually have a play that they choose to do instead of just having to react constantly, because they've just been on such a backpedal this entire game.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we're not seeing enough kind of aggression coming out from the side of Fortress, and it doesn't give them the opportunity to initiate any fights either. So they're never in the position to make anything happen. They're always forced to react. I think that does kind of just go back to the fact that their demo is just getting exploded on mids, and they can't really do anything. With how long this pause has gone on, I'm starting to question if it's a tack and maybe a tech. Maybe one of their players is having like hardware issues. Maybe their FPS is just like turbo low.
Maybe they just really need to talk it out as well.
Maybe.
There's a lot that's gone wrong. If you need to just revamp the game plan and just take it from scratch, talk about every single point, that is what you need to do as the unpause does come through. So we're going to be going back here. I do want to keep an eye on what's going on this rollout right now for the blue team, because it's just not been going the way that you would hope it would.
Yeah, absolutely. It is not going the way that Fortress players, I think, are imagining in their head that they would do with this. But it does look like Curbiter does get his 260. He doesn't get the pack.
Yeah, so looks normal, but he's just getting focused so hard.
Damage, yeah. Showing up to mid with that 20 HP, I think there might be a jump or two they can cut out from that, or something. Maybe just go straight to choke instead of jumping up. That crater damage could do a lot.
Here's Teddy, though.
Curbiter just getting taken down. Teddy Roosevelt getting drops. And now it's a soldier off through. Drop down. Mookie Moo is going to get taken down as Smurfy finds Kit and Mookie Moo. Scooper are going to be able to find Foxer. Aurelia is going to have to curb back. Is going to be able to find Smurfy. But, oh my goodness, Sire Bellum finds Aurelia jumping through that choke, just landing the most perfect sticky onto their dome. And that's going to be a leave one and go situation as Creature doesn't have Uber, but they... Oh, no, they do. My antifreeze isn't enabled on CE, so that's unfortunate. But they are going to be able to find Teddy Roosevelt, now Curbiter, now Kit as well. There's only 2 players alive pretty much for the side of Fortress, and it doesn't even matter what they do here as they're both stuck inside of lower, just being, corralled into it, and they're going to get bullied turbo hard, and they're just going to be sent into the Shadow Realm as the Creatures take home their 3rd round, making the scoreline 0-3.
0-3 right now. I mean, that is where the pause came out, but better time than any right now. There's still 25 minutes remaining in this match. So that is a damn quick 3 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
These last few games of goalie have been super, super one-sided. On day 1, we saw a 3-3 stalemate, so would love to see some sort of comeback right now. The kills are still going in favor for, the side of Creatures, but Fortress just needs to shore this up right now. They actually keep their medic alive, so maybe possibly could hold on to second right now, but they're already barreling their way through choke right now. But they're going to be climbing up into river area. Crimson looking for some damage, trying to jump up to the Choosy Scouts, might just get mulched in the process, is able to limp away with the escape plan actually, so barely able to live right now. But now they're still up in river right now. There might be a way that they could possibly contend with this. They are going to be Teddy Roosevelt super early. Yeah,
so much damage onto Kit as well. Smurfy just getting up behind for free, does miss the pack, not quite able to grab it, but it doesn't matter as Kit gets taken down by the most Hail Mary pipe I have ever seen in my entire life, threading the needle through that tiny little rock. Uber does come out. It's going to be Mookie Moo getting taken down from the pipes from Sire Bellum. Now Sire Bellum going to be able to find Aurelia as well, and now it's going to be Crimson finding Foxer Boxer. It's 4-0, and not even 6 minutes fully have passed yet.
Man, it's a complete 180 from what we saw. Prepared what they need doing. When it comes to their gameplay overall, like they're getting to mid and they're just looking sort of lost. They're trying a few things, but the counterattack that's coming up from the creatures right now is just
Rider
so much
died on the
stronger.
rollout.
Oh no! You can't be
And that's
doing that, man.
if your health is, I think, below like 130 when you're in that lobby and you do that second jump, you've got to just go for the you got to go for that pack there. Again, you maybe going for the direct jump to choke there instead of getting that height will help out a little bit. You just got to do some rollout refining, practice it offline, and that'll be fixed up in no time, I feel. But at least for Fortress, they're going to be able to get out with their beam here, so it'll be an even hold last, so they have an opportunity to make something happen. I don't see anybody going water just yet. I think they're just going to get ready to try and take the exchange. They do hear that gun going up. They don't really know where it is, though. It is sitting in the cubby, and we're just going to have to wait for the creatures to make a decision on what they're going to do here. If they wait too long, that gun is going to get set up to a level 2, and that's exactly what it is right now.
Ooh.
Crimson is going to get taken down, I believe.
Wait, Smurfy.
Smurfy is in on the point. They don't realize he's on the point. They back up into him with the Uber, but now Aurelia sees the scout comes in, does get taken out by the beggars. Oh, Aurelia is actually kind of cleaning house right now as they find two. Now the Pyro going to be able to find Bit. That's a full team wipe on the side of the creatures. Their first botched push of the entire game here. Fortress looking like they may have woken up. A little bit of a lock-in here.
Yeah, they finally have a little bit of a breath of fresh air. It's lovely to see. They need a little bit of stable.
Wait, Teddy Roosevelt's still up on Pyro.
Yeah, he is. I actually don't hate this. We saw this yesterday as well. The Pyro was actually doing a lot of work.
Did they not spot Crimson above the choke? No, they do. They definitely do. Okay. He does get found out. He is landing. He does manage to find Aurelia and Curve Fighter. Now going to be able to
oh, no! It's a tragedy!
From Teddy Roosevelt. Oh, it's brutal. As Sire Bellum finds Mookie Moo. And now it's Foxer Boxer trying their absolute hardest to get out. 30 HP gets stuck on the wall!
It's tragedy after tragedy. Demo splatting and choke, just not cleaning up that soldier that was standing on height, just letting you guys all final back foot right now. There is no Uber that can be used by Bit right now, but they're absolutely staring them down right now. This last, we still have Crimson rolling out, so I'm imagining they might just slow down, take a second, get this Uber ad, and just make this a for sure last push and just seal this map. If they're able to do this last push like they've been doing prior as well, I think there's very little question of them being able to pull that off.
Yeah, especially with this crazy ad. You got 50% Uber ad under your belt. You do lose Weird Twinkie, unfortunately, and that Uber does come out from the side of the creatures. They are looking to take down that sentry. They are going to send Scooper down in through water. They have a lot of players inside of spawn here. The Pyro is still up. Kit is coming out of the right side of spawn, 200 HP, and it doesn't matter. They're not quick enough. They can't hide and spawn like that. They just gave away Gully Wash and are now going to be sent down into the bronze match, a very heavy-handed Gully Wash defeat to the creatures 5-0.
After such a tight series as well, I mean, here's the thing as well to remember. This third place match, it does matter. It does genuinely matter. You have keys to play for here. You have a little bit of pride as well that you guys go fourth. I mean, third feels better than fourth. Just genuinely does. So I'm really, really hoping that match plays out really well. It's going to be another best of 3 for them, so it should be another tight one. Creatures, though, making it to grand finals as well. Very, very excited to see if they're able to pull this out. They have definitely showed a lot of promise here from Smurfy stepping up. On the other side of things, the other soldiers that they're going to be playing against right now in these grand finals, they're nothing to sleep on. I don't know if these guys have really met at all in this entire bracket, so very excited to see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what the the plan is. I don't really know what they are going to be doing when they go into those grand finals. Hopefully the creatures will be able to keep up the kind of momentum that they had during this game. And while we're on the topic of it, I do have the logs here that we can take a little gander at. I mean, this is, oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my god.
Sire Bellum going 16-3-2. That's 608 DPM. Just under double the DPM or total damage of Aurelia, I believe.
608 might be the highest DPM I think I've ever seen.
I think so, yeah. I mean,
9.5 KD.
Now that I think we've seen a higher KD
definitely,
from people. But 608 DPM is absolutely insane. 299 DPM above Aurelia there, the second highest DPM at 309. And as we go down the logs here, filtering by DPM, DPM not the best metric, but it can paint a decent picture as to what went on, and it definitely shows that this was the creature's map. I think someone said it in chat best. It is Gully Wash is a very, very hard map for newbies to learn. But when they learned it, or when they do learn it, rather, they own it. They absolutely stomp and they obliterate on it because it's either you know it or you don't. There is no, I kind of know it, I can kind of wing it. There is none of that. With Gully, you know it or you don't, and you win or you lose.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that last map, dude. That was insane. I think I need a little bit of a break after that. Which, speaking of which, we're gonna get things set up here for the grand finals of the Newbie Cup. So nobody go anywhere. We're just gonna take a little break as we figure out the servers and all that jazz. Get things all set. Again, before we go, shout out to Liquid.tf, the #1 marketplace for you to find cheap unusuals up to 80% off on their Discord. Highly recommend you give those guys a look. And at the very least, if you want to just click the link, hop on their server. It does support us genuinely and shows that we're interested in the sponsor. So yeah, shout out to Liquid TF once again. But we will catch you guys in just a few minutes for the grand finals. See you then.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Scouts moves real fast. Yeah, the soldiers shoot rockets. Yeah, the pirates set people on fire. Yeah, the demo man shoots grenades and safety bombs. Heavy uses his minigun to spread his enemies. The engineer builds the buildings like sentries and dispensers. Medic heals of people. Yeah, the sniper kills people in long range with his sniper rifle. And the spy is the master of disguise. Now that you met the team, now we must go for the objective. Gotta capture control points. Yeah, we gotta capture the intelligence. Yeah, we must push the cards. Yeah, we must kill the enemy team. And what is this game that we play on? Well, this is Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2.
Come sing with me.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here in the grand finals with the Creatures versus Billy's $9. We've gotten pretty familiar with the Creatures so far. We watched them against Elysium. We watched them against Fortress. And now we're about to watch them for the third time tonight as they play against Billy's $9, who we watched fight against Girardi Drinkers in the semifinals. And then after this, if the third place match is still going on, we're going to go ahead and dip down and watch the Girardi Drinkers face off against Fortress to see who's going home in fourth place. And
this first mid, damn dominant though. I mean, the coordination from $9 just to get on height and just keep pushing their advantage. They are already walking their way into second. They get another kill as well. Bonesy cleans up another, so they might have just a free reign to push their way into second.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for $9 right now. They take away that mid very dominantly. It does look like Weird Twinkie is still on that respawn clock as well. So they are going to have a little bit of a harder time trying to hold on to second for on the side of Creatures. It is going to be a fast bomb coming in from Bonesy. Does miss the first rocket onto Bit, and that is going to be their saving grace, as Bit is just barely able to squeak away from that first beefed rocket. It does look like we have Sant trying to spot through IT, but not quite able to find anything just yet. And it's about that time. Check your watches. It should say SAC or SACK, however you want to spell it. It's sack o'clock, and it's in the ball is in $9 court to figure out what they want to do for this here sack.
I mean, they had a roll of attempt right now, a little bit of a botched bomb coming up from Crimson. We'll have to see if they want to go for that again or just wait for the sack, because honestly, the opportunity might have just passed with the soldier who was dead being able to roll out all the way. But yeah, now we're just chilling, waiting for the little sack attempt come out from $9, but here it comes Bonesy already, and he gets a little bit of damage off, not too much more though. Usually we've seen him go straight onto the medic's forehead, but maybe just has to warm it up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think something that kind of allowed Bonesy to get a lot of the value that they were able to get previously is the fact that the medics in previous games didn't have a lot of bodyguard presence. Their scouts weren't watching the air as much as they probably could have been, and so Bonesy was able to get in on really off timings and stuff like that. But enough about that, as we're going to see Smurfy get taken down by Mung here. That Uber does come out from the side of the Creatures as Bonesy gets in for free. Does manage to leave with 5 HP and is going to have to wrap around through sewer. Immediately, though, a response from Serious Burb as they walk in onto Crimson. Now Bonesy going to be able to come up through sewer and land onto Bit here. Now turning around and finding Scooper with a nice flick there, and now it's going to be Cyrebellum in that 1v1 situation with Serious Burb, and does get taken down there from the winger, and that is going to be $9 trying to push all the way through to last, not even going to give second a chance to get capped. They're just going to go, and a little bit of a beefed attempt coming in from Smurfy here as they try and take down Bonesy, jumping up on the wall a bit unintentionally, but it is going to be Weird Twinkie finding Bobman and Sant, so no metal live for the side of $9.
D is up in heaven as well, though. Do they know about D as well?
I think they do, but he jumps away.
Weird situation there where he had to jump out, but it looked like he was almost over top of the medic's head right there. Could have maybe gone for a play, but probably just wants to play for his own life. He's going to get out, actually, as well. He's going to dodge the lock-on load pipes that are aimed for him and bake his way out into mid right now. So very, very good escape from him right now. But this is ad right now, 4 bit right now. Bob going down very, very early on after the Uber was used out. Just means that now Creatures, they have a little bit of momentum on their side to worry about. Now we only have a minute left in the match timer, so that should kind of kick some people into gear right now in terms of just pushing through this choke.
Yeah, it is going to be another instance of sack o'clock potentially, but maybe not actually. Bit is sitting about 30% Brad. Bonesy does try and go in for something and does get taken down. A nice lock pipe going to be finding them. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do much else off of that, though. That is their sack attempt, so they're going to have to wait for that timer to go down and Bonesy to respawn. But there are also only 30 seconds left on the round timer, so they need to think of something fast. They need to either get in and take that exchange onto second, or they're going to have to play for the round reset. One of those two are going to have to happen, and I think we might be seeing an exchange as they posture up by that choke. It looks like Bonesy wants to get into sewer as well. Is going to win the fight here potentially? Yes,
he does.
Against Smurfy. They're very close, living by a hair. They are on top of the point, but they need to take the Uber off of someone to get any cap time, and no one caps the point. The soldier falls onto the ground, and that's going to be a mid-reset. No team has taken a round just yet as we go through the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a stalemate there. I think a little just bit of trepidation on the $9 sacks. Other than, Bonesy going through pretty much solo, there was no real pressure that went with his sack as well. So they weren't really able to convert too much, but Bonesy in immediately onto Cyrebellum does not get the damage that he needs to get him down early enough, but I love the attempt from him. Gives a lot of space though. Smurfy taking out a 1 HP is going to get cleaned up by Mung. And now that's a 1-for-1 trade. I mean, having one soldier dead for so long does hurt for a bit, but, it's still definitely playable. But, man, the space from $9 is so much better. D is collapsing on them as well as all the scouts and soldiers, and they're just chewing everybody up and choke. And they're going to get bit for just staying in a few seconds too long, just not recognizing that, hey, it's time to pack up and get out of there.
Yeah, D getting that nice little 2K there is going to be able to find Bit and Scooper there. So that is a pretty monumental set of drops and just picks in general to have if you are on the side of $9, because that gives you full Uber ad. You are going to be able to walk in after that and just kind of make your way into the lobby and pick whatever door you please to go ahead and send
What
it
is
through.
it? What's
They're
the
not
door
gonna be
lottery?
able to
It's
get
5.
a gun up in time. It is level 2, actually. I may be mistaken, as Serious Burb does get taken down. D is finally able to find Smurfy here, and Sant Bowser are going to be able to find the sentry. No one is dead yet. Now Bonesy finding the first opening pick into that since the initial Uber. It is going to be Crimson going down, but Sire Bellum is going to be able to find Sant Bowser. Now D going to be able to find 2 with the help of Bonesy. Now D finding Sire Bellum at the very last moment as well. The Pyro's not really able to do anything, and the first round is going to go into the hands of $9.
Of our grand final.
Yeah, our grand final first map or first round of the first map of the series is going to go into the hands of $9, and that's after their very indecisive first round. I think they just took the rollout time and that downtime between the mid and the push to really say, hey, we got to full send it here. We can't afford to be, playing it slow like we are. These guys are going to exploit us if we do. And right as they say that, Weird Twinkie just takes so much because of $9 being so proactive and watching the sky. Series is going to get taken down here, so that is a player they're going to be down. But it doesn't matter. Sant Bowser gets a 1 rocket 2K onto Crimson and Scooper. Probably going to be able to find Sire Bellum, but not quite. Bonesy is going to go down in the choke, but it doesn't matter, as $9 is going to be able to secure the win on that mid, giving themselves a little bit of time. The choke is sticking off. D is able to find Bit and then sends the soldier sends the demo into the troposphere. Ends up taking himself out with the lock pipes, but Smurfy is able to find Sant Bowser at the tail end of that fight, and it is going to be Bobman forced to get out. Bonesy is going to bomb forward and is going to find a lot of damage onto Smurfy here, and is probably going to be able to secure that kill for Serious Burb onto Weird Twinkie, getting that early damage off, just denying that pack essentially, and that bomb through onto second as well. Doesn't know there's a soldier behind him, almost gets air shot, almost craters here, is going to get out through lower IT though, and that's going to be Crimson dying on second as well. Just a little bit of aggression that's, misplaced, not where it needs to be, and this is a very, very good position to be in if you are $9.
100%. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. It's what they had last round, and they were able to convert off of it. I mean, they have been the team of the post-collapse in these Ubers, even when they're not getting a lot of these kills off the Ubers. So starting off now, they are able to get one down on Miss Murphy, so that's really, really good to start with. They have the 6 pretty much clear up the point, especially now that, Sant Bowser lands on it, includes him with his body. But still, so many picks to work with. It's only going to be Bill standing at the end of this as well. They're just taking their one-on-one fights into last so well. And the pressure is just insane on these pushes when they have this Uber. It might just be a little bit of the fact that creatures do not have the contingency plan set up in order to really kite it out, play in their spawn, and just be able to collapse on the point right afterwards. But regardless, I mean, they're just not able to be where they need to be. And so that's 2 rounds up now for $9.
Yeah, this is looking very, very, very good for $9 right now, and they are the top seed, so we know that this is their map pick that we are playing first. It does look like Weird Twinkie trying to get some height contest, but it's not really going to work out for him. And now Bonesy getting kind of pushed from his left side. He doesn't realize, almost dies to that crater. Now Mung going to get taken down, the first kill of the mid. Crimson going to be able to find it. Now it's going to be Sire Bellum finding D. Bonesy going to be able to find Crimson, but Weird Twinkie is going to find Sant Bowser. Scooper finding Bonesy as well in return, and Smurfy going to find that pick onto Serious Burb. It is just Bob Man alive, and there's no way unless maybe, but no, let's get Minecrafted by Smurfy here. And this is a stark contrast to what you've seen the last couple rounds, where now it's the creatures with that crazy Uber
and they're barely in.
that
Smurfy
space.
is already in as well. He's getting focus fire down, but he's getting so much damage. Soldier's taking so low, and they pop out that Uber. Sant Bowser in a dire situation on just 1 HP over by the 4-door is not going to be in this last push at all. There are maybe 2-6 on point, and D does get that dead to kill Smurfy. Sant Bowser ends up killing himself, trying to defend himself, but there's a bunch of cap time right now. 4 players up, including the Puda, so this might be able to stabilize this last push as the medic does go down in bit, and now it's the Sire Bellum looking for anything, not able to find out even just a little bit. So $9 with a successful last hold. It looked very good for creatures right there, and they had a great start there. I mean, Smurfy was able to get so much damage down early onto the soldiers and clean them up as well, but not too much more. But Bonesy already in mid takes so much damage, it's a direct on height, and then has to try to jump away, gets cleaned up by Weird Twinkie. So a little bit of an overheat, maybe just an overset from him. just, sometimes you just gotta slow down for a little bit. Sand Bowser as well. Now, you have to remember, it is still ad for Bobman right now, so they definitely could be using this as soon as they get. You can't leave that out of the question right now, but definitely could be. Wouldn't be a bad timing at all right now if you want to go for some sort of bomb. Maybe just holding it down in sewer, trying to get a little bit of a force out of it as they walk through choke. I don't hate that either. They hear the call right now. If you're on the side of Smurfy, and he goes to clear Sticky with his pickaxe, I respect that hella. But man, you really want to try to get something back right now. They are hesitating a little bit, which means that Bit is up to 70%, almost 80 now, and they haven't chosen to use their Uber aggressively, so this might just turn into a little bit of a mid-fight. Smurfy's still behind, though. Here comes the bomb. The Uber is used out. He is able to find Sand Bowser in the back. No real kills were found from that Uber outside of Crimson and Weird Twinkie, but that's not too crucial right now as Smurfy's still in behind causing chaos, and this Uber coming back in with the demo and the scout. Scooper and Cerebellum looking for anything they can get. D's taken down super low. Cerebellum and Dire Straits as well, and maybe Bit as well, getting focused on by the scouts. Can't find him, but the Bobman still alive with Bonesy, and they're in the enemy team sewer right now. They do not have control of the Bit or anything right now, so there's real no chance
of going in to contest the cap on second. Does get taken down by Smurfy, and Smurfy's going to be able to resume that cap on second. This
7
is
HP on him.
So much space, so much time as they try and deal with these players on mid who are now very low. It is Bonesy just getting absolutely arrow tanked. Somebody needs to help Cerebellum deal with these people because he cannot do this on his own. He is.
Oh my gosh, he's launched into the stratosphere.
He's almost dies to the crater and a little bit of arrow beef, but they do manage to get out here. People need to turn around and realize that Bonesy is coming through. This is not a man
last. They're planning on going to last right now, but Bonesy is too fast right now. They're not recognizing it fast enough. Bit goes down. Cerebellum goes down in lobby right now too. But on the backside, I think Bobman being so caught out is going to get killed by Weird Twinkie. So, you have to contend with that as well, but still not the worst case scenario if you have your medic behind you. Usually that turns into a round if you're behind for too long with that major of a class.
Yeah, but I think normally it would be okay to ignore him and go forward, but this is Bonesy we're talking about here. We've seen him absolutely exploit not being looked at relentlessly in every game we've seen him in, and that's exactly what he did there. He just got in while no one had eyes on him, no one was turning around to help the demo take him out, and now he's jumping towards the choke. Is going to take himself out of a little bit of a very eager bomb. Doesn't really net them anything there, so that is going to put the $9 team down a player, potentially down two, as this scout Mung is almost caught in, but not quite, is able to find his way out just in time, and that is going to be the point, still in the hands of the creatures, but now it's that same familiar position where we are stalemating on second, but $9 is still up 2 rounds here. They can't afford to lose one if that is what it comes down to.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, now we are in a little bit more of a scary situation for $9, right? They've been in this spot before, though, and they've done a really good job with their defending sides of TF2 right now, so we really need to see some stuff cleaned up right now. Again, we see Smurfy up in the sewer area. He isn't really going for sacks through sewer, though. That's kind of the thing. Like, he's a presence there, sure, but is he really getting much impact just by being here? Other than just, like, sacking through choke or something like that. They need to figure something out here. But,
my question is why is he stalling? Is he waiting for pressure, maybe, and it's just not getting called that there's pressure, and he's being forced to kind of just stand idly? But also, there's 2 players looking to get in through IT. Don't cross that line, Weird Twinkie. Oh my goodness, you got to obey that line theory.
Smurfy and One Rocket gets the force.
Oh, huge from Smurfy here. Going to open up a huge window for his team as the bomb does come through from the side of $9. The Uber does come out from the side of the creatures, but they are able to waddle forward. D is going to be able to find Scooper inside of that Uber, but it doesn't really matter as Crimson is going to be able to find Sirius Burb here. Ooh, but Bit is able to find his way out as Bobman now dies. D getting taken down as well. It is Sand Bowser inside of sewer fighting Weird Twinkie, now fighting Bit. Uh-oh, this doesn't look too good for Bit here. Is going to be able to run through choke, is barely able to survive. They look towards Sand Bowser now, who's going for the high bomb, lands on the point, takes himself out.
And Bit doesn't crater. I can't believe he doesn't crater there. That's insane. So he's able to hold on with his life. It's just going to be even Ubers at this point. Would have been a lot worse if he did end up dying, because then that means that $9 has a free ticket to push out of last. So turning it into a last hold, they'll be able to build up their Uber and then end up looking for some sack attempts right now. But that is so damn close, and way too close for comfort, even if you're just on the side of the creatures right now, just getting to second off of this slim of margins.
That is a legacy clip if I have ever seen one. Bit needs to clip that one and put that into their montage at the end of this cup, because oh my goodness, how do you get away with that? Really, I mean, how do you not crater there? I mean, yeah, just goodness gracious. We do have Bonesy trying to peek out through rollout. I think he wants to go for that sack. He is spotting for that information to maybe get through, or maybe have someone else get through a different doorway. It is Sant Bowser pushing up through lobby pretty aggressively here, actually, as we now see Bonesy is still trying to peek out through rollout. He's spotted relentlessly, though. I'm not sure if he's just going for info or maybe just trying to prevent them from getting into rollout, but then you could play further back. I'm not too sure what the strat is here, but now that he's playing with a scout, I think they're trying to get some picks, and they almost do. They almost find Smurfy there with that skill stick out at the very last moment. Splash could have taken him down, but they do manage to survive. So we are just waiting on the creatures to find their way into the lobby and make some kind of play. It does look like Sant Bowser are going to be trading with Smurfy inside of a lobby, and now it's going to be Weird Twinkie going down. Now player ad for the side of the $9 here, as Bonesy is looking for pretty much anyone that's just a little too close to rollout and bullying them.
100%. And now, Sant Bowser's still dead, but they haven't really had a chance to get into lobby. They've been so scared about getting into lobby and just sending multiple people to try to clear people out that, if they're going to have any sort of attempt here of focusing down this gun, that it's just going to be harder and harder. Cyberbellum does get that deck kill onto Serious Burb, so that is something to work with. They're going to work their way into lobby now. Have to worry about these traps in upper lobby right now. Those are things you can't sleep on right now. Smurfy taking super low is dropped down by the rocket from Sant Bowser, and they're just making this lobby a hellhole to be in right now.
Right next to the entire combo.
He's buzzed.
Nuclear. Bonesy gets 3 kills for that. He gets a post-mortem. That's a martyrdom kill. He gets the drop onto Bit and gets the demo. He kills so many people there. It's going to be all of the creatures forced to leave, and that's going to be $9 pushing out of last so freely. This is a legacy game for Bonesy here, I think.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. I mean, this guy, he's showed so much promise throughout this entire Newbie Cup, and he is continuing to show up right now as well when his team needs him. Now, with full Uber ad, we'll have to see what $9 wants to do. We have 12 minutes remaining in this match, so being up 2-0 and pressing on the gas right now only makes so much more sense. You want to just seal the deal right now.
Yeah, you definitely want to try and seal the deal if you are $9 here. You have the most free opportunity to get through onto mid right now. You have to recognize your ad, and that's exactly what they're going to do as we see them trying to push over towards IT. They are looking for a window to get out, and that is exactly what they have found. They are going to be Ubering through. They are going to be able to find Crimson in that backline. Now the choke is stickied off. No one is really able to get through. Demo eats a lock pipe, and now eats another sticky. Mong is going to be dying in that backline, and there is still a scout alive on the point. Does get taken down. A nice downward direct from Sant Bowser to seal the deal there, and that is a Uber for mid. They are going to have to try and get in onto second quickly and take that. Maybe able to find Scooper here, but not quite. The Banana Man is going to be able to find his way on to last. Almost finding that soldier in rollout, almost finding Crimson here, but not quite able to get him either. They do both live. They do both find their way out the second onto last, so it is going to be a possible defense for the creatures here. We do have to wait for $9 to get their Uber before they even consider pushing in, since they know for a fact that there is going to be a gun here, especially now with Bonesy being dead. Sirebellum hitting some nice lock pipes. That is good.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big decider right here. But here comes the Uber exchange right now on to second as well.
I don't think they know about Scooper behind them here, sitting in Valley, is waiting for that Uber fade to get called, is going up on top of the point, is running straight towards Bobman, is going to find that pick onto him, and is now starting the cap. He is going to run towards Serious Burb, but it's not going to work out too well for him. They just need to take out the gun, which does get taken down. It's just Twinkie here with the revenge crits, though. Takes down D to 1 HP.
Just Bonzi.
Now it's Bonesy on the point, but doesn't find the final rocket in time. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, I cannot believe he got away with that with just the last revenge crit, is able to take care of the soldier on point.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that's just pure mechanical skill showing up. Then, Frontier Justice, the glow stick has been pulled out and used to great effect as They pretty much made that Bonesy drink the liquid from the glow stick. I mean, there's no better
Here's the
way
bomb
to
though
describe
from
it.
Bonesy, looking for Bit. Almost has it, has so much damage onto him. But he gets this last rocket, but being able to dodge it away at the last moment there, be able to clean up Bonesy. Also, Sirius Burp taking super low and ends up dying early on as well. Smurfy pressing the initiative right now in IT area. Might give some space for the rest of the team to, like, you know, work their way up and choke, maybe clear out sewer. Now we do have Sant Bowser again with the pickaxe clearing out these stickies in the sewer area, and man, they just need to get something going here. If you're on the side of the creatures, it's taken down quickly, and we have seen this story before of what happens when you don't get some initiative going.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again, unfortunately, in this Newbie Cup, where teams don't realize that the time is not in their favor, really. They need to start making plays and start getting some momentum built up. You have to snowball. And these teams are they're just not doing it as quickly as, you know, I think they'd like to. And they don't realize it until it's too late, because usually, at least one of the first bits of advice I was given was that stop checking the match time. You know, just play like you have 30 minutes left. That's a bomb coming in from Bonesy. The fear pop! Even though Bonesy dies, he manages to get that force out. It is a bomb attempt coming through Sire Bellum, but is not going to be able to get anything. Now it's Mong right up in his face. Does manage to survive. It does manage to survive here, but it's now going to get taken down by Sirius Burb. It's going to be a bomb coming in from Crimson, landing onto Bobman, trying to focus him down, but isn't quite able to keep track of him. Now finds him
bleeding
once again.
though, he's going to die. Sirius Burb gets 2.
Uh-oh. This isn't looking good for
Bobman surfs on the second. Amazing surf for Bobman, and the great kiting from him as well means that Crimson is having a hard time getting to him. Bobman takes him down himself.
Wait a minute, Bobman's getting bombed here!
Yes, Murphy is able to find it. Smurfy going to be taking super low. It's probably going to be cleaned up by the rocket from Bonzi, and he is. So maybe not going to be able to use that Uber in from that bit kill, but, you know, still being able to take second, it means so much for $9 right now, and they're just moments away from closing this game out if they're able to get another round in.
Yeah, they are just moments away from potentially making this a 3-0 game. And, you know, they're not too close to having it, you know, as game set, but they're nearing that kind of time. We haven't seen the creatures able to mount up any serious momentum that gives them that edge over $9. And the players on $9 are definitely exploiting that for their benefit. The level 3 does come up on the side of the creatures. It is on the point here, ready to deny bombs, but it is starting to get spammed. They know that sentry's there. Sant Bowser goes in way too overzealous for that gun spam, and they are going to lose Sant Bowser for it. They do know that that gun is on the point, though. It has not moved, and it probably won't move until that NG is forced to swap off. So hopefully for the side of the creatures, if they can manage to hold some kind of defense here and find their way out onto 2, if they're able to get a nice wipe, things will start turning around for them. But right now, it is just not looking great for the side of the creatures.
Yeah, I mean, it's a toughie, right? Oh, nice shot that from Scooper, though. Yeah, sort of just peeking into the 4 from, like, this almost by the 5 door himself. Maybe you're going to be finding another head as well with Sandbuster peeking that same doorway, but that's a really, really nice way to stop any momentum, especially if you're just trying to find some way to push out or anything like that. But man, $6. 6 minutes remaining. They need to figure something out for creatures right now. This is getting scary.
I mean, you are right. It is $6. Time is money, after all.
Give this man a true. Give this man a true.
Truth nuke. There are, again, 6 minutes, well, 5 minutes 50 now, if you want to get really precise, left on that clock for the creatures to do something. I mean, realistically speaking, $9 doesn't have to do anything. We could sit here and let this round reset. We could let it go to mid, or they could just give second, and they could come back in and wipe and maybe go for the third round. But realistically speaking, they can park the bus. Again, this is the scrim config, so once that timer is done, the match is over, and we move on to the second map. So $9 with that 2-round lead, they can kind of just do whatever they want right now,
Free reign.
and it won't really matter unless they, make such a huge mistake they end up on their last. So, I mean, hopefully for our sake and, the viewers' sake, we won't have to see them park the bus for that long, but maybe that opportunity is fading as Scooper finds a nice shot and
they're looking for the push out through
tweaking.
lower.
I don't know what that
Here
is.
comes Smurfy through lower. They pop the Uber out extremely early, so maybe not the best thing. In the back line, though, we do have Bonesy just chilling behind. Maybe
Bonesy's
for the
going
gun
in through 5.
Oh, he gets spawned up by the gun immediately.
Forgets
It's a
the
tragedy.
gun.
Yeah, but still there's a fight going on right now. Bit actually lived through all of this as well. And Bobman is still in lobby? What is Bobman up to? He's on an adventure.
Sure.
Back on second. Here's the bomb, though. Bonesy doesn't get the second rocket that he needs to on
Can
Creature.
Bobman find the crossbow
Bit.
onto Bit, though, maybe? No, he's gone.
Is he living, though? He is going to get escorted out from the side of Mung.
Yeah, managing to find a scout there actually is, I think, really, really difficult. You have to have your scouts kind of amidst all that chaos, and it doesn't even matter because right now we've got, oh my goodness, Weird Twinkie almost finds that pick onto Bobman. Bobman is going to have to back out pretty much all the way here as they now get bullied out of IT. Bonesy with like basically 1 HP is going to have to rely on some med heals as well. The creatures are going to be able to get a firm grasp onto second here, but this is their time. They have to make something happen. It's 3 minutes 50 on the clock.
They
don't have time to sit around and waffle about anymore as Bonesy goes forward, hasn't been shot once by the scouts.
Does a little loopy gets out.
Playing ring around the Rosie on the point here. Another bomb comes in from, I believe this is Sant Bowser, as he gets the force. Mung and Bonesy are going to be able to find Weird Twinkie and Crimson respectively. Now Sant Bowser finally getting taken down after his reign of terror. D finding Smurfy here as well. We do have Mung spotting last and knows there's no one here, is going to be standing on top of that point.
No way!
Waiting for the cap.
They get the kill onto Sirius Burb. And then... Oh my gosh, and then they get the kill onto the medic as well. Right afterwards, it was only at 95%, so they were looking for the counter use back in before this pause, and they're just taken down immediately. We'll have to see how this plays out afterwards, but if you're on the creature's side, this could be a breath of fresh air and a way to work yourself back into this map. I would imagine that this could be the opportunity that they need with Bit still alive to work their way into enemy last, and if they're able to get there, then there might be a chance for them to take this tack pause and find a way into the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the parallel end of that thought process, this could be, maybe D comes in through lower IT here, walks out, he's able to pinch off Sire Bellum. They do have Bonesy looking at second here. This could be some kind of back cap attempt that goes through, and we have Mung on last already looking to get on that point and potentially meet up with some of those spawners. I do think Mung is going to have a pretty hard, maybe even impossible time trying to get anything on this last because they do have 3 spawners ready to meet him. But, anything could happen, realistically speaking. But I do think the creatures coming out of this on top is definitely the more feasible one. I mean, again, 3 spawners ready to meet Mung as soon as they come up. It is just Bonesy on the point. Even if D is able to wrap them, you still have those spawners coming from behind. You can't really manage to cap 2 through that. Those people are just going to be able to turn around and bully you. But as we get through this unpause, it's going to be Bonesy going through the choke, completely ignoring, I think trying to get out. Does a little pencil. Unfortunately, I think gets denied as soon as he jumps. It is going to be D finding a pick there, and now Mung trying to leave, D trying to help him out here. But D actually going towards the point, does get knocked away, is going to have to land by...
Yeah, has to land on the ground. It's a pretty bad position.
Oof, yeah, unfortunate position to be in there. We will see where that pause comes out eventually as the creatures take control of that mid, and I think they want to get through onto second quickly once their spawners get here because D and Mung just came up here. They do have that 2-player ad opportunity still, another like 3 seconds or so to maybe get in, but I suppose that has now faded. That time has expired, so there is no real ability for them to get in anymore. It is a sack attempt coming in from Smurfy to try and land on Sirius Burb onto Smurfy, but either way, it's not really going to work out for them as the creatures are wiping here. I think we may have figured out where the pause came from as the creatures kind of get decimated here. And I don't want to say this is the point of no return, but there's only 2 minutes left in the match. I think we've entered the dead time space where nothing can really be done. You can't mid to last twice or even 3 times in these 2 minutes. And as I say that, Sire Belma is going to get taken down, or Sant Bowser is going to get taken down by Sant Bowser. And it just looks like the creatures have kind of conceded their fate. They're going to be giving up process here. At least one of their soldiers has as he taunts on second. It does look like Sarabelma's going to get the Zatoichi kill onto Bobman, though. And Bonesy going to be able to find Smurfy as he jumps towards the point. Did I just hear Sticky Jumper?
Yep, here comes
the Sticky Jumper going into last. Could this be the
he's in.
pause? He's up in right heaven. They know he's on loose cannon. This is what I wanted to run this season. What in the world? He's on that sticky jumper, loose cannon grind. It does look like Sire Bellum is going to find Mung here. They do know he's up in heaven. He jumps towards the point now, jumping away, is able to find his way out.
He's just having fun, man. He's just having a blast.
Yeah, he's just messing around. I mean, like I said, this is dead time, so now's the time where you kind of just you communicate with your team and you start talking about, where you started to fumble and kind of drop the ball a little bit every once in a while. Now's your time to figure it out, that in the pregame of the next map. So with that, Sant Bowler is going to go down, and so is Sirius Burb. So Nidella can't really push in. They do have Smurfy dead, but there isn't much else they can do beyond that, as we do watch Sire Bellum walk into lobby here. Lands two nice pipes onto Bob, man. There's a back gap attempt coming in from D here, and he's just able to get away with it.
Oh my gosh.
At the very last second, he does get taken down by, I believe that is going to be Weird Twinkie. He is going to be able to find Bonesy as well. Smurfy going to be able to find the kill onto Mung. Now Sentry taking down Sirius Burb, and Sant Bowser is in on last. Just goes for the point anyway.
Might as well.
Might as well. It's 20 seconds left.
You gotta do something. You gotta give the people the content. So, we appreciate it. We really do. But D on the point.
Wait a minute. Oh, I thought they got the back half.
Oh my gosh, he almost got that.
Of the game. I thought I was about to see the score go from 2 to 3, and then the game would just end insta.
Oh man, and now we have process 1 for $9. They're looking solid. Their run through this tournament has been super dominant as well. Just in the bracket alone, starting off with a 4-1 into a 2-0. 4-1 map in that one single map into a 2-0 map score. Now starting off with 1. They are just one map away from taking away the Newbie Cup championship right now and getting a medal to boot.
Yeah, getting that shiny first place medal, if that is the first place medal that we saw on
graciously provided
earlier
by Liquid.tf.
Yes,
just to remind
sir.
you guys, Liquid.tf is a marketplace service on Discord where you can link up with other traders and get unusuals at huge discounts, up to 80% off. They have been supporting this Newbie Cup and helping us set up medals as well for all of the players. So definitely major shout out to them. If you guys are participating in the next few Newbie Cups, then there should also be medals as well because of Liquid.tf. So just give them thanks, click on the link, join their server, at least see what they have to offer, because you might find something that you truly do like. So again, shout out to Liquid.tf.
Of course. And what a no better way to segue into the logs there after an ad read. Check out Bonesy. This guy is just the king of getting in and being unopposed.
He's doing his job, man.
20 deaths. Does have 20 deaths, so he is denied much more, but he's not getting denied when it matters, I think. And
yeah, definitely.
That's the crucial difference. Bonesy, again, I said this earlier, and I'll say it again, is not afraid to just throw themselves in for a sack. If it's a sack, they know it's a sack. They don't care. They're going to try and get that, kind of that hero jump, I guess. But there's nothing really that they can do about Bonesy besides having their scouts pay attention a little bit more. And I don't want to shift all the blame onto the scouts. It's not what that is really about. But when you have someone like Bonesy coming at you, you have to have your eyes up in the air, just of, is this a position I could get bombed in? Is this, somewhere I could get pretty much owned from? Then, it definitely could change things up here. And one thing I also want to point out is the beam percentage. I'm assuming Bonesy is the roamer, how much they are just throwing themselves in. They've got 26% beam. I think if teams realize that, they can start exploiting that Bonesy is taking heals away from the combo. and is getting a lot of beam. I think teams can start exploiting that if they start realizing that that is a thing. But beyond that, we're going to be moving to map 2, which could potentially be the final map. We're going to be moving to Gully Wash between these two teams here. And I'm excited to see what the Gully Wash has in store.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this map has been a very interesting one. Again, like we mentioned on day one, this is the first time that we've ever seen goalie washing in Newbie Cup before. So definitely a breath of fresh air for me casting this stuff. And I've really, really enjoyed the matches that have been going on here. Just some very interesting last plays, hiders on last. And the way that people are actually approaching second is very interesting to me. I mean, I know two players have the same sort of take on how to get into second. Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll just be very, very interesting to see these two teams who have had such a dominant run so far, just how they approach this map. They've both been so dominant on this map overall that it's just going to be fighting fire, I'm imagining.
Yeah, I can't imagine this match going smoothly in either direction. I do think we're going to see a little bit of a slug. We have seen the creatures dominate on this map before, and I'm pretty sure we've seen $9 dominate on this map before as well. So I think this one could really be a toss-up. This one could absolutely be anybody's game. And I guess Sirius Burb is just confirming that Bonesy is the pocket. I guess Sam just hates process.
Wait. Bonesy's the pocket?
I suppose so. That's what I'm seeing from Sirius Burb in the Twitch chat. I could be getting fed misinformation online, but people don't lie on the internet.
No, never. Nobody ever lies ever.
Never.
I feel like that's more of just like a pocket by name. You know what I mean? Like by technicality standards, not really in practice or anything. But
yeah,
nonetheless, it's he's been doing the work for what he needs to do.
Yeah, he's doing what he needs to do whenever the situation calls for it. And I mean, I guess, at a certain point, you don't have to play by those roles. I mean, they're there as a suggestion more than anything else. You're not forced into playing, a pocket soldier and a pocket scout and a roamer and a flank scout. You can definitely have interchangeable, roles. I personally prefer being able to, switch up if I'm roaming or if I'm playing, close to my combo as a soldier. And I like to do the same thing when I play scout. There's just those two roles are definitely interchangeable. You just have to find the timing on it. And I think that's something Bonesy is very, very skilled at finding there. I mean, as we've seen time and time again, where they just throw themselves in. I wonder if they will play a little bit more combo-y, a little more tight leashed to their combo on Gully, just because of how the map plays out, and if they may be a little bit fearful of the creatures. They might have seen their performance on it earlier, so I don't know.
Yeah,
but, time will tell.
Who's really to say? It'll just be really up to what these first few mids are looking like. I think that's obviously just the big pace setter for Goalie Wash. This is such a difficult map to push in and out of that it really does just come down to how adept you are and how good your plan is for these midpoints. But yeah, we'll wait to see. I think we're just waiting on teams to ready up right now. We have 6 in the server on both sides. I imagine everybody is pretty pumped up still with it being so late as well. I mean, obviously a little tired, but still gotta be so pumped up the fact that you've made it this far into the bracket and you just have a little bit more to prove.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think something that's got these guys, gassed up a little bit is the fact that they're fighting for first. They are Rupt here, so we will be live in 2-1. The game is live. We're going to be going into this first mid right here, but I mean, I just don't know what to expect here. A beef rollout from D here, so we are going to have to be going through the low way, I assume, and that is going to slow down the progression that $9 can do on this mid, but I don't think that really matters to the soldiers as they are going for the fade. It is going to be Crimson finding the air shot onto Sam Bowser there, though, so a nice early pick for them. They are going to be able to find Mung as well. D going to be able to answer that back with Fire
super low off the drop down, though.
Wait, Zumpri coming up from the drop down finds a pack. Is he going to be able to find enough damage onto the beam to take him down? down, though. He beefs the first rocket, lands the second, now
Gets the
lands the third.
third.
Finds him. Bobman is going to go down here. Sirius Burb is going to die as well. And that is both soldiers alive at the end of the day for the side of $9. So they may have lost their beam, but so did the creatures, and they lost more players. So it's going to be a mid-win for $9. You know, it might not look like much, but
hey, it's
a
goalie
win is a
watch.
win.
This matters. You know, when you get this mid, you're controlling so much space, and they have to push through so many damn doorways to get anything done. So even though everybody wipes, just having control of mid means you get to do so much more right now.
Yeah. I mean, right now we're just going to see a little bit of a stalemate. We might see a little bit of aggression coming out from $9 here, as they do have about 25-ish ad potentially being able to push forward. I don't know if they will take that ad, but they may just do it. Time will tell. Again, you know, as a tale as old as time will tell. They do have that ad bumped up to about 40% here, as the creatures have not been building as well as they could be, but I don't think they realize that. I think they think it's a little bit closer, a little bit tighter, and it is now getting to that point where they can't really push through, and they have so many people trying to push to that choke at the same time. Now it's going to be Bonesy getting through, making that space for his team. Is going to be able to find Scooper, but no one comes in behind him. They
Here's the
leave him
flood through choke,
alone.
though.
Yeah, this is not looking great. Sirius Burb is going to get taken down by...
Nice little pipe out from Sire
Down
Bellum
by
as well on the
Sire
back
Bellum.
end. Yeah, crazy.
Going to have to be Bobman backing out to their own choke here. They're going to have to concede mid here at the end of the day. You know, it is, you know, 2 players down on the other team, that team being creatures, but it doesn't really matter because they took too long to push into mid, and now the players on $9 have their forward spawns. It's Mon and D getting the 3K, 4K here now.
And the drop as well, the boot. It's just Scooper and Smurfy just running for their lives right now. That is so much damage. What an absolute nuke from D. Just walks through and just drops 500 damage onto the enemy team's forehead. Now, with the quickness as well, they're already through main. Here's Sirius Burb and Bobman, all trailed by D and Mung, all through the back lines as well. They're going to get the heavy down really early on, ending more on the ground right now, but they do have some players that can come in afterwards right now. Bonesy and Sam Bowser are still just making space on these soldiers right now, but they don't have too much to do as the rest of their combo has pretty much faded.
Yeah, they need to be able to have their scouts focus down that pyro early on in that Uber. Otherwise, they're just going to get stuffed, and their projectiles can't really do anything. Anyone that pyros around just becomes invincible, essentially, unless their scouts can deal with them. So that pyro's got to go down first and foremost. That guy takes the highest priority, you know. The demo may not be the one you want to be shooting at right there, and that's going to be a bomb coming up from Smurfy, trying to get into River and get some space. Now it's going to be Weird Twinkie trying to follow up on that damage, and is successful. Does find Bonesy here. Is going to probably get taken down here by D. Nice thing he's coming through. Barely manages to survive by the hair of... by the skin of his teeth. I mean,
yeah, that's what you say.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I mean, the 1-for-1 trade there does really mean a lot right now. Just means that you're not going to be really worrying too much, and they're going to get another kill as well, which probably is the key for them pushing back into lobby as they are right now. Sirius Burb peeking through the shutter. It almost looked like they were looking to take that Uber, but definitely not right now. Sort of just walking up to this upper lobby area, trying to figure out what they want to do right now. They do have a pick to work with, but the gun is slowly going up. There's a level 3 gun in secret right now that they are going to have to contend with. That's important right now, as, you know, if you're not able to find that gun out, then what are you really going to do? Are you just going to run onto the point and just drop 4 people? Are you going to be able to spot that out early enough to send, like, maybe a soldier in the right side of secret to try to spin that gun down? It just becomes such a thorn in your side. So right now, just looking for anything. Sirius Burb taking down to 1 HP, actually, getting bowed back up now by the side of the pyro, and the demo spamming him as well. So very, very tight margins there, but now we have to remember this is goalie wash last. There's 2 minutes remaining on the match timer, but you have to figure out something. It is such a difficult last to break if you don't have anything confident. But Sirius Burb gonna go down. There was a bit of a reflect rocket that went into his face, and then you know, the rocket to follow as well means that you kind of have to back it up. Weigh your options right now. I personally would love to see a little bit of an off class right now, like maybe like a sniper or a spy.
Yeah, I mean, the time is now to get that off-class game up and ready. I mean, if you are Billy's $9, you have that scout dead, the opportune time to try and maybe get up like a sniper or even a spy. Spy on Gully Wash last is really effective.
It's solid.
Secret, if you can get in through secret and then slowly make your way up the stairs, try and get into the right side. But excuse me, Sire Bellum is going to be able to find Sant Bowser here just from spamming in through lockers. So that is kind of going to shut down any chances that $9 has of wanting to push forward, at least for right now. I don't really know what they want to do here with that 60 seconds remaining. There's not a whole lot they have left on the table for them. They're not going to be able to run any sacks in that time and really make anything happen off of it. They're not going to be able to get an off class up in time. They kind of just have to full send it here. And I think we may be seeing a repeat of what happened on Process, where we stalemate the first round and then we see a couple dominant rounds and then it just stalemates even more as we go on. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully we get to see some gameplay, but Sant Bowser is right next to like 4 stickies and is blissfully unaware. Doesn't get debt on, is just around the corner, but does finally get that debt onto Sant Bowser. Sire Bellum's patience paying off there. And now with $9 down, it's 10 seconds left until the game, or I guess the round is
here's
over.
The exchange
here.
attempt. They're going to run through main.
Such an early pop, though. It is not looking good for them here. No buildings, no nothing. Just that gun is still alive in secret, and that is going to be the stalemate, similar to what we saw on Process. It's just the first round stalemate. Maybe it's that first round jitters or something, who knows, but hopefully round 2 will be a little bit cleaner for both of these teams and we'll finally be able to crown a round victor.
Yeah, I mean, that first mid that we saw, though, was such a crazy mid. I mean, just absolute nuke after nuke going on. And it just ending up with only 1 soldier remaining on the point, just winning that. So we'll have to see what happens now. Bonesy is going to go on to the enemy team side, trying to get some damage down early. He's spammed down super low, possibly looking for a bow, just trying to jump away to his team right now. It's going to get cleaned up by the Rocket of Smurfy. They have 2 players on ground for the side of creatures. They have Weird Twinkie and Murphy looking for anything, not choosing to go up to drop down, but they're content with it because they've got 2 soldier kills on their side. Means that it's probably open season to choose a doorway to push through, and they get Mong on top of it as well. There's Stickies and Choke. They are dead, but they do lose Smurfy from it. Here comes the rest of the team, though. Serious Burb is bossing up right now. He has 2 kills, and he's really just sort of nullifying this push that they could possibly have from the side of the creatures right now.
Almost gets taken down, though.
Yeah, he's super low, and that means that he's going to meet up with his medic right now. They have to back away to Shutter, and they've lost so much space on second. Serious Burb looks for more, possibly off of just the fact that he got 2 kills and felt a little bit confident, but not able to do too much. Here comes the pop, though. Very surprising pop from Bobman. They're going to try to take it all the way back onto second, but here comes the counter use from Bit. They're going to find a lot more out of this. I mean, Sant does get 1 kill on the Weird Twinkie. He is probably going to look for more.
Oh
no, Bit. And Bonesy again!
How does no one kill Bobman? How does Sire Bellum get dropped there? How does no one help the demo?
Oh my gosh.
Somehow Bobman gets that demo pick, does die for it. Now Bonesy's got to take the 1v1 on mid, almost dies to splash damage as well. Crimson tries to save himself and gets taken down as well. $9 is going to be able to have it. I'm just so lost. That was such a bizarre series of events.
Oh man, and I don't know. I think it just all kind of started from that really weird use out from Bobman. I don't even think he was forced in lobby. They just really wanted to not let that second go. But you know what? Works out in their favor. They get mid. There is a little bit of disad in play, but disad on goalie wash is only so much, right? You can only get so many picks with it, as there's a lot of doorways that you can just stand in to immediately get out. So now able to sort of hold this down. They're trying to pressure a little bit through choke right now, maybe looking for a kill or something, but like they've done in their past games. Smurfy a little bit close, but Bones are going to be taking a little bit of a worse damage trade. But now here comes the push towards Big Door. Combo sort of in that area, and D looking forward as well. Have to see if anything transpires here, but you know, as these Ubers even out, you have to figure out the hardest job in the world, which is how the hell do you sack into goalie wash second?
Yeah, sacking into gully second is really difficult.
Bonesy just does it with ease.
That is the attempt. Sant is getting in through choke as well. They are going to be able to get that Uber out, like as you said, with ease. But oh my goodness, they are dropping so many players for it. They dropped both of their soldiers there. They're not quite able to keep Sant alive as they come in through choke. They are going to be able to find Bit there in the post, and now they're going to be able to find Sire Bellum as well. It's going to be Scooper finding Bobman, though, trading out the beams, and they are also going to find Serious Burb. Will they also be able to find D here, though, is the question, as he deads early. It's going to be Mung coming out as the spawner, getting on top of that point, going to be able to save his demo.
Just Scooper.
Will the demo be able to return the favor, though? It doesn't matter. He doesn't need to, as Bonesy shows up with the Rockets here. But there's a lot of red players on last and in lobby here. They are going to be able to
yet again.
Bonesy's looking for something here. I think that's his next goal. I think is what he wants to do. He's trying to get in from somewhere, but where that somewhere is, I don't yet know.
Yeah, who truly knows at the end of the day? We'll have to see what the push attempt is here. There is a little bit of ad. I don't know if this is recognizable ad, especially for these players.
Bonesy's in, gets two nice rockets under the beam,
it.
hits the air shot at the last moment. What a sack from Bonesy.
What a chat as well. I mean, Serious Bureau does go down, but they now have this Uber to play with. They're playing in Shutter just to make sure that nothing terrible happens to their poor medic. Sam Bowser, a little bit of a feat, a little bit of an overheat, but you know what? They have this giant Uber ad to work with. You can justify having a few people die as long as you're not going to get pushed out of lobby, I guess. You know?
Yeah.
But now they have the super ad to work with. They're working their way into lobby. We'll have to see what they want to do with it. It's just completely ball in their court if you're on the side of $9 right now. And they're walking up towards Shutter a little bit. Have to see what it is. Here comes the pop, I'm imagining. Any second now. Here it is through bats, and they're going to use it immediately, ending up on top right. They aren't able to spot the gun immediately. Looking for it now is D. He is going to get that gun down, but that means a lot of the Uber is already used up on that. They're not going to get one kill.
Though.
But the bomb is down.
Uh-oh.
And
this
the picks are looking way better.
For the side of $9 as that
D in secret. D in secret.
A lot of players as well. D is able to maybe get something done here, but not quite, as the detonator does take him down. It is just Bonesy alive, but we've seen him do crazier. I mean, we did watch the sack that he performed where he got that free pick onto Bit. This isn't crazy ad for either team here. It's pretty much just even, but man, this is not great for either team right now. I mean, we've been witnessing stalemate after stalemate after stalemate now for the last 12 minutes or so. Hopefully one of these teams is going to be able to turn something around, convert around at some point or another, because there's got to be a victor at the end of the day. D is going to get taken down, just goes a little too aggro. His team doesn't support him. Now it's going to be Serious Burb getting launched up into the air. It is going to be Sant landing behind, getting so much damage. Misses the final rocket onto Bit, though, but Bonesy is up inside of River, waiting for that pack, is waiting for the opportune
I don't think he
time
spotted it. I don't know if they saw him in all the chaos. He's just completely up there alone.
No, he's definitely not. He's looking for that jump onto second. They still haven't found him. He's going for it now. He's going to be jumping onto them as they go into
sees him, though.
Ooh,
he's called at least. He's called at least. He is a little bit of a thorn in their side, though. Even if you could just stay alive and be there, right? I mean, there's always the possibility that you look away for 1 second and then boom, there's Bonesy with 200 damage right into your man's face.
As you say that, Bonesy's right up above Choke, too. Taking that fight with Scooper.
But the first has come out onto Bobman. They walk through and they get the soldier through onto mid. And here comes the counter use out from Bit right now. Bonesy's still a little thorn in their side right now. Is able to get the kill onto Weird Twinkie as well, going into drop down. What can't this guy do? And he's going to get the med kill on top of it too. That Uber looks so bad for the side of $9, but they are able to just scrape by. Just barely afterwards, with off of the fact that Bonesy is just causing so much chaos. The rest of the team walks forward, D gets a bunch of damage, and the scouts just follow to clean it up. That is absolutely picturesque if you're on the side of $9.
Yeah, I mean, that is the best outcome you could possibly imagine happening right there. Bit hasn't been able to find a heal target yet. I mean, they've been up for a couple seconds now, and they just sort of being able to beam. So, unfortunately, it's going to be some pretty hefty Uber disad for the side of the creatures. And it does look like Bonesy has been spotted going in water. They do know he is there. I don't think he knows about the soldier behind him. Now he does. And it's going to be the demo rotating down. He has one pipe onto Bonesy. The sticky is there, though. Barely misses that final rocket as the Uber does come out from the side of $9. As they try and walk forward, that pyro is going to be stuffing them. Again, your scouts have to kill this guy. He needs to go down at some point. It is going to be D that takes down the pyro. It's going to be Weird Twinkie going down there. No cap time really on the point.
As all the players are in water, though.
Inside of water. Two players spawning. And both of the players back off of the point. You can't afford to do that in this kind of situation. And $9 is going to take home the first round.
Major first round of that as well. That is something that you definitely need, especially 15 minutes into this match. Any point does matter so much, and that means that the pressure is on for the creatures. If they're not able to figure this out and start getting some rounds on the board, this could spell doom and gloom for them. I mean, I understand it's only one round, but with how slow this game has been and how back and forth it's been, that round is going to be so crucial for the outcome of this game. Sorry, Bellum. Is going for a lot of damage right now. Not able to find too much, but in the back end, Smurfy walking up, looking for Bobman. Is going to get 1 rocket, 2 rocket, 3 rocket. Bobman down. And on the other side of things, that is Bit Death, though. You know, they get the guy up through drop down. They're really just banking on that, but instead they put themselves all in a corner, and that's going to be a full wipe out for the side of creatures. Sure, they get the medic, but they lose the mid, most importantly.
Yeah, I mean, Bonesy there didn't overcommit too hard, recognized his health was low, just wanted to play that height, got that downward direct onto one of the soldiers on mid, and then let Sant do the rest of the work. Let him get through drop down and just absolutely decimated the entire team. So this is a turnaround that we've needed to see for a little while now on the side of $9. They've started to wake up, lock in a little bit, if you will, and they are starting to finally turn some rounds around. People still aren't clearing locker traps, just generally, which is very scary to me. But no, nothing was there to really stop Bonesy, so I guess it doesn't matter. But poor Sant Bowser trying to get into River does get taken down there. So it is going to be a little bit of a slow attempt to... It's actually going to even out before $9 can do anything. So sack a clock here, maybe time to run an off class early, maybe come up Sniper or Spy. Ooh, and they're coming up Spy.
I love to see it. This is about time that you want to do Spy, right? I mean, when you're this late into the game, you haven't done it before. This is when people would never expect the Spy, and that is when the class is powerful, is when nobody can possibly expect it. You know, there was that long stalemate that they had where they weren't necessarily looking for, the Spy, but now that they're sort of just pushed into this corridor, they haven't been on this last hole for too long. They're more just expecting the sack and the pressure. Not sure if they're going to expect the Spy right now. We'll have to see what he does so that, he is bumping people. Oh, he bumped into like 3 players at once. He's in secret right now.
To leave into secret, though.
Wait,
they
Bonesy!
do have Bonesy distracting in water. This might be a good time for Sant Bowser to try and decloak, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Barely gets the backstab on the pit. That's a huge drop. It's about halfway cap time here. Sant is backing up, getting a lot of revolver damage in. And the Uber does come out from the side of $9 as soon as that drop comes through. It's 2 players inside of water. All they have to do is walk on the point here. Careful of the stickies, please. Oh my goodness, they finally managed to get those 2 players inside of water. Oh my goodness, Sant gets the second backstab too. Basically wins his team.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that's the way the Spy played out, because he was bumped so early, but the fact that Sant was on the point to draw all their eyes away, and he just caught that very, very slight timing where the med's back was just exposed to secret, just absolutely money. That is what you want.
Bonesy being that distracting factor was just so good there. Gave that Spy the opportunity to shine, and that's why it worked so well. But Sant trying to go in very early on this mid, does get taken down, but it doesn't matter. Mung trades him out with Smurfy, so it is going to be a soldier-for-soldier trade there. Hopefully Bonesy will be able to come up from lower. Is spotted, though, but it doesn't matter as he jumps forward. Lands the rocket direct onto Bit here, and now it's Bobman sitting inside of their choke, kind of just living.
Here comes
not
D,
really
looking for
anything.
more.
D getting a lot of stickies on the choke.
He gets
does
the double
have to
pipe,
take
though.
himself down to take down Scooper, but we have Sire Bellum setting up the cone traps on second. I don't know if he'll be able to get anyone, but if he does, that'll be some pretty good content.
You know what? Those traps have gotten way more people than you would possibly expect. One thing I want to highlight on that mid, though, was the fact that D was able to get that pipe off onto the medic meant that it was so much easier for Bonesy to get that bomb onto the medic as well and get more from it as well. It's just... D has been the unsung hero of this match right now, I feel. He is doing so much work on this demo, just putting out damage over and over, time and time again right now. Here is the Uber, though. It's used out extremely early. I don't know if that was a force or anything, but they're looking immediately for Bit taking down super low. But this is a fist fight on point right now. Sirius is going to get a lot of people caught on the point right now. Bonesy is taken down. Bobman is taken down. Now it's just going to be up to Sant and D to try to figure something out, and I think they're just going to choose to run. I mean, there's so much red HP, but you really can't risk just giving your own life up and having them roll the mid or anything like that.
Yeah, I think maybe D would have a better opportunity. Maybe just hitting a nice pipe, one splash could kill both of the soldiers if they are, bunched up waiting for heals from their beam or something. But you can't really bank on that. It does look like he is going to be able to find Sire Bellum, though, which is nice. No demo
and the taunt on it,
last.
too. Yes,
that's
sir.
Disrespectful.
Yes,
that's disrespectful as a mug. They're going to have to... they're going to have to go all the way back to last. They can't push out.
It's 2 rockets. Very, very close. And right as that takes place, here's the pause. Now we have 10 minutes remaining in this map timer. I can only imagine what's going to happen here. This might just be the last rallying call for the creatures, I would have to assume. But, man, what do you think they really need to do? I feel like the creatures are not rolling over and dying or anything. It's just a few minor missteps and just being caught in the wrong positions, right?
Yeah, it's just the little things. I think, like I said earlier, the little things add up over time. You know, you can afford to make a couple little tiny mistakes as long as you recognize them and you actively, work to not have that happen again inside of your game. But I think the mistakes that are happening on the side of the creatures are going unnoticed. Like they're taking silly 1v1s more often than they should be. They're
I
not
agree,
getting buffed in
yeah.
those fights. But as we say
Oh,
that, we
good
are going to come
pause.
out of this pause here very quick. Maybe could have been a quick little attack for the side of the creatures here. Could have been a tech maybe even, or maybe a botched push from $9 as, we watch them prep to push into last after they get that pick onto Crimson here. D does get sectioned off inside of
There's a spy in the field. I want to let you know. Here comes Santa again on the spy.
Could it be another spy cap that forces that tack pause out is the question.
Bonesy gets the kill on a bit, though.
No way.
They don't need the spy for the medic anymore. What's he even going to do here? He spots that there's a gun in right side. Oh, if he gets this kill onto the NG right now before he gets the gun down. He does. He gets the gun as well. That's such a major pick. Even though he goes down, that gives so much space for the rest of $9 to work their way in. They're going to take that Uber immediately as well. Here it comes. They're on point right now, trying to look for more on the top left area, but slowly working their way on the ground.
Bit is going in with the sloppy.
Yeah, Bit's just trying his best with the head right now. Can't do anything with his head. And now it's just going to be Sire Bellum, the last one standing on the point, going to get one rocket, two rocket. Yeah, he's playing money right now. This guy has not slouched a bit tonight.
Yeah, we are witnessing a pretty strong display coming out from the side of $9. I'd also just like to point out these teams are very sportsmanlike. Every round, it's just
every
good
round's
round
good
in the
round.
chat.
Yeah, there's a GG that's come out after every single map. It's one thing I've seen from all the players on these teams is that everybody's just playing very sportsmanlike. So I always love to see that. Maybe some of the higher level players just need to take a note from them because at the end of the day, we're playing a game. Got to give everybody props. This is how it works.
Sand getting that trade onto Scooper with Mung going to be able to find Crimson as well. D walks onto a pile of stickies. Somehow doesn't die to it. Is barely saved. That overheal comes in clutch. If you're not overhealed, you're low. But that's a bomb coming in from Smurfy, able to find Bombman here. It is going to be a little med trade there as now it's going to be Weird Twinkie. Probably going to die here inside of Elbow. Maybe not.
Yeah,
finally taken down by Serious Burb there. But for a moment, it looked like he had a chance of survival.
Yeah, a little bit.
Serious Burb dies to the cone trap, I think.
He died to the cone trap? Oh, I told you.
Sure.
I told you. Yeah, he definitely did. That's so funny. Here comes Santho looking for Sire.
Oh.
Sire saved on 2 HP by his Soldier Crimson. Just being the sentry turret above the choke. That's why you want to be there. It helps so much in these situations where you just need to be that linchpin for your team, just always having the damage out. Can't let people through choke for free. That is definitely the case.
Even if you're spamming it, they're forced to jump through there, so they're probably going to overshoot their target anyway. You can just, keep spamming at them, or if you really want to take the fight into them and you have someone nearby that can help you, you can just drop down or even jump at them and blow them up. So there's a lot of options you have to try and get through that choke, but it's just so hard to get through a choke with a soldier sitting on top of it. It is the Bonesy going to get through. One nice rocket onto Bit here. Going to take him down to about half HP. They are going to lose D as well on the side of $9. It does look like maybe Sant has a chance of survival, but no, they beef the rockets, and they unfortunately are not able to take down that scout right in their face. I believe that was Scoop. They are going to die there. Not quite a lot they can really do about that. It is going to be D getting some early stickies up on the choke. They do get spotted now. This is still winnable for the creatures if they do lock in very quickly. It's a tale as old as time. The time has started to tick down. It's 6 minutes 20 on the clock and counting in total match time. They don't have a lot left in their favor to make something happen.
No, Bit has to use. So scary right there.
See that if you're the creatures.
Bonesy is just doing it time and time again. They have a little bit of a chance.
Comes through the choke. They're not going to be able to find anyone just yet. They do finally find Crimson. Now it's going to be Serious Burb finding Bit here. Ooh, will they be able to find that pick onto Scoop? Yes, they will. They will be able to find Scoop there. And now it is going to be Sire Bellum trying to fight the point here. But D is just beefing the pipes, going for a 360.
He's just standing still, going for it.
Mystery box movements over there. Does hit the double sticky, though. Is going to be able to take him down. Oh, the air sticky on the Smurfy as well. This is just disrespectful from the side of $9 at this point.
Yeah, these guys are playing so hot, and they have continued to play hot since day one. These guys have not let off gas, and it just shows of why they're here right now, why they're 3 rounds up, and just breathing down the necks of the creatures. They don't have really any ad to play with except for maybe like 10, 15 or so, but you know, it's not the most actionable ad in the world if you ask me.
Yeah, definitely not very actionable unless the creatures stop building for whatever reason and are forced to start buffing players up, which it looks like they're actually kind of being forced to do here. Bonesy's through one nice rocket onto the beam. He hits another.
Oh my gosh,
Dude,
now it's full ad.
Straight onto Bonesy. You just can't react to that in time. He's through choke so quick. There's so much chaos happening. They lose 3 for that med pick, but now it's full Uber ad for the for $9. The creatures have to try and send something through that choke immediately and get someone in through drop down. I don't know. You have an infinite number of options at your disposal here to try and make something happen. It does look like they tried to send Scoop down, but it's not going to work out for him. Crimson is going to get met in that choke as well. It is going to be weird. Twinkie getting the force at the end of the day. Hmong going to be able to trade out with him, and Bonesy going to be able to find Cerebellum. Possibly even going to be able to find Smurfy here as he jumps forward and lands directly on him. Gets him with the skill stick. Actually, he got robbed by Sirius Verb there. A little bit of a...
Yeah, jeez, man. I don't know.
Sirius Verb is already in on last, though. Does get spotted by the soldier, but it's too little too late. They're about to cap the point. He does start getting some cap time, but it's a little... It's too little to really matter. They are going to have to go back into lobby here and get their health fixed up and prep themselves for this incoming fight, as Ubers are even here. So it is just going to be that next little 40 seconds of just setting up here.
Yep, definitely is. Slow down a little bit, but 3 minutes remaining. I don't know, Eki. Might be nearing the end of this newbie cup here, and oh my gosh, I'll reflect on Descent right now. It's gonna shut him down.
Well, actually, wait a minute. $9 doesn't have to push at all. If they really wanted to, and they want to make sure they win this, absolutely no qualms whatsoever. They're up 3 rounds.
You could just chill.
Game timer is 3:19. The round timer is 3:05. They have the time to just sit here and stall. They don't really have to go for anything. They could play boring if they really want to squeeze out this win. They could force the creatures to try and go for something.
Sam Bowser again on the spy. Here he is. He's doing what he needs to do.
The gun isn't even leveled. If he decloaks here, he risks getting swamped by the NG, but I don't think they're not expecting it. You know, this is a shame, you know, happens to me once, you know, shame on me, or shame on you, but happens to be twice, shame on me. And it looks like he beats the stab. He is spotted finally, does manage to get out into secret again. How do they not keep realizing he's in secret?
I don't know, but he keeps getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with this.
That's what I'm saying.
Here comes Weird Twinkie trying to clear out the secret, but he's juking it. Oh my god, the juke! He gets bumped.
Oh, he gets bumped in secret. They know he's down here. No one is rotating down to help their poor demo, though. How does he get away?
He's still alive! How? I don't get it!
How is this happening?
This guy is so elusive. This guy is so elusive.
This is a modern day Houdini.
Oh, he sees the drop down. He sees his moment. Backs up into secret a little bit. Here comes the over exchange onto last right now. They're taking it as just on any player that is on flash right now. Oh my god, he's in water. There's no way. He gets randomly cleaned up by the most random splash ever that wasn't even directed towards him. That's so funny. And now all these players are slowly falling right now. Only people to speak of are the Pyro and the Heavy, who are going to be resupping right now. Smurfy as well, able to keep himself alive on such low HP, going to get that resup right now, so they're holding on for just a moment more. But we only have 1:40 left right now. This is almost nearly impossible, if not impossible at this point.
Yeah, this is dead. This is dead time now. I know I hate to say it. I don't want to count the creatures out, you know, until the timer hits 0, but there's physically no way to get mid to last in 1:30. You know, that end round time that still ticks down off the match timer. You just can't do anything. So at this point, you're padding out the logs. You're going for silly plays. And Sant Bowser is still up on Spy, committing to it. They never expect the same thing twice. Or I guess in this
the
case,
4th time or the 5th time.
He's right there.
He's just gonna rip it. He's just gonna rip it. He gets it too.
Oh my god! This cannot be real.
You can't make this shit up,
You
man.
cannot make this. He says for the logs in the chat.
Absolute chat behavior, and here comes the collapse for the rest of the team. I don't know if they're going to be able to necessarily get this round with the fact that Scooper is in water, just holding it down on the Pudis, going gratata, getting all the bullets on the enemy team, so neutralizing that last point, saving his log a little bit, but, you know, with 37 seconds remaining, garbage time, it's here, and we are just about ready to crown your champions for tonight.
Yeah, your champions of the Newbie Cup will be crowned in about 25 seconds here. You know, you can say that they're the champions now, but you know it ain't over till the fat lady sings. You know, I've been using that phrase a little bit more often now. It is just real as real as it can get. There's a little bit of cap time on the point here. They're going for the ultimate last shove here, and they're gonna make the score 4-0. The ultimate form of disrespect. They're not gonna let it settle at 3-0. They're gonna let it go 4-0. And ladies, gentlemen, everyone watching, anyone right now, that is your grand finals for this Newbie Cup. That is going to be $9 defeating the Creatures in a 2-0 sweep on Process and Gully Wash, making them the first place champions of TF2CC's 9th Newbie Cup. GG's all around. What a great set of matches to cast. But don't think we're just yet. Unless that bronze match is done, we still have a game or two more.
Yeah, we'll have to
cover.
see. I'm not too sure. I'm checking the bracket right now. I believe it's still live. We'll have to see though if we can hear from production in just a second. Other than that, I think we might be going for interviews. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. Time will tell. But yeah, I just wow, what a game.
Big congrats, man. Like that's all I can say. Like the side of $9, these guys played so amazingly throughout. The other match is over at One Eye Hearing, so that's going to be our final match of the night. I'm going to get word right now if we're going to be doing any interviews or not, but regardless, what a dominant showing from the side of $9.
Yeah, $9 just... I mean, we saw the Creatures very dominant on Gully Wash last time we had watched them, but it just like... I don't know. It is brutal. The beatings we've seen delivered tonight, but it definitely shows that that $9 is deserving of that. Nothing. They made it to second place. That is nothing to scoff at whatsoever. So I don't know if we're doing interviews or not again. I suppose we are.
I suppose we are. So we'll wait for people to trickle in. Just a reminder, guys, like this is the first Newbie Cup that we're going to have medals for these guys. So that's awesome for these first placers. I think they get their own unique medal as well. So big shout out to them. Big shout out to Liquid TF again. These guys supporting us and helping the prize pool out. They've done an amazing job, supporting us and keeping this, keeping the prize pool going, keeping people motivated to start playing this. I love Newbie Cup so much. I say it every single time I cast it. I don't think I'd be in the competitive TF2 scene at all if it was not for Newbie Cup and the admins running it as well. It really means a lot to me that I get to be here and cast with you, Aki. It's honestly such a privilege.
Yeah, absolutely. And same thing for you. I mean, it's such a privilege and an honor to go back to what got me into the TF2 competitive scene in the first place as well. Just being able to kind of give back, I suppose, in a way, to all the lovely people at TF2CC that have this event run, sometimes twice a year. Or I think they try to aim for twice a year. They have the winter and the spring cups, if I'm not, or summer, spring, whatever. They lump them all into one season. It doesn't matter. But yeah, it's always so much fun to watch these newbies duke it out and see where the future of TF2, comp is.
Yeah, I mean, we have players coming from the past that are still coaches right now, but I believe we do have some players from the winning team ready for some interviews right now. So let's take a moment and hop over there and say hi to the fellas.
Yeah. Good evening, Newbie Cup 9 champions. How do you all feel?
How's it
after
going?
such a dominant win through that series.
Uh, I think I can speak for all of us when we say there were times where we were nervous, there were times where we were like so confident in ourselves, and there were definitely times where we trolled the fuck out of the game.
I mean, that happens, right? Especially with the fact that you guys are probably first time playing on a team before. There's going to be a lot of volatile. Man, that was a really solid show.
Yeah,
Like,
that was one of the most dominant showings I think I've seen in the Newbie Cup so far. I
yeah.
mean, the last four I've covered, all four of them technically, they have been very close, very brass knuckle fights in the grands and in the bronze matches. But this one was just in both. It seems that it was very dominant from both teams. I think you guys definitely deserve to take home that first place title, get those bragging rights and whatever. So I suppose I guess we can get on to the questions about just kind of how you guys felt. Obviously, you guys said you were nervous, so did that affect like your ability to understand each other at all? Did you have like moments where you had to step back and say like, "Hold on, we need to all just shut the hell up for a minute and like clear calms and figure out what is happening?"
Bob, do you want to take this one and talk about the fucking bagel match from yesterday?
Oh yeah, that one was so
Yeah,
good
it was a little
actually.
bit bad. I don't think it got casted, but I don't know if Bob's actually here, but
He says
we were
he can talk. Yeah.
we were like Gummy's team, the Girardi drinkers are
Mhm.
really strong, and we scrimmed them a few times. It was a little bit nerve wracking, and then when we played them on Bagel last night, uh, it was not a great start. We went 0-2, and
Mhm.
I think everyone was just kind of like had a lot of anxiety because like if we win this, we go first seed, and it's a theoretically easier run through bracket. Um, but we all got in our own heads, and it is. But we ended up getting a reverse sweep. We went 3 rounds in a row just because Bob yelled at me functionally just to call a timeout,
Mhm.
and we were able to just reset. We did some fucking breathing, and it allowed us to get there.
That's
So,
awesome. That's
Yeah.
really great to hear. It's really cool when you see teams that are just not like only one note, that you guys have the wherewithal to just take the pauses, take the time. I can really tell that you guys were practiced a lot. My question for you guys was, how was the scrim structure getting into things? How often were you guys scrimming a day? Do you feel like that went well for you? Was it a little bit weird getting really started in this cup? How was your experience overall?
Mung, do you want to take this one? Because I feel like I've talked too much.
Sure. Yeah, so for our scrimming, we did probably a few a week, 3 or 4, depending on everybody's schedule. We did have a couple of swaps throughout the season due to people having changes in schedule, subs going in. Me personally, I was a sub, and then I went to the main roster, Sam Bowser too. So we had a lot of time to get to be good on a team and know how to communicate effectively and play well together.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad that you guys were able to, because this roster seems really solid. Um, and a follow up question onto that, so you guys kind of all, do you guys have any future plans for playing in RGL or anything like that?
Um, Bob, I think D signed up with us. Bonesy is a sub. Bob, Fazad, who is one of our subs, he had to get swapped
Mhm.
out because of what's happening in California right now.
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah.
We are all playing on an RGL team. Bonesy and D are subs for it. I love those guys to death. I'm so glad, but I can't speak for the rest of my teammates. So if y'all would like to talk about them.
Well, for me, I don't have any plans, but this was my first competitive TF2 experience, but I loved it. It was
That's
really nice
awesome.
working with this team, and it was so much fun, actually.
I'm glad you guys had fun.
Mhm.
It's always so fun just to see people who really never had any experience with this, just to get to try it out and see how sick this game is. But yeah, awesome that you guys are just right after this as well. One other question that I do have for you guys, unless you know what, I'll pass it over to Ekis. I'll let you get one out. I did want to ask you guys for shout outs, but we'll save that until the very end. Do you have anything else that you wanted to add, Eki?
I suppose if you guys are gonna stick together, maybe you'll have to find a couple, replacements, but what would be your goals if you were to stick? Obviously, you could play that newcomer season, but do you feel like you need to play newcomer? Do you feel like you could maybe skip that altogether and head into amateur? Do you think you'd place well in AM, maybe even get top 16, top 8, make it into that playoffs? Or do you think that you could do the same thing in newcomer? Because I know for a fact if you guys were to play newcomer, you would absolutely make playoffs. There's no question about it. But how well do you guys think you would do if you were to, I guess with your current roster, assuming that everyone would go, how do you think you guys would fare?
Assuming with everyone else, Mung and Sant, you can interrupt me if I'm mistaken, but I believe that many of our players could, if they really wanted to, push up all the way to AM. But for me, at least, I have a lot of things that I need to work on, and not fucking feeding is one of them. But
I mean, sometimes you got to feed,
Sometimes you
it's,
got
it's
to.
a learning experience, it's the newbie cup for a reason. You're not gonna be perfect. You come in, you make mistakes, and then you learn from them, and that's what newcomer and amateur is all about. You learn, you improve, and then you keep playing. I think you guys could genuinely, I really do think you guys could do pretty well if you were to play some newcomer.
Yeah, I as well. But yeah, it was super super cool that you guys are season. I know I'll probably end up doing some NC cast, so I really hope to catch up with you guys more as you work your way through the ranks, learn the rest of these maps and all that jazz. But yeah, I think that's going to wrap up the majority of the questions for me. I would love to go down the list right here from everybody that's in the call. Do you guys have any shout outs that you want to make from either coaches, teammates, IRL people, who really made it possible for you guys to get through this newbie cup and take away the first place?
Mung, do you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah. Big shout out to D, who's go to demos you guys have seen. That guy is absolutely locked in. And big shout out to Billy, our coach, who has made this a great experience with no real pressure, but still a lot of learning.
That's awesome.
Also, thank you. There's a guy named Waffle, and Waffle was our original flank scout, and he decided that competitive TF2 wasn't for him, but he has always, like, over the last 2 days, he's been in Twitch chat for every single one of our casted matches. He's
That's
been
awesome.
messaging in the Discord, just supporting us, and even through scrims, he was always very nice. I love that guy.
That's sick.
Wish him
That's
the
sick.
best.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Any other shouts that you guys want to get out? I think we haven't heard from Sant.
I don't think we've heard from Sant or Burb yet, so.
No, yeah, well, I just want to thank to all of our team. It was such a fun experience, a nice experience, that we had so much fun together. Also, Birb, I really like you, man. You got such a funny attitude. And I love you all, really. It was so much fun playing with you, being learning every new things thanks to Billy that teach us all. It was really nice and fun. I love you
That's
all.
awesome. Yeah, Will Bill
And
is such a
Spy
nice guy.
Gaming, Spy Gaming is
Oh
important.
yeah, the spy on that last map was crazy.
The spy, that should not have been allowed ever.
Yeah, the fact that you got away with it 5 times in a row was a little absurd.
Yeah.
My goat spy on 100 ping.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Playing with 100 ping is really weird,
Yeah,
you
no,
get
for
free
sure.
face tabs, so.
True. Alrighty. Well, I think unless there's anything else to add, I think that's gonna end our coverage of Newbie Cup number 9.
I'm unmuting because I couldn't really talk, but I've got one last shout out with everything else.
Yeah, hit us with it.
Shout out to Billy's $9. He bought a premium account at the beginning of Newbie Cup.
I was wondering. Oh, that's so.
Yeah, took it to the end.
Oh, that rocks. So good to hear from you as well. Congrats again, guys. Look forward to seeing those medals. way. Spend them wisely. Maybe you could look at our sponsor, Liquid.tf, get some unusuals and all that stuff. But yeah, you guys have a great night. And I believe that is going to wrap it up for us. So, again, thank you so much to TF2CC, all of the coaches that participated. I love doing this event so much. It means a lot to me that I get to be up here doing this commentary for you guys. Thank you to all the viewers in chat who have kept this chat pretty hype all the way through. And yeah, have a great night, everybody.